Well, as Parliament rises for its summer break, it's worth noting that when the fall sitting began, no one thought we'd be where we are today. Led by public opinion, Liberals were languishing in the polls. Justin Trudeau was trying to quell a caucus revolt. Pierre Poilievre was predicted to be the next Prime Minister. And Parliament got so tied up in a Conservative motion and partisan bickering, nothing was getting done. Here's a quick reminder now of what we've lived through in the last 10 months.
It's clear that they're willing to go to extreme lengths to cover up their corruption.
This is the Conservatives trying to muck up Parliament.
We got to stop the palace intrigue, and we got to focus on what's most important.
We think that the party needs to be refreshed, rebooted, new vision, maybe a little nudge to the center, and we need to move forward with a new leader.
I want to congratulate Donald on a decisive victory last night. I look forward to working with President Trump once again.
Well, Chrystia Freeland is refusing to go quietly into the night, resigning from her position as Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister this morning, just hours before she was scheduled to deliver a fall economic statement.
James Maloney says that caucus is united behind the Prime Minister. Is that correct?
No. I think the only path forward for us is to choose a new leader and to present a new plan to Canadians with a different vision.
I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister, after the party selects its next leader.
I'm back home in Edmonton to declare my candidacy for leader of the Liberal Party and Prime Minister of Canada.
We don't need them to make our cars. We don't need them to give us lumber. What I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state.
The next Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, with 100.
I've just requested that the Governor-General dissolve Parliament and call an election for April 28th.
Is it time to put Canada first for a change with a new Conservative government?
Take a look at what we're hearing from the Canadian press right now. They are at this moment in time declaring a Liberal government.
Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me?
As you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale.
That's true.
We're sitting in one right now, Buckingham Palace that you visited as well.
That's true.
And having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale. We're in the process of redefining our relationship with the United States.
Well, the controversy around Bill C-5 is the way the House ends this sitting as it goes into summer break. The bill will, by the by, head to the Senate next. And with that, happy to have on the program Robert Fife, Ottawa Bureau Chief for the Globe and Mail, Tonda McCharles, Ottawa Bureau Chief for the Toronto Star, and Joël Denis Bellevance, Ottawa Bureau Chief for La Presse. Hello to all three of you.
Hey.
Hi, Michael. Thank you.
So here you have Mark Carney, and as promised, he wanted to get this bill passed by Canada Day. It looks like it's on track to do so as it heads towards the Senate. But, not without a lot of controversy regarding consultation with Indigenous groups, concerns about environmental regulations. Is Mark Carney squandering political capital by pushing this through as quickly as he has, despite all these criticisms?
Well, I don't think he's going to lose a lot of critical political capital at this point. I think it's going to happen when you actually see the kind of infrastructure projects that are going to be approved. Some of them I think people will find they're going to be okay, others they will find they're not. But what we're seeing here is that when it comes to major economic projects, that they can't rely on the Bloc Québécois and they can't rely on the NDP, and they are going to have to rely on the Conservatives. As long as it's in the country's national interest, from both of those parties' perspectives, the Conservatives and Liberals, Conservatives seem willing to support them. But their caveat is, that we saw with C5, is they're not going to put up with the Liberals trying to sneak things through the back door. So they made some amendments to this legislation that would have exempted cabinet ministers, for example, from issues involving lobbying and conflict of interest. We don't need to get into that, but they are going to give them, in the final analysis, if it's in the country's interest, they'll support them initially, at least for now. But they're not having a blank slate here. They can't just do whatever they want. And one other thing is that C5 wasn't as bad as other bills that we've seen this government put in, C2 and C4, that are very problematic and are going to have to be, the Conservatives or any party can support them. They're not going to even get through the Senate because they're badly drafted. And I think Mr. Carney needs to really think about, when he's doing legislation, not to allow everybody in government, and security agents in particular, to throw everything that they have always wanted into the mix in legislation, because it does affect the individual civil liberties of Canadians.
Well, and I will pick up on that, because yes, the C5 does not necessarily deal with civil liberties, but it does deal with consultation, which, is of course in the Constitution. It does deal with environmental regulations, which has been such a focus of the previous Liberal government, Tonda.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bob's right on the question of, does Mr. Carney lose or expend too much capital at this stage? That I think the real rubber hits the road when we get the list of projects. And I think in order to advance those projects, Mr. Carney will have to do more than delegate to people. He'll have to engage himself with Indigenous leaders and with, frankly, some of the minority party leaders as well, I think, in a way that we haven't yet seen. But I agree that, some of the other legislation, in particular the border bill, which has all these other security provisions, there's a clear sort of line there that's been crossed. It became a kitchen sink bill. They threw in all kinds of things, an omnibus bill. And they would perhaps be better served by splitting some of these things, but they don't seem willing to. Same with the one economy bill. It's got both the nation building stuff and the trade barriers piece. They would have been able to expedite the internal trade barriers lifting if they'd split that bill too. Unwilling to do so. So I think what we're going to have to see is, we're probably going to see Mr. Carney put some water in his wine, actually, as the months come forward. The summer especially, I think he's going to have to engage on a very substantive level with Indigenous leaders on these nation-building projects.
Well, I will say, this honeymoon phase almost but because of this honeymoon phase, the government's almost moving as if it's a majority government. But at the end of the day, it is a minority government, and as the honeymoon wears off, where do they make their compromise to get things passed? Joël Denis, what do you say about, the political capital being spent on C5?
I think he's not spending much on it, because I think he feels he's got a mandate to do that, and he's got the support of all premiers as well, which is an interesting thing, because I haven't seen the premier criticize this bill. In fact, they are endorsing it quite forcefully. And I agree with Bob and Tana on the following element. The very first project that will be announced by the government will be looked at through a microscope. Has the government done its homework on consulting First Nations? Has the government done the homework necessary to protect the environment? And is this project in the national interest, really? So this is going to be a critical one. So the very big announcement, I think, will be followed through. And one other element I want to say is that Mr. Carney, I think, is not being helped because he doesn't have his chief of staff on a permanent basis. Marc-André Blanchard will come later. There's also a new clerk from the Privy Council that will be coming into his job, Michael Sabia. And I think those people will advise, in Mr. Carney to take the time necessary to consult people properly to avoid unnecessary friendly fire attacks on his agenda. So that's going to be critical. Summer months maybe, I think, will be helpful for the government to think through how they should proceed. If they want to go fast, they need to do things properly as well.
But Michael, we may not see as much controversy with the Tier 1 projects, because some of these are already well in advance. I'll give you an example. The Kitimat natural gas, which there's going to be one LNG facility that's going to be going by the end of the month. They'd like to have a second LNG facility there. All the environmental stuff, the Indigenous, plus there's Indigenous buy-in of this, but all of this has been approved. That is a project that can be approved very quickly, providing the investors in the LNG project want to go ahead with it. And I think they probably will, because it makes good sense, right? Yeah. Or there's a uranium project in northern Saskatchewan that has had provincial government approval, has all the environmental approvals and Indigenous approval, but it's been delayed by Ottawa regulations. That can be approved quickly. So I think the Tier 1 ones will go quickly. But the tier 2 or the tier 3 ones is where you're going to run into problems, because there has to be indigenous consultation, and you need to have some kind of a proper environmental assessment, because this can all get clogged up in the courts. Even if you want to move stuff quickly, if the courts start intervening in these projects, then you're going to be into a lot of problems.
It slows it down, ironically, as opposed to trying to speed it up. Listen, so, as we watch all this kind of make its way tier 1 and the projects beyond, I also want to talk about that, Parliament's going to go on summer break now, so am I.
But not Mark Carney.
Not Carney. No, not Mark Carney, because he actually is now, and the government's going to be involved in this negotiation, this 30-day period triggered in Kananaskis with the United States to try to come up with some new trade and security deal. I'm kind of wondering what a win looks like, because under Kuzma you had about 98% of goods going across the border tariff free. Does this deal have to be tariff free to be a success for this Liberal government, or is there a level of percentage of tariff that would be acceptable and still be seen as a win for the government?
Well, that's a really good question. The Canadian government's position is it has to be tariff free, and we are seeing the outlays of a possible deal. He's ticked off the 2% for the GDP for defense spending. We just saw him ticking off earlier this week on the aluminum and steel that we're going to stop anti-dumping, which I think is a big concern from the Americans. They're worried about Chinese or Vietnamese or South Korean, Indian dumping steel into the market. But a problem we all have is nobody knows what Donald Trump's going to do. The U.S. Treasury Secretary had stayed the full 2 days at the G7, so they're trying to work out an agreement, because I think he understands it's really important to have a deal with Canada. But who knows with Trump? It's impossible to figure out.
And going to Kananaskis, he says, I see the logic or the love of a tariff. But what
he said, I'm a tariff person.
That's what it was.
He has said that consistently. That was my question. He says it. I asked it because he has been consistent, and no matter what any of his officials say behind closed doors, the decision is at the Resolute desk in the Oval Office in Trump's hands, and he has never wavered. And so you asked the question, what does success look like? Is there a world in which all of these tariffs get lifted? I think we saw from the Prime Minister on Thursday a clear signal that there may not be a world in which all tariffs are lifted. He's laying the ground for Canadians to understand there may be still, at the end of whatever deal, if they come to one by the 21st of July, some tariffs in place. And then they will hope to negotiate further, perhaps in the context of a CUSMA review, a free trade deal review. But I don't still see where there's been any concrete signal that we're going to see all tariffs lifted. I think that Mr. Trump's made it really clear that's the foundational piece of his foreign policy, his economic policy, it's his revenue generator, it's also the way he wants to bring jobs back to the U.S. So I don't see it, and I think we're getting ready for another scenario.
Yeah, I share Tonda's skepticism about the deal with Mr. Trump. Also because he concluded a so-called framework with Great Britain, and there still remains 10% at least minimum on most exportations from Great Britain. I expect that to be the baseline, the template for the deals with other countries, including Canada. Mr. Trump may say that he loves Canada, he wants to annex us, but he's not going to make any gifts to Canada, not to Mr. Carney. And so what will be a deal for Canada? Trying to eliminate all the tariffs, I think it's mission impossible from Mr. Carney's perspective. That's why I think he did unveil a series of packages that could come into force on July 21st if negotiations fail, which I expect will be the case.
Yeah, well, although I will say this, if some form of tariff still exists, it basically tells Canadians you can't take your foot off the gas in terms of diversifying this economy, because if you were to remove it all, then we possibly could go back to where we were. So perhaps there is a positive for the overall Canadian economy in the long term if there is some form of tariff from the United States. But we'll see where that goes. Quickly, running out of time, I did have one more question, but I'm going to drop the question because I do want to make a statement. You three are a joy every week as we wrap up, because I said Parliament's going to rise for summer. we here at Primetime Politics, we'll be back if anything big happens, but we're not back until Parliament gets back. But you three, I really adore you three. I adore the time with you guys.
It's
so
our
thank
own
you very much.
TGIF.
It is our TGIF.
we all look forward to it.
Thank you.
We have fun.
Yeah, and that has nothing to do with the whiskey under the desk. Anyway, so I'm
Nothing
joking.
to do with the makeup room discussions.
No, that will never make it to air. Tonda, JD, thank you
Thanks,
for today.
have a good
Thank you,
summer.
always. And to you, have a great
you.
summer. Well, let's talk about where public opinion stands right now with both the leaders and the political parties. Polls analyst Eric Grenier is the founder and the writer of The Writ. Polls analyst Philippe Fournier is the founder and the writer of 338 Canada. Guys, I missed you. Thanks for joining me today.
Good evening, Michael.
Hello. So listen, I want to begin here with the Prime Minister. Slightly more than 100 days since he was first sworn in as Liberal leader and Prime Minister, slightly more than 50 days since winning the election. You get the sense that Mr. Carney is still in the midst of a honeymoon right now, but I wonder what the polls are saying. Eric, I'll get you to start us off.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing that Mark Carney is still in the midst of a honeymoon. His approval rating numbers that we've seen in polling that's been done over the last few weeks is among the best we've seen for a prime minister since the last time there was a new guy in the job. Justin Trudeau, just shortly after they won in 2015, had very high approval ratings. Seeing the same kind of thing for Mark Carney. So it does seem to be largely driven by that change of face, because we've seen for Abacus data, for example, showing that satisfaction with the government has gone from very poor to suddenly very good, the kind of numbers the Liberals haven't had for years. So I think a lot of it is because there's a new face in that Prime Minister's chair, and it's Mark Carney.
Okay, I'm going to bring up a board here. I think this was Angus Reid. Take a look at where the approval ratings are right now for Mark Carney, because you'll see, as you say, fairly high, the highest since Trudeau, although, both Stephen Harper and Justin Trudeau both enjoyed honeymoons initially. Philippe, what would you say about this moment of approval for Mark Carney? Very much the honeymoon, but would you tie to anything in particular?
Well, we could say that the change of moods that the electorate faced, around February and March has held throughout the election campaign, and it has held through the spring. Now, will it held through the summer? This is what we'll find out in a few weeks. But so far, it seems that Mr. Carney can do no wrong. His base really likes him. In the same poll, we saw among Bloc voters and NDP voters, I know there are fewer of them, but Mark Carney was at a plus 50 and plus 60 in favorability. This is astounding coming from voters of the opposition parties. So yes, a honeymoon for Mr. Carney. The question is, how long will it last?
Yeah, how long does it last? We've had these little, markers, little victories that the Prime Minister can hold on to. You think about King Charles delivering the throne speech, a successful trip to Washington, a First Minister's meeting where he was praised, a drama-free G7 that just wrapped up in Kananaskis. I'm wondering, Eric, how has this helped build the Mark Carney mystique or the reputation right now as he shows Canadians what a government in his name with a mandate is capable of doing?
I think why we're seeing that his numbers have been quite good since the election is that he is, in many ways, kind of delivering on what was expected from Canadians. Canadians saw Mark Carney as a bit of an antidote to both Pierre Poilievre, but also Donald Trump. Just that style of leadership that was a little bit more partisan, a little bit more abrasive, and in contrast to Justin Trudeau, less symbolic. And I think that's what we're seeing with Mark Carney, that it is much more of a focus, kind of business focus. You can call it that, as if it is running a Fortune 500 company. And I think that's, for the most part, what Canadians were expecting from Mark Carney. So far, he has delivered on that. But again, a lot of it is things that are going to come in the future. Is there going to be a deal with the United States? Are there going to be counter tariffs? Is anything from the defense spending pledges actually going to pay any benefits for Canadians going forward? So it's what normally happens at the beginning of a mandate. You start putting down some easy victories, but it's about whether the Liberals are actually going to be able to start delivering on that. And if we do find in the coming months and years that they failed to deliver on that, then I think there is a serious risk that you have the same kind of rejection and blowback that the Trudeau Liberals had when the rhetoric didn't live up to the reality. For now, Mark Carney has some time to actually get some results, but he'll have to have some results, or this could just be a one-term government.
Yeah, which really explains, Philippe, why the Carney government has been so intent on getting Bill 5 past the House of Commons and passed on to the Senate, trying to get it passed by July the 1st.
Yes, and you have to beat the iron while it's hot. And while I'm not an expert on policy, I've read many critiques of C5. This is the kind of bill that you try to pass when the electorate thinks you're walking on water. This would not work 2 or 3 years into a mandate. But to go back to the favorability numbers, it's not only the federal numbers nationwide that we were looking at. I'm looking at in Quebec plus 21 for Mr. Carney, and we just had a poll in Quebec that polled the favorability and appreciation levels of the provincial leaders. And strangely as it is, we can say that Mark Carney right now is the most popular politician in Quebec.
Yeah, interesting to note. Although when we talk about Mr. Carney doing so well in the polls, that obviously comes at the expense, federally at least, to the Conservatives and the Conservative leader. Eric, how are Canadians feeling about Pierre Poilievre and the Conservative Party right now?
Well, they don't see them as really a great option at the moment. We've had a few voting intentions polls that suggest the Conservative numbers have come down a bit. I wouldn't say we've had enough of those polls to really say if it's something real or not. But when you look at Pierre Poilievre's own personal numbers, there does seem to be a big problem there. Nanos Research came out with its latest iteration of the 4-week rolling poll that it does. And on the preferred prime minister question, Mark Carney was at 50%, which alone is a remarkable number. But Pierre Poilievre was at 24%. It was the lowest it has been since he became Conservative leader. So the fact that he lost an election, lost his seat, and now is kind of on the outside looking in, I think has really hurt his own personal numbers. More than I think the Conservative Party has been hurt by that. So I think that is something that he's going to have to work to fix over the next few months. Getting back in the House will, I think, be the first step towards that.
Yeah, and there is a by-election where he's going to try to get into the House fairly safe, a Conservative seat. I think the last time that the riding voted in the federal election was like 80% Conservative. So fairly fair seat for Pierre Poilievre to try to get back into the House of Commons. But, I'm going to pick up on a point that Eric said there, Philippe, this idea that the party fares better in the polls than does the leader. Yeah. I guess that then leads some to question whether or not Pierre Poilievre serves as a drag on the Conservative Party right now.
Well, he sure serves as a repellent for voters of the opposition parties, that's for sure, and for the Liberals. The Big Ten coalition that Mr. Poilievre tried to build worked to some extent. They did get 41% of the vote in the election, which is the best result ever for this iteration of the Conservatives. But when the poll that Eric just mentioned, where we see Mr. Poilievre underwater in favorability, among Conservative voters, 90% still view him favorably. So for now, at least, the base of the Conservatives really continue to like Pierre Poilievre. And it will be fascinating to see the build-up to the convention, the Conservative convention, where Mr. Poilievre will be tested on a vote of confidence of his leadership.
Okay, I have very little time, but I want to ask both of you, because I cheated before this interview. I listened to the two of you on the numbers. Great podcast, by the way. There, I'm plugging you guys. But, you were talking about how the leadership race is scheduled for January, it looks like at this point, taking place in Calgary. What impact will the choice of the city and the timing of the year for this review actually have on Pierre Poilievre's ability to get favorable review numbers from the base, Eric?
I think that it is a choice that is the safest choice that they could have made. If you're trying to look for a place where you can get a lot of Conservative voters who like that kind of conservatism, like someone who's going to be a local MP, someone who's from Alberta, you go to Calgary. There's going to be a lot of friendly voices there at that convention for Pierre Poilievre. And the fact that it is at the end of January, meaning there are travel limitations based on, if you want to be someone coming from Atlantic Canada or Quebec or Ontario trying to fly out to Calgary in the middle of the winter, maybe you might not want to try to take that trip. So I do think it is the safest kind of choice he could have made, which does suggest that maybe they weren't afraid that he would lose a membership vote, but they want to make sure that the number starts with a 9 and not with a 7 or an 8.
Mm-hmm. Philippe, last word to you.
Well, I would say I agree with Eric to some extent. There's also a very double-edged sword with this, because in Calgary, yes, there are many Conservatives in Alberta and in Calgary, but they expect winners. And I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for Mr. Poilievre on that convention floor. Okay, well, CPAC's going to be there, so we'll be reporting, but that's months down the road. There's a summer vacation between now and then. So heading into the summer vacation, Eric, Philippe, thank you very much for this.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Michael.
Well, to the Ontario Legislature at Queen's Park in Toronto now. This is where Premier Doug Ford had to explain a controversial comment he made yesterday, a comment about Bill 5, which is Ontario's recently approved law that fast-tracks developments considered key to shoring up the province's economy. Now, there have been serious concerns raised about that law, among them concerns about Indigenous consultation. But in trying to address those criticisms yesterday, take a listen to what we heard from Premier Doug Ford.
There's going to be a point that you can't just keep coming hat in hand all the time to the government. You've got to be able to take care of yourselves. And when you literally have gold mines, nickel mines, every type of critical mineral that the world wants, and you're saying, no, I don't want to touch that. By the way, give me money. Not going to happen.
Now, that comment elicited several responses, including this one from Saul Mamakwa, Ontario's only Indigenous member of provincial parliament. The NDP member saying the Premier's remarks today were deeply offensive and racist. This Premier has made it clear that he won't bring people together, uphold the honour of the Crown, and obtain free, prior, and informed consent. Bill 5 was an assault on treaty rights. Now, this all happened just before Premier Ford had a meeting with Indigenous chiefs today. After that meeting, he did apologize for the comment made yesterday. And to walk us through the story, we're happy to have Robert Benzie on the program this evening. Rob is the Queen's Park Bureau Chief for the Toronto Star. Rob, hello.
Good evening, Michael.
So listen, we're going to play a bit of the Doug Ford's apology a little bit into this interview, but I want to begin first and foremost because, you know, here you have this meeting with Indigenous leadership in Ontario the day after a comment like that is made. So what kind of reception did Premier Ford get as he sat down with the chiefs?
Well, I mean, obviously, it overshadowed all of the intent of this meeting, Michael. This was about the Premier was meeting with the chiefs to talk about Bill 5. There are deep concerns in Indigenous communities and indeed other communities around Ontario about this legislation, which is the provincial version of Bill C5, very similar type of law that is designed to fast-track mining projects and other infrastructure. And there are worries that this is going to lead to problems in these communities. So he was having to explain himself from yesterday before he could actually explain his hopes for Bill 5.
Mm-hmm. Now, as I said, he as you say, he explained himself, and he also did apologize. Let's play a bit of what we did hear from Premier Ford after that meeting with Indigenous chiefs. Take a listen.
I just want to say I sincerely apologize for my words, not only if it hurt all the chiefs in that room, but all First Nations, because we know that if we work together, and I said during the campaign, nothing moves without First Nations consultation, respecting duty to consult, and make sure that we work together.
So that's a bit of the apology. I'll also say that, you know, the Premier defended himself by saying, you know, people know he gets passionate about things and, you know, essentially shoots from the hip. But I wonder, with that apology now made, Rob, does this affect the working relationship this government, the province of Ontario, will have with Indigenous communities as they try to pursue projects like the Ring of Fire?
It doesn't help, Michael, because the chiefs that he met with today from the 39 First Nations, they oppose Bill 5. So he's having a meeting with them to talk about why Bill 5 could be good for their communities, and he's having to apologize for an inelegant remark that he made yesterday. And I honestly don't believe he was trying to be hurtful. I think, though, he said to us today that he gets sometimes a bit excited and trips over his words, and that is true. He has had to walk back things that he said before, but I think it's such a sensitive subject, and treaty rights and the duty to consult is something that's very, very important in this country, and I think it doesn't help his sales job of Bill 5. Even though Bill 5 has passed, the Tory government here at Queen's Park is fixing it in regulation because there are some concerns about these quote unquote special economic zones that normal laws don't apply, and that First Nations feel override their longstanding treaty rights. So it was a messy situation earlier today, and much of it was the Premier's own making.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is, you know, as you say, Ontario has adopted Bill 5 here in Ottawa, as we just heard from our political strategist. The federal government is trying to get its own Bill C5 passed by the end of this week, end of day tomorrow. And really, when you look at it, the concerns are still the same. Indigenous consultation, concerns about environmental regulations being ignored in order to get these type of economic projects pushed forward. You talk about the Ontario government making some regulatory changes. Are they concerned about legal challenges? Because ironically, if they're trying to speed up projects, if there is a legal challenge, it could, at the end of the day, delay these projects.
Exactly. And Michael, that's what First Nations have been warning the Premier. They've been saying, look, because this bill has been so poorly crafted, it's actually could slow things down. Now, their whole raison d'etre on this one is that they want to get things down to 2 years for an approval. Right now, it can take 15 years, they say, to get a mining project approved, because there's lots of duplicate environmental assessments, federal and provincial, and then local governments get involved. First Nations certainly get involved. So I understand the thinking behind streamlining things. The problem is the execution has not been great. And are there going to be legal challenges? Almost certainly.
Yeah, and I guess the other part of it, though, too, Rob, is what is the government saying about these legal challenges and really controversy, like comments made yesterday by the Premier? Do they actually dissuade investment? Because at the end of the day, as much as you want to approve anything, without actual enterprise, private industry getting involved, it's not going to move forward. Are they concerned about dissuading investment by not clearing this all up?
Well, I mean, this is the problem, right? This is now another cloud hanging over this. Now, the Ring of Fire has been talked about for almost 20 years. This, this almost mythic, massive mineral deposits in northwestern Ontario, not far from Kenora. The problem is that it's hard to get to, and Premier Ford has made building a road to the Ring of Fire kind of his big infrastructure project for the last 7 years almost, and it's still not done.
Well, as you say, it's been long in process, the Ring and Fire. We continue to watch it. Rob, really appreciate it's been quite the story at Queen's Park. Thank you for the time this evening.
Always a pleasure, Michael.
Okay, take care. Well, let's now turn to Bill C5, the government's One Canadian Economy Act. The rush is on to get this bill through the Commons by day's end tomorrow and get it passed by July the 1st. And that is topic one as we gather our political strategist now. Liberal strategist Susan Smith is founder and principal at Blue Sky Strategies. Conservative strategist Jordan Paquette is vice president at Blue Sky Strategies. And George Sewell, not with Blue Sky, former Director of Communications for the NDP, also founder and principal at On Step Strategies. I'll underline that for you, George. Welcome to all three of you.
Hello. We're always happy for a little Blue Sky Strategy Group Club.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And for On Step, yes.
There we go. And Michael. So listen, let's talk about Bill C5 here. As I said, the rush is on. And I do wonder, Susan, strategically, how important is this bill to get it passed by Canada Day for this government? Because it has been rushed through Parliament.
I think it is important from a strategic perspective. This is a signature commitment of Prime Minister Carney during the election campaign. It's something I think that Canadians support, and so he is trying to move it through the House. It's a two-part bill. It deals with improving labor market mobility between provinces, and it also deals with expediting smoothing out the process for project approval, not eliminating all the steps that people have to go through, but instead of 2 environmental assessments, 1, building Indigenous consultation right from the get-go, and trying to get so it doesn't take 13 years to build a project in this country, and we can drive some investment into the economy.
Okay, Jordan, what do you say? Because of course Conservatives are supporting this fast track of this bill.
Sure. Yeah, look, it was a political promise for part of this bill for Mark Carney to get it done before Canada Day, and I mean, good for him. They were able to compile it together and get it in front of the House and gather some support for it going forward. But I'll note on the measure, I think Parliament did still have time to make a good study of it, because yesterday through the committee process, the Conservatives were able to make some key amendments with the support of some of the opposition parties to increase some of the measures around accountability, transparency in the bill, in what some of these projects were going to do. So I think the bill, as it was before, was going to have a difficult time passing. I think there were some ethics laws that potentially could have been skirted through, and those could have been concerns that could have come back to haunt the government in the future. So I think the Conservatives were really able to add some strength to that legislation.
Okay, strategically, of course, important for the government. George, what do you say to what we've seen so far with Bill C5?
Well, it's so nice to see the Liberals and Conservatives skipping down the road together into the summer holidays. Look, I think this bill, first of all, let's look at everything Susan said before she corrected herself a couple times, and I'll agree with the things she said accidentally, right? So first of all, it's a two-part bill, 100%. Why not make it two bills? I think there's unanimity on the fact that we need to get rid of the weird restrictions we have between provinces. There's no reason why a nurse who's trained and can be a nurse here in Ontario can't do the same work in Manitoba. There's no reason why we can't buy Alberta beer here in Ontario. Though that should be a different discussion.
Because part one of this bill is about internal economy.
Exactly, and it's important, and I think we are united on that. On the other one, it does actually make it so you can ram whatever they want through. Yes, they have this language around trying to make maybe there's more consultation, maybe we'll have Indigenous involvement from off the top, but one minister can remove all of that if they don't like what's going on. So yes, that's technically in the bill, but ultimately, if whoever the Prime Minister decides, and it's not actually named which minister it would be, one minister could just say, nope, we're not going to follow that. Or cool, went through this, all this environmental stuff needs to be done, we're going to skip it. And look, I am a New Democrat from Northern Ontario, mining town. I was a senior staff person in Saskatchewan and worked for Rachel Notley when we did get the one pipeline to Tidewater built. Projects need to happen, but just ask Stephen Harper how well they work when you try to ram them through. So if you actually like projects, big nation building projects, which I do, they won't happen if you don't have the proper processes, because they get held up in court, they get stopped, protests happen. So if you like Indigenous consultation, this bill tramples all over that.
It's in the bill.
It's in the bill until the minister says he doesn't agree. That's just in the bill. The bill, one minister gets to override everything. If you like laws and the rule of law and democracy, again, that's out because one minister gets to overrule everything. And if you like big projects, those are probably out because we're going to get tied up in courts and there's going to be protests and nothing's going to get built.
Okay, well, I'm going to pick up on the point of Indigenous consultation because we had Cindy Woodhouse-Nepenak here just yesterday and she was talking about, they have concerns. She's not opposing the bill outright. She does not have the mandate to do that from the members of the AFN, but they are concerned that essentially the bill sets out Indigenous consultation after the fact, after something is approved, and they still have questions in terms of what constitutes Indigenous consultation, who will actually be involved. And to that, Susan, we are hearing these criticisms from certain Indigenous groups, not all. We are hearing concerns expressed by environmental groups about environmental regulations being suspended in order to get these projects pushed forward. Can this government afford to alienate environmentalists and Indigenous leadership?
Find me a community in this country that has 100% unanimity on anything. The closest you'll get is probably Damien Carrick's riding where Pierre Poilievre's going to run. They had 82% unanimity. This bill does not trample on democratic rights. It has Indigenous consultation baked into it. And the objective is to have, for projects to come forward and to be ultimately approved, they have to jump through all the processes. But part of that is proper Indigenous consultation on the part of the proponent, the business, and also on the part of the government. The Prime Minister said today in his news conference, free, prior, informed consent. The Government of Canada will continue to uphold that. We have to do, you're never going to get 100% agreement on anything. I challenge anybody at their family dinner table if you get 100%. Maybe if you're going to have chocolate ice cream for dessert, but it doesn't work that way. We have to properly consult. Mitigation measures have to be put into place. Proper environmental assessments need to be done. It doesn't mean you have to have a duplicative federal and provincial one. Get one done. The provincial scientists are competent like the federal scientists are. So to change the way things are done in this country, to improve the way things are done in this country, to enable Indigenous communities to participate or have the option to participate from an equity partnership perspective, that's all what this bill is about. The government's even doubled to $10 billion the Indigenous Equity Loan Guarantee. And so there's an opportunity for communities to participate. There's an opportunity for communities to object. And if there's enough objection, a project won't go through. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Although very tricky waters for the government to be navigating, Jordan.
Yeah, and that's going to be the real test, is to see what the government's actually going to be able to get through, even through their own cabinet. I mean, their cabinet has gone out and said different things on different projects. I mean, Minister Guilbeault, who's become public enemy number one of sorts in Alberta, in many senses, who has the Canadian Heritage File, yet he's out opining on pipelines. So it's going to be interesting to see when some of these projects actually come around the cabinet table, and who's speaking up, and if the Prime Minister is very much committed to resource development, to getting our resources to market, and turning the tide from the last 10 years. That's going to be the real challenge that Canadians and Conservatives are looking for, if he's actually going to walk the walk in these projects and really push forward. So the consultation pieces, of course, are going to be very important. Otherwise, projects will just get held up in court and all those things. So I don't think we should look at this as one piece of legislation as something that's being rushed through. It's going to be everything that comes after it, and what leadership the Prime Minister is going to take from there.
Okay, George, what do you say to that?
Well, just quickly, I agree. Not every Indigenous community is opposed to projects. In fact, one of the chiefs with whom the Rachel Notley government worked most closely just outside Edmonton now sits in the Conservative caucus, and was a huge proponent of getting oil to Tidewater, and understood the benefits to his community, and their community supported it. So I want to be clear, no one's suggesting, or at least I'm not suggesting, there's some kind of monolithic opposition. What I'm saying is this piece of legislation does all those things that Susan said, and then one minister gets to throw it all away if they want to. And that's a major problem with this legislation. And again, what's going to happen, even if you want to get things done, when you try to rush things through, like there's a reason why Rachel Notley and Justin Trudeau were somehow the first people to get a pipeline to Tidewater. Because when there was a Conservative premier in Saskatchewan, a Conservative premier in Alberta, a Conservative premier in British Columbia, and a Conservative Prime Minister, they couldn't build anything because they couldn't get support for it, because they were trying to rush it through too quickly. And you have to build that support, and this bill does not learn those lessons. In fact, it runs in the opposite direction.
Okay. Well, we will watch. As we say, the government's trying to get this passed through the Commons before the end of day tomorrow. But before we're done, I also want to talk about Pierre Poilievre. We now know that the leadership review for the Conservative leader will be in January. But up against that, let's take a look at a Nanos poll here, because Nanos just tracked the fact that, since the election, you see there the Liberals have actually widened the gap of their lead over Conservatives. 2% on Election Day, April 28th, about 12% now as of June 17th. How does this add to the challenge that Pierre Poilievre has in terms of, justifying the fact that he should still stay as Conservative leader, Susan?
I think he's got some explaining to do, and he's calling up people himself instead of having the party do a proper postmortem on what went on. I think what you say to a leader when he's on the other end of the phone to you, who might be the guy sticking around in caucus and deciding your future, is a bit different than what you're able to say in the anonymity of a more proper, fulsome review of things going on. Those numbers mean Mr. Carney is on the right track as far as Canadians are concerned. That means people aren't thinking about Mr. Poilievre right now. And those numbers with that gap like that means people who actually voted for Mr. Poilievre in the election are turning and saying, well, this Carney guy's not so bad, and we'll park our support here for the moment. The other Nanos number that was super interesting is Carney's approval ratings as Prime Minister, 49.7%. Poilievre's down at 25 or something like that. Yeah, it's really low. Actually. Yeah, 24. Yeah, super low. Big gap on that too. So he's off the radar screen right now for people, and people aren't unhappy with the guy who's on the radar screen.
Okay, complicates the picture for Poilievre trying to keep his job?
No, I don't think so. Just one piece quickly on the leadership review thing. I think having the leader pick up the phone and call people directly to see to get their feedback, not filtered through staff, not filtered through the IDSM report, is actually a pretty good thing, and a pretty solid leadership. Pretty solid leadership.
That's a tough call.
I was going to say that. Yeah. Okay. Well, people are going to be honest, though. I mean, it's a career in the line. But getting back to the main point, look, any government coming out of an election in which they win tends to have a bit of a honeymoon period. And yes, Mr. Poilievre doesn't have a seat in the House, so he's not up there grilling the government every day. There's been a lot of pomp and ceremony with this government over the last month, with the King visiting, with the G7. So, I mean, Carney's been out there on some of these big files. Some things are happening. But yeah, Pierre's going to take some time over the summer. He's going to get out there, meet with Canadians. The caucus is in great shape. They're very united, jubilant in the new people that are part of it, and he'll be back in the Commons with a seat on September 15th, and we'll be right back to normal. Oh, you will, and you'll get to see him much more over the next
quickly
number of years.
Before out of time, George, what do you say? Because it goes to the question of whether or not the party's better off with or without Pierre Poilievre.
Well, I think the party has become Pierre Poilievre as part of the issue that the Conservatives are going to have to deal with. And so I think he's pretty safe because people can't imagine someone else leading. I mean, that said, with Mark Carney taking up space well to the right of Paul Martin and encroaching on a lot of that progressive Conservative space, I think it's good. The Conservative Party itself is going to have a lot of thinking to do over the summer and how they redefine themselves so they can try to pull back some of those moderate Conservatives, because those people are gone to them.
Okay, well, that is the discussion. I'll note the fact that this is the last strategy session until the new season, unless something happens between now and September. But for this past year, for everything that we've done, you've been on and off, but appreciate you, Jordan, appreciate you, Susan, and of course, George, thank you to you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Well, joining us now is former Foreign Affairs Minister Lloyd Axworthy to continue the conversation on the G7. Lloyd, good to see you again. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Michael. Nice to be here.
Now, you are a veteran of these gatherings, and when you look at the competing interests that the Prime Minister had to navigate in Kananaskis, what do you make of Mark Carney's performance chairing his first G7 conference?
Well, I think he did the best under the circumstances, but I think it's time we took a pretty careful look at the G7 itself. I agree with Peter Harder that the G7 is really, I think, diminishing in both influence and in relevance. Let's be honest about it. We can talk about stuff G7 approaching, quote, the Kananaskis charter on wood fires. Well, what we don't have is a charter saying, what do we do about the use of fossil fuels, which is the reason why we have worldwide outbreaks of these kind of forest fires. The same thing on Ukraine. President Zelensky was specifically invited to find a forum in which the United States president would be part of a collaborative group. And of course, it seems Donald Trump can't stay any more than 24 hours at any meeting in Canada. And all of a sudden, the Ukraine commitment, which is absolutely essential, the G7 was basically neutered on this. I think Mr. Carney, was dealt a pretty weak deck to begin with, because anything that Donald Trump is involved in is clearly something that has all the potential of risk and damage, and of course it has. So I think I really prefer us to be realistic and honest about appraisal and realize why the G7 seems to be prestigious is increasingly losing its effectiveness in actually initiating actions to solve world problems in a collaborative way.
Okay, let me jump in there. You say it decreasing in its capacity, but is that a function of this one president? Because we know that Donald Trump does not like multilateral efforts. Is that because of this one president, or do you think this is basically the dying days of an organization that just marked its 50th gathering here in Canada?
Look, there's an old saying about the old order is dying, the new one hasn't been born. I think we're seeing a lot of the disappearance or really shakedown of institutions that we've honored and that we felt useful. But it's time to start thinking of some new ones. And how do we redesign our system to take into account of? Donald Trump is not going away. He's around for another 3 years. Are we going to have another 3 years of G7s and the kind of parody that goes on in these things? Or are we going to, stand up and take some stands on this? I think, for example, the G7 has made a mistake in the past of not adding some new members from the global south, Korea, Brazil, Australia, who were democratic societies and could actually bring to the table a different kind of a voice. And I think the only way to deal with Mr. Trump is to simply drown him out and have enough countries who have the will and the resources to provide alternatives to U.S. policy. Otherwise, we're going to be living in a world in which the kind of mendacity of Donald Trump is going to be triumphant.
You say a different voice, and I'm going to move on from Donald Trump here because there was several voices heard, as we heard from Senator Harder. Day two oftentimes is dedicated to inviting leaders not part of the G7 list of countries, and one of the leaders invited this year was, of course, the Prime Minister of India. And I'm going to read to you here a bit of the joint statement that was released after the bilateral meeting. It just wrapped up in this last half hour between the Prime Minister of Canada and India. The statement says, Prime Minister Carney and Prime Minister Modi reaffirmed the importance of Canada-India ties based upon mutual respect, the rule of law, and a commitment to the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity. The leaders agreed to designate new high commissioners with a view to returning to regular services to citizens and businesses in both countries. Again, that was the joint statement just issued in the last half hour or so, Mr. Axworthy. But the Prime Minister was criticized for inviting the Prime Minister of India to Alberta. Did Canada lose any moral high ground by including Narendra Modi in this meeting?
Well, it lost it with the Sikh community, who feel very strongly about the what they see as the persecution of Mr. Modi's government. But I agree the importance of having a meeting with him and trying to reestablish some contact. I think that makes good sense. But the communique, once again, didn't deal with the real issues. The real issues are that there's a fundamental question about the Khalistan movement, who were considered to be terrorists in India and considered to be sort of logical and important members of the Canadian identity. I think it's time to be just a little bit more open and left Bafflegab. But I think it's another example, Michael. I'm not trying to be harsh, but I'm glad that they had the meeting, and I'm glad that there is an effort to start putting in place some proper connections. But to claim that this is sort of coming to grips with the fundamental issues between Canada and India remains to be seen.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned the Sikh community here, and I do want to point out the fact that this was not agreed to, but in terms of the Indian Prime Minister saying this. But as I go on to the statement, it says Mark Carney did raise priorities on the G7 agenda, including transnational crime and repression, security, and rules-based order. I'm wondering if that is some way to address some of the criticisms that have been lodged at the Prime Minister for inviting Prime Minister Modi.
Well, here's an angle, Michael. We had an election in which the Canadian public made very clear they want a more independent strategy in defense and trade and other things. We hear from Mr. Trump on the way back to Washington that Canada wants to join this Golden Dome. Golden Doom is actually a better word. And it's only going to cost us a mere $71 billion. I think Mr. Carney has to clear the air on this issue. Are we actually negotiating to join this kind of fantasy proposal of Mr. Trump, which is going to cost billions of dollars, suck money away from the real defense security issues we have, and actually probably generate a new kind of arms race in space? I think Canadians, and I think Parliament in particular, is owed that kind of explanation.
Owed an explanation, although, I have to say I was thinking about you today when we were hearing from Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, because we did hear from her during this meeting, essentially confirming what has been talked about here in Ottawa, speculated, if you will, that in a matter of days, Canada will sign an agreement that deepens military and security ties with Europe. You and I have talked in the past. You've expressed concern about Canada being too close to the U.S., particularly in light of comments made by Donald Trump about annexation. What do you think of this move by the Carney government to get to essentially reinvigorate the alliance with Europe?
I think it's a good one, but how do you fit that commitment with the kind of commitment that seems to be alive, or at least under discussion, to entangle ourselves even more deeply with the U.S. military systems? Is it simply a contradiction, or is Mr. Trump not telling the truth? Well, that's quite a possibility. He's a well-known liar. But I think we shouldn't be having these discussions so much behind the closed doors. I think it's time the Parliament be brought into the discussion, the Canadians be brought into the discussion. And I think, moving with Europe, but again, I think there are things that we have to do more independently ourselves. We have to, I think the Arctic is an area where Canada has to take special responsibility and work with Denmark and Greenland and the other the Nordic countries to make sure it doesn't become a playground for the Chinese and the Russians and the Americans. These are things that I think we have to toughen up in terms of what we're prepared to do. And, you know, diplomatic language doesn't always have to be simply a form of flattery or occasion. I think Canadian people gave Mr. Carney a very strong mandate to take a very strong independent line for Canada.
Mm-hmm. Given this mandate, but you know, and I hear what you're saying about the public statements and the joint statements that we're getting out of the G7. But you know, you, as I said, you've been a part of these meetings. You've been a part of several international meetings, and obviously there are closed-door conversations. And if Canada is looking to build relationships beyond the United States, which you know we've seen movements towards that, how important was the FaceTime at Kananaskis? I appreciate what you're saying about the G7 perhaps needing to have more teeth, but behind closed doors, do you think something was accomplished there? How important are those face-to-face meetings for the Prime Minister?
Well, the potential are important. I mean, that's the place where you establish good relationships, where you get to know each other and you can share ideas and thoughts about it. And I hope that's what happened. We certainly need to do that. But the soup will be in the telling and the eating. Does this result in Canada taking more independent status? Are we actually, what kind of procurement are we going to do? Are we going to sort of cancel the F-35? Are we going to buy a Swedish plane? Are we going to stop using the black boxes in our destroyers and ships and planes that come to us from the United States? People are really looking for a different signal. And right now I have to say that it's become increasingly more muted. And maybe that's just good politics, but sometimes good politics is not strong politics. Let me say, for example, if I have one disappointment, Michael, about this, it's about Ukraine. President Zelensky was invited specifically so that the G7 could establish a much stronger set of supports, sanctions, identification of ghost ships, and even the Canadian idea that was at the G7 last year to release frozen assets, Russian assets that are frozen, in order to get Ukraine to help pay for the damage and the destruction that's going on. This wasn't on the agenda at this meeting. It was taken off because some Europeans didn't like it, the Americans didn't like it, and so here was something that was a very significant move at the last G7, should have been followed up here, but it wasn't even talked about.
Mm-hmm. You know, as I listen to you speak, Mr. Axworthy, I wonder how final this judgment is, because, and I touched upon it before, but maybe we can dig in a bit deeper, because, you know, President Trump is currently the U.S. president. This will not always be the case. Is it because you believe essentially the United States, this withdrawal or this hesitancy that we're seeing from the Trump administration will be a permanent marker of our relationship with the U.S. going forward?
Well, look, I mean, I think it's a fundamental belief or trust in the relationship with the U.S. has been broken. Over half of of Americans voted for Donald Trump, and there's still his approval ratings with the right wing. He is still, and he will be president. And after whom comes J.D. Vance, who would be, you know, a kind of a mini-me Donald Trump. That particular political movements in the United States, which is taking over their institutions, their law systems, their universities, the State Department, withdrawing from any commitments, those are hard to repair. I mean, the damage that's happening right today in Africa on health issues for children and women, vulnerable people, is immense. And I think the same thing, the kind of work I do, Michael, on refugees, the withdrawal of any support for refugees is again having a horrible sort of impact upon people. If the G7 really had a kind of a little sharp end with a spear, it should have been addressing these issues. But they weren't, because those are not issues that would keep Mr. Trump happy. And so we had some good conversations. That's a plus. I think that there's been some releases, but no strong issues on the tough issues, such as how do we make sure that Ukraine is not overwhelmed by the Russian aggression? That, to me, is an issue at the center of our international politics right now.
Forgive me for jumping in, but I have about a minute left with you, Mr. Axworthy. The next G7 is scheduled for France next year. Should Canada participate in that?
I think what Canada should do is be putting some proposals out as we start negotiating, saying how do we make this system work? I mean, as Peter Harder said, it's based upon what we consider a common ethos. Well, that common ethos is not shared by Mr. Trump. So how do you cope with that? That's a serious issue. In order to revive and revitalize the G7 and give it new life, I think we have to do more than just sort of say, okay, it's happening a year from now. Let's repeat the same old sort of minuet again. I think there's an opportunity for Canada to show some leadership here.
Lloyd Axworthy, always appreciate the time, especially your thoughts as the G7 wraps up meeting in Kananaskis. You take care. Let's continue the conversation now with Senator Peter Harder before joining the upper chamber. He spent 29 years in the federal public service and in that time served as personal representative for the Prime Minister at 3 meetings of what was at the time the G8. Senator Harder, good to see you again. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
So, we heard a bit of what has happened in Kananaskis from Andrew, and obviously a very busy 48 hours for the global leaders. But when you hear the Prime Minister speak and you look at the deals and the bilateral agreements that have been accomplished, was this a successful meeting for Canada?
I think it was a very successful meeting for Prime Minister Carney. You say it's 24 hours, but it really was in preparation for the last number of weeks. In fact, he made a number of visits to various countries to prepare for the summit. I say it was successful because, quite frankly, he was able to de-risk some of the tensions that could have disrupted the meetings in advance. His decision to go for statements rather than a communique, and that the agenda of the meeting was, by and large, the priorities that he established along with his counterparts, and they delivered. Having said that, I do think that this is a challenging time for the G7. I say that because I think that the early consensus amongst all G7 as to what the purpose of the G7 isn't as broadly shared as it once was. The United States under President Trump has withdrawn in terms of seeing the G7 as a priority event, and has undermined, I think, in some fashion, the historic focus of this being the liberal, democratic, economic powerhouse of the world coming together. His comments, for example, yesterday saying that too bad that Russia and China weren't there, would suggest that he didn't share the origins, at least, of the G7.
Well, and I think that's a very interesting example you pull up, because starkly we have here the Prime Minister making a very concerted effort to stand with Ukraine. They were hoping for a joint statement on Ukraine, as we said. It had to be stepped back because of the United States. And then, Donald Trump leaves Kananaskis before day one is really complete. After the group photo was taken, he heads back to the United States. Now, of course, there is obviously a conflict happening right now between Israel and Iran, but how much of this is indicative of not only his feelings for the G7, but any multilateral process? Because that doesn't seem to be a process which Donald Trump is particularly enamored with.
I think that President Trump has, both in his last presidency and in the last number of months in this, been much more of a unilateralist, and that has its effect on our bilateral relationships and our multilateral engagement, and we have to recognize that. Now, the skill of Prime Minister Carney was to not have a disruptive event and to take consensus as far as he could on the issues that were relevant and that he could achieve a consensus on. And by the way, they will continue to make a statement on Ukraine that won't include the United States, but I'm sure that in a sense the bridge to the next G7 summit is secure, and that wasn't always thought possible.
Okay, the bridge to the next G7 summit secure, but I do wonder, and I've asked this of a number of guests I've been speaking to the last few days, as to the relevance of the G7. Is it still relevant? If the United States does not give it the respect that it essentially helped found in the beginning, is it still relevant in this day and age?
That's a very good question, and the G7 has had its ups and downs, the 8 back to 7. And the attention that it's achieved at various summits has been mixed. Having said that, it is still the high table of global multilateralism, and Canada is an appropriate and full standing member of that. But there are other tables that have taken growing importance. The G20, by the way, Canada sought to have the G20 established, so it wasn't against Canada, but we did know that you had to have a series of relationships quite outside of the uniqueness of the G7 in terms of Western economic democracies to include broader representation from other countries. The second point I'd make on this is the G7 has always had an outreach strategy. The day 2 has always been a gathering of heads of government from various parts of the world.
Which you saw this year with India as well as
there was a time when it was often Africa, when we were dealing with AIDS and pandemics and debt relief. Often Africa was involved. China was often there. India has been part of the outreach since 2018, I believe. So the outreach part has always been a feature of the G8, but it is a competitive landscape.
Okay. Well, you know, I hate to say it, we never have enough time, but I do appreciate you coming by and sharing the expertise. Senator Harder, always good to see you. Thank you for this.
Thanks so much.
Well, let's continue the discussion now and reach out to former Foreign Affairs Minister Peter MacKay, currently Strategic Advisor at Deloitte Canada and Senior Counsel at McInnes Cooper. Peter, always good to see you. Thank you for taking the time.
Pleasure to see you too, Michael. Thank you.
Listen, the U.S. president, and I think we need to start there because even though this is a meeting of the G7, a lot of the focus for Canada is the trade relationship with the United States. And we did hear Donald Trump say that his primary focus at Kananaskis is trade with Canada. But he also described himself as a tariff person, up against what seems to be very positive signals about the discussions taking place between our two countries right now. What do you make of those kind of comments? On the one hand, very positive about trade, but on the other, being very gung-ho still about tariffs.
Well, it's consistent with Donald Trump in many ways, and this feels a bit like a G6+1. And you saw even in the reference in the last clip of him referencing Russia and the fact that they should be back in. He did misspeak when he mentioned it was Justin Trudeau. I was actually part of that government and quite proud of the fact that Russia was removed from the G8 because of their illegal and vicious invasion of their neighbor, Ukraine. But look, as far as trade is concerned, I think there would be nothing better for Canada and for Prime Minister Carney than to emerge with some sort of a plan, if not a trade deal of sorts. I know officials are working very hard behind the scenes, as are certain ministers. And if that were to happen, that in and of itself would be a very enormous, consequential win for Canada and for the Prime Minister.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm going to get on the issue of Russia in a moment, but staying on trade right now, Peter, even though there seems to be progress being made here, do you think going forward, no matter what trade agreement Canada reaches with the United States, that tariffs will be a reality of that agreement because we're so used to tariffs being taken away from the equation?
Well, tariffs have upset the apple cart in terms of the trade relationship with just about every country. I think there are 20 countries now where there is some form of a dispute. Interesting to note that President Sheinbaum will be there from Mexico and taking part in discussions. And of course, what we would ideally like to see is the reconstruction of the CUSMA, or the former NAFTA. I'm not so sure that will be the final outcome, but aiming high, that would be what Canada would obviously prefer. As far as other countries are concerned, we stand to either be made an example of or in fact to be a country that emerges, much like the United Kingdom, as a country that has, in a sense, survived this period of complete chaos on the trade file. So there appears to be at least a modicum of respect and reciprocal discussions happening now that will lead to some sort of a productive outcome, one would hope. It may not happen in the next 24 hours, but at least we've avoided, and this is setting a bar very low, we've avoided the sort of outburst that we have seen in the past, including going back to the last G7 that Canada hosted in Charlevoix.
Mm-hmm. Now, let's get onto the matter of Russia now, because as you said, Donald Trump mentioned that country, and of course Russia did used to attend the G7 when it was briefly the G8. Mr. Trump says Russia should return, maybe observer right now, if not full participant. Dig into a bit of what you were talking about, because, President Trump seems to be very convinced that it would be worthwhile for Russia to be invited back into the fold.
Well, absolutely not. There would never be a consensus around that, in spite of the heft and influence of the United States. What Russia did, and specifically what President Vladimir Putin has done, is tantamount to war crimes. I mean, taking children from Ukraine, this ongoing onslaught of missiles into major cities, civilian centers, hospitals, schools. There is no way on God's green earth that Russia is going to be invited back in to the G7 now, until this conflict, this war on Ukraine is over. And I remember very well going back to 2014, Michael, when the invasion started in Crimea, and then, of course, continued more recently to the whole of Ukraine. And so it would be unthinkable, unfathomable that this would happen. And Vladimir Putin should be in an orange jumpsuit at The Hague, not at a G8 meeting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we'll see where that discussion goes, because, of course, Donald Trump continues to talk about Russia and normalizing relationships with that country. But, the Prime Minister has been talking to other nations as well. You mentioned Keir Starmer with the U.S. President. Of course, the British Prime Minister was here in Ottawa over the weekend talking ahead of Kananaskis. Canada also in negotiations with the EU about forging deeper ties, including defense ties. Peter, I wonder, given how volatile Donald Trump can be, is it actually wise to be having these types of meetings as the G7 gets together in Kananaskis?
Well, it seems to be a bit of a strategy on the part of the Prime Minister to sort of flood the zone in a way, and they've taken precautionary notes not to advertise that it would be a joint communique, because we saw what happened before when the President refused to sign and made derogatory remarks about then Prime Minister Trudeau. It is interesting, though, the countries and the bodies who were there, including NATO, the Prime Minister got out in front of this NATO 2% issue by making an announcement with respect to Canada's aspirations to get there before Christmas. I'll leave that as to whether we have the budget for it and whether it'll happen. But nevertheless, these are worthwhile discussions, to be sure, Michael, because our adversaries are doing something similar. They're getting together, they're working together, they're communicating together, they're trading together, and they're stronger for it. And the Western countries, particularly the G8, but including the European Union, really have to do the same out of necessity. Now, to your question, there needs to be diversity in Canada's trade relationship with more of these countries. And I would say capitalizing on the advantage that we already have, a comprehensive economic trade agreement with the European Union, and in some cases, Asia-Pacific countries. And certainly we should be first in line to have a full-blown free trade agreement with Great Britain. So all of that is in Mr. Carney's corner in terms of hopeful outcomes. But it is all for naught if this falls apart, even at the 11th hour with the president. And it's a bit like, confronting a bear. Don't try to stare it down. Don't make any sudden movements or you'll get mauled. And that is always a danger with Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, and a very apt description, considering grizzly bears have been sighted between Kananaskis and Banff there, Peter. But listen, I do wonder about the usefulness of these G7 meetings, because, unlike, for example, NATO, which clearly has an operational mandate, the G7, is a bit more aspirational amongst democratic countries, amongst industrial economies, the largest ones in the world. Is it still worthwhile to be gathering together if, the largest market in this grouping is not necessarily on side with the other 6 members of the gathering?
That's a very apt question, Michael, and that, I think will be posed in one way or another to the president before he leaves Kananaskis, and that is essentially, are you with us or against us? And on certain of these important files, including the war on Ukraine, it doesn't appear that he is in alignment with most of the countries in attendance, all of the countries in attendance. Certainly, the presence of President Zelensky highlights that fact. And, it brings to mind, of course, the necessity, as I said before, of trying to knit these important alliances together. And, one other salient point that was referenced is energy and energy security. And so for Canada, this is a particularly unique opportunity. It's in Alberta. Premier Danielle Smith is there in the halls talking to individuals. This is a moment in time for Canada to capitalize on our incredible God-given gifts of energy and critical minerals. And so one would hope that amongst the many issues that have forced their way onto the agenda, including the Israeli-Iran war, that we will have some FaceTime with other countries to talk about the export of liquefied natural gas and other Canadian natural resources. But it's a crowded agenda. It's a very busy time. Everybody is there with their own personal items and agenda items. And to try to pack this into 24 hours, the next 24 hours, I think will not really result in the massive outcomes that we would hope.
Yeah, which goes to again the bigger question: what is the purpose of the G7 meetings? And of course, we'll see as the final news conference takes place tomorrow. But Peter, always appreciate the time. Thank you for this.
My pleasure, Michael. And I would only say that face-to-face does make a difference in diplomacy, although I'm enjoying this conversation that we're having online. I think that that chance to sit down in person and judge the dynamics and the body language sometimes very helpful in diplomacy, in my experience.
Absolutely. Peter, thank you for that.
Cheers.
Well, with more on the G7 meeting, let's bring in now the Chief of Defense Staff, General Jenny Carino. General, thank you for taking the time.
Pleasure to see you, Mr. Serapio.
And you, as always. Listen, I want to begin with something that we heard today from the EU president talking while in Kananaskis, because from her, we did hear that Canada will be signing an agreement with Europe that will go to defense procurement, allow it to take part in a defense program along with the Europeans. She says that will be later this month. Can you talk to us about what you know about that deal that's upcoming?
So I don't have the details on the deal per se, but it is clear that we want to be an ally of choice, a credible ally, and we do want to make sure that we have that interoperability with our European partners. So those type of collaboration and partnership are extremely important.
Important, as you say, but talk to us a bit more, if you will. What are the benefits of deepening defense and security ties with the EU?
Well, at the moment, we have prioritized the United States in a disproportionate manner, although this is absolutely key to a lot of the work that we are doing. There are opportunities that we can look towards with our various partners. So for sure, there is a lot of great capabilities out there that could enable our forces and again enable interoperability with our European partners. And within the NATO context, it is very important. So within the NORAD context with the United States, as we do conduct operations to effect the defense of the continent together, it is important to be interoperable so that that relationship will continue. But also within the context of NATO, this is also part of what we need to do there.
Okay, but you know, we are essentially turning more towards the Europeans with the signing of this deal. Does that cause, and I understand what you're saying about this ongoing relationship with the Americans, but does turning to Europe cause tensions with the Americans, for example, on the Golden Dome that Donald Trump keeps talking about, which he seems to want Canada to be involved in?
So the Golden Dome is an American term to describe the plan that they want to set in place for the defense of the United States. For us, Canada, we also need to have a plan for the defense of our territory along with the Arctic. But it is also important to do it in collaboration with the United States because it is much better doing it together. So although the United States have a huge amount of capabilities, they can't do it alone, and having us as a credible partner to the North is hugely enabling to each other. So in terms of detection, in terms of interception of potential threats coming our way, again, that collaboration is key to have a better defense for the whole continent.
So does that mean, for example, fighters and ships perhaps with the Europeans and the Golden Dome with the U.S.? Is that what you're talking about here then?
Well, the Golden Dome is, for us, it is a defense that we do in a NORAD scenario. That collaboration within NORAD is key. For example, in all domain awareness. So we have to be able to see and detect what could come at us from space, air, maritime, and underwater scenarios. So it is important that how we equip ourselves allow us to better operate together.
Okay. Now, of course, the Carney government just last week announced that Canada would be ramping up its NATO commitment and hitting that 2% of GDP target by the end of this year, not the 7 years that the Trudeau government outlined last year. You know, when you look at the money being spent here domestically, salaries, ammunition, arms investments, really here at home, when you look at what this country asks the military to do and where the status quo currently is with Canadian forces, how important will that investment be for CAF and D&D?
Those are very, very important investments as they go towards investing in the foundation of the Canadian Armed Forces. By that, we mean all the basic that we need to do our work in the most effective manner. So it's additional personnel to go back to our full strength. It's recruiting. It's about also training, having the necessary resources to train the additional people we will be onboarding. It's also about, again, ammunition. For that training, you need ammunition. You need the necessary funding to maintain your equipment up to a readiness level that is absolutely required to do our work, and then be ready to operate when called forward. So those investments are absolutely key in actually going to the foundation of what we know what will increase our level of readiness.
Mm-hmm. Now, you know, my last question here, because I'm quickly running out of time, but I do want to ask you, because here you are, a career officer, and we're now hearing more and more Canadians talk about the need for Canada to stand up for itself, to make sure it has the capability to defend itself and not just rely on our American neighbors. You know, on a personal level, for someone who has dedicated her career to the military, what does it mean to you to hear that as both a soldier and a Canadian?
Well, to me personally, the mission of the Canadian Armed Forces, this is something that I've believed in since the first day I joined the military. The context was in such a way that we were equipped to go forward for the type of mission we were asked to do over the past 30, 35 years post-Cold War. But the environment has drastically changed over the last 4 or 5 years, as well as the technology and the type of threats that are now aimed towards our territory and can reach our continent as we speak. So our geography does not protect us as well as it used to be. So those investments, that support, will allow us to do our work better and get us ready for now and the future.
General Carignan, always appreciate the time. Thank you for this.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too. Well, of course, we are at the end of the week, and that means it is time for the Ottawa Bureau Chiefs. Robert Fife, Ottawa Bureau Chief for the Globe and Mail. Tonda McCharles, Ottawa Bureau Chief for the Toronto Star. Joël Denis Bellevance, the Ottawa Bureau Chief for La Presse. Hello to all three of you.
Hello.
Hi, thanks for having us.
Okay, so we've been gearing up for the G7 meeting that essentially kicks off on Sunday in Kananaskis. But obviously, we now have this event between Israel and Iran. Is that going to throw off the agenda? Will it derail the agenda at the G7, Bob?
That's a really good question, and I can't answer it. But I think it's going to have a huge impact on what the leaders are going to be dealing with, because as we speak, we know that Iran is targeting Israel at this very moment. So I think it's going to have a big impact on the whole G7 summit. I can't predict what is going to be, because we don't know what's going to unfold over the next few days, right? But even just leaving all that aside, the actual G7 agenda is going to be more important with the bilaterals. You know, all these leaders want to get a chance to get together with Donald Trump. They all have their own agendas. So I think from journalists who are going to be covering this is less that what the outcome of the G7 is going to be than these bilateral meetings with all of the leaders who are going to not only meet with Prime Minister Carney, and that I think is going to be important for us as well, but it's what everybody who gets the chance to talk to Donald Trump and comes out of those meetings that are going to set the agenda. And all of that, nobody has a clue, because, you know, who can predict what Donald Trump's going to say, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I'll believe he's there when I see his plane take off from D.C. and actually, and his motorcade arrive in Kananaskis. Like, I really think, though, that it does influence to a great extent a bit of their talks, right? Previous to the eruption of violence last night, you know, there was one working session, one working breakfast devoted to Ukraine and NATO, and then there was another session on global security. But I think that they can't escape dealing with this. It's a very precarious time for the globe. And so I think it rises up to the top of a multilateral agenda, if not all the bilateral discussions among some of the key players. But yeah, every G7 summit matters not just for who's coming and who's Zooming who in the hallway, but it also matters for the moment it's held in, and this is a particularly fraught one, I'd say. And so I can't believe that they won't be compelled to come out with some kind of statement on the need for de-escalation in the Middle East, and some kind of, even though that wasn't the plan, trying to avoid disruptions with Trump, to come out with a joint statement. They've got to somehow commit to a unified stance in resolving this crisis.
Yeah, although I wonder if it becomes a G6 plus one, since Donald Trump today, of course, saying that, you know, what's happening here really should speed up Iran making a deal, some type of nuclear deal, rather than calling for de-escalation.
G7 summits are usually about the economy, and everybody was thought, well, it's going to focus a lot on Trump and tariffs, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know how much of that is going to be dealing with that now, simply because this is so unpredictable what's going on right now.
Carney's agenda, actually, though, was focused on a whole bunch of topics already at the outset to avoid exactly that clashes with Trump. So there's global economic security, there's energy, there's emerging technologies, AI, quantum computing. They're very devoted to dealing and doing deep dives down into those issues as well. So we'll see. But I think that really it is the biggest, most juicy stuff is going to be who's talking to who and what comes out of those bilateral talks.
Yeah, but then throwing this other ball into the juggle, though, which is now what's happening between Israel and Iran.
Absolutely, and it's not going to be the first summit that is influenced by international events like this. Let's remember when Russia invaded Crimea, in the territory Ukraine. Russia was expelled later from the summit of the G7 that was at that time G8 and then it became G7. And Mr. Carney has made the point of inviting a lot of international leaders to that summit that are not part of the G7, namely Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, to discuss what can be done to ensure there is some more security talks or peace talks with Ukraine. Now, I think this will have to be added to the table. And as Tanta mentioned, there's no plan to have a final communique agreed upon by all the leaders. There might be a push now to have something more common on that front, because if the Middle East erupt, the Middle East erupt into a full war, that's going to be more dangerous for the whole planet.
Yeah, but still, as we said, unpredictable, because it's hard to know where the United States gets.
It's also going to be fascinating for us to watch. Carney's a serious guy. He's got an agenda, he's got a vision, and we're all, as journalists, are going to watch this. This is the first time he's going to have all these world leaders together, and we're going to have an opportunity to see how he performs. I mean, we don't know how he's going to perform. We're all going to watch. We know that he's done excellent work when he was the Bank of Canada, Bank of England governor, and all of these other kind of forums, but this is the first time we're going to see him perform as a Prime Minister at a major group of leaders, more than G7, because we've got a whole lot of other leaders, and it's going to be fascinating to watch.
Well, let me jump on that, because I do wonder about what image, what message the Prime Minister is trying to convey here, because you all alluded to it, but when you look at the guest list here, it's more than just the member states of the G7. We're talking about the Secretary General of NATO, we're talking about Volodymyr Zelensky, we're talking about, controversially, the Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. But what is Mark Carney trying to accomplish with this meeting? Because it is a meeting of global leaders beyond the G7.
Yeah, and I think that there are multi-pronged goals of his in inviting those various leaders for different parts of the conversations. Obviously, Zelensky is very much there for his concern around the resolution of the war there and how it gets led. Is it a U.S.-led negotiation, or do they have a say in it? And is any ceasefire or any agreement going to be enforceable? That's a very focused discussion. But a lot of those other countries, if you notice, either they are leading other international summits this year, important ones like the UN Conference on Climate Change, the next one, or the G20 in the case of South Africa. But there is also an attempt, I think, to bring together middle powers from different global regions who want to say in how the big powers deal with some of the problems that affect them. But there's also Carney said it in his speech on defense earlier this week. He talked about the difficult sort of time for the rules-based order in the world right now, and talking about forging partnerships with like-minded countries, along different lines. And I think he's got that goal as well. I think he's trying to solidify different alliances, and we'll see if he succeeds. But I think that the number of countries, it's very common. G7 hosts often invite other country leaders. Famously in Italy, Berlusconi had invited Muammar Gaddafi, and he came with tents and camels and everything. But I think Carney has very carefully picked country leaders who have roles in conflicts that are perhaps not necessarily understood more broadly. But the UAE and Saudi Arabia, had he come, they have a very key role to play in the resolution of the Middle East conflict. So I think that's what you're seeing there.
And those two countries also have a lot of investment in intelligence, artificial intelligence. Clearly, Mr. Carney wants to tackle a lot of global issues at that summit. So for his first steps as the chairman of the G7, but also on international scene, welcoming those leaders, I think he's got high ambitions. And in a very interesting way, tomorrow he will be meeting the Prime Minister of Great Britain, Keir Starmer, who's coming to Ottawa to meet the meeting. And so that, I think, is probably to make sure that Canada and Great Britain play the same cards at the same time, so that they can push together their agenda. And we'll see whether Mr. Carney will have also a meeting with Emmanuel Macron, the President of France, with whom he met soon after he became Prime Minister. He knows quite well. Tana and I were there during that trip. So he knows how to play his card to try to create alliances with Canada that can push the Canadian interests further.
Yeah, you know, they're all talking to each other already, right? Britain, France, and Germany were talking today. Britain talked to Trump this afternoon. They're all already working the phones and building the basis for the conversations face-to-face next week.
Okay, so very quickly, literally 20 seconds for you. What are you watching out for when it comes to the G7 as it starts next week, Bob?
Well, how does the Prime Minister handle Donald Trump? It was a disaster the last time we had a G7 thing in Charleroi where it blew up on Justin Trudeau. So he's got to manage him really well. And how does he deal with the geopolitical threats that are facing the country? And this has just been thrown on his lap now. Yep. How does he deal with Iran and Israel? We don't know.
No, same. I mean, those are the big key things that we've all got to watch next week. And I mean, you know, I get that he was very deft in sort of trying to avoid conflict by taking a joint statement off the table at the outset. But I still think that what I heard from every G7 country this week was that unity of purpose is really important coming out of the G7. And so how does that get reflected?
Yeah. Clearly, Mr. Carney wants to put his stamp on the international relationship of Canada, the foreign affairs policy of Canada, but with that summit. I'll be watching also whether Canada and the United States can get an agreement on abolishing the tariffs. There's been talk that there might be an exchange of documents between the two capitals that may achieve that. We'll see. As Bob mentioned so forcefully, Mr. Trump is a very unpredictable man. We don't know what we can expect from him, but that's going to be something I'll be watching.
Yeah, unpredictable even before what took place between Israel and Iran. Now a greater level of unpredictability. Somber times. Listen, Bob, Tonda,
thank you.
Joe, Denis, thank you very much.
Thanks. Have a good weekend.
You too. Well, to talk about what is happening, happy to have on the program this evening Christian Lubrecht, of course, strategy expert, professor of political science at the Royal Military College, as well as Queen's University. Christian, always happy to have you with us. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, Michael.
So this attack happens, Iran retaliates. Israel says this is going to be a 14-day campaign, but could go longer, rather. What's the goal here? Because, you know, yes, it is to prevent Iran from developing a nuclear weapon, but can that really be accomplished in the time frame that Israel is quoting?
No. And Israel has already come out and said that it is not able to take out all of Iran's nuclear capacities. It, of course, can slow down the ability of Iran to develop its program, and ostensibly that's the purpose of the strike. But I think what's going on is actually something else. That we know that, of course, the U.S. and Iran have been negotiating an agreement, and we know that the outlines of that agreement look surprisingly similar to the agreement that the Trump administration tore up in 2018. So is Trump really going to go in front of the international media and announce an agreement that looks kind of like the one that he tore up? Or is this an opportunity sort of for Trump to force Iran into concessions and into real concessions that Iran has been unwilling to make? And from an Israeli perspective, Israel and Netanyahu in particular didn't want Iran and the U.S. to get an agreement, let alone something that's similar to 2018, because Israel at the time already felt that this agreement did not meet its objectives and its interests. So yes, it's Israel sort of doing the dirty work in return to lay the groundwork for Iran possibly to make some concessions. But of course, this is a massive gamble, and the possibilities for miscalculation are huge.
Yeah, and you know, and to what you just said, we know, for example, Donald Trump has already come out and said that Iran should take this opportunity to make a deal. We know as well that the United States knew that this strike was going to happen. But as you said, a great gamble here. What is the risk of this becoming a wider regional conflict?
Well, Israel itself is trying to control that risk. So if you look, it was very surgical at what and who it targeted. So it targeted the senior leadership of the nuclear program, and it targeted the senior military leadership. In particular, it targeted senior leadership of the Revolutionary Republican Guard Corps. Because it controls the elite units within the Iranian military, in particular those units who would be retaliating and planning that retaliation, but it also owns the nuclear program. And in addition to that, we know Israel targeted a senior meeting of Air Force commanders. So it really makes it much more difficult for Iran to retaliate. And of course, Israel took out a bunch of missile sites and air defense capabilities. But it left the political and the religious leadership intact. It appears not to have targeted a single person there. And so this is really a signal to Iran that you have an opportunity to make the right decision. And it's not that Israel would that Israel would just be able to get Iran to sort of change course all of a sudden. But I think the challenge for Iran is really its own population, because if Iranians sense weakness in the regime, there's a high risk they'll go on the street and they might actually generate a revolution. And there's nothing that regimes that came to power through a revolution that fear more than their own people, because they know exactly what could happen. And so if the regime senses weakness domestically, I think to save itself existentially, it might be willing to sit down with the Americans and possibly cut some sort of a deal. And that might then be acceptable to Israel.
You know, I obviously the United States is Israel's strongest ally, but I'm wondering regionally, does Israel have any regional allies in this fight? Because, you know, as we talk about the gamble here, that has to be part of the calculation here, how other countries in the region might respond.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as saying ally, but I might say sympathizers. And of course, they're the same sympathizers that have been surprisingly quiet about Israel's conduct, including its conduct with regards to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, that are the regimes that are now surprisingly quiet about Israel's attack on Iran. And that's, of course, all the Arab states in the neighborhood, because those Arab states have no love lost for Hamas and Hezbollah. And so Israel has effectively been doing their dirty work. And they, of course, have no love lost for Iran. And they sure don't want Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon or want to avoid it as much as Israel does, only they don't have the capabilities, intelligence-wise and military-wise, that Israel does. So there's certainly some sympathies within the region. And of course, there's also sympathies internationally, because, of course, the same countries that only last week that came out and criticized Israel for its humanitarian conduct in Gaza, and then this week came out and sanctioned a couple of members of Netanyahu's cabinet, now all of a sudden find themselves lining up behind Israel and sort of tacitly saying, well, we sort of support Israel in its strike on Iran, because, of course, nobody in the West has an interest in having sort of another North Korea on their hands when it comes to Iran acquiring nuclear weapons. So Israel certainly does have support. The question is, how long can it sustain that support? And of course, Netanyahu, being very Machiavellian, the Machiavellian politician that he is and the survivor that he is also using this occasion, of course, to distract from all the criticism and the humanitarian calamity and disaster that's going on in Gaza, so that he can continue to pursue his political and military objectives in Gaza, but less under the gaze of the international community.
And as you say, a big gamble, as there are many parts to this whole story. But listen, Christian, always appreciate you walking us through and helping us understand it better than we do. Christian Leuprecht, thank you for the time this evening.
Thanks for the conversation, Michael.
Well, to talk about these latest musings from the U.S. president, we're now joined by Flavio Volpe. He is the president of the Auto Parts Manufacturers Association. Flavio, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So here we have Donald Trump talking about tariffs once again, if in a perhaps wistful way. There's still no indication, though, that Canada will ever be free of tariffs, or the threat of tariffs at the very least. And as a result, we do see, if not current production, investment moving south of the border. It makes me wonder, Flavio, you know, has Trump's tariffs already had the effect to kill future business in Canada?
Well, we saw the April export numbers from StatsCan in automotive, and we're down 23%. And that's April's numbers. May is going to shock some people. It's having the effect of dampening automotive production in Canada and in Mexico. It's not raising automotive production in the U.S., and certainly it's not moving production, but forward investment decisions are being biased to the U.S. It's not good. We worked hard and we successfully, Team Canada successfully got auto parts removed from the tariff list, but that's only half of the parts that are made in Canadian factories. The other half go to Canadian production. And if less cars are made here, that's less parts that are made here. That's less people who have a secure future here. He is absolutely making an effect on Canadian automotive, and we're supporting the federal government in the hope that whatever grand bargain we can pull off with the Americans, we can get an exemption, a USMCA or a CUSMA exemption on Canadian cars like we did on Canadian parts.
Mm-hmm. So that is the hope, as you say. But and I don't have to tell you this because you sit on the Canada-U.S. Advisory Council with the Prime Minister. There has been talk in the last year or so about government procurement being used to offset some of the pain that's been caused by these Trump tariffs. And we now have the industry minister this week talking about the automotive sector getting into defense production. How attractive would that option be if the goal here is to save jobs in this country?
Well, I think it's good creative thinking, adding defense production and procurement to some of these existing lines. Some of the vehicles that are qualify for defense purchasing, like from Rochelle in London, use a chassis that is also a light truck chassis that can be made in Canadian assembly plants. We know that the product in Oshawa being made by General Motors, the Silverado, there's a light armored vehicle Silverado as well. The one caution I say to everybody, we need to think creatively and add different products, but defense volumes and engineering tolerances and pre-qualifying of suppliers is a completely different game than automotive. So it's a great addition. It's not a good substitute. You'll end up with very big contracts because military equipment costs a lot more than civilian equipment, but less actual vehicles being produced means that it's not a good substitute for the parts suppliers or the tool makers in this country who need volume to keep their businesses going.
Okay, so as you say, not a substitute, but perhaps a good addition to help industry go forward, if I'm hearing you correctly. But how quickly could assembly plants in this country, for example, retool itself for more defense production? Is that easily done?
It's not. But there are some of the assemblers here, like General Motors, as I said, in Oshawa, on the same chassis, make a military version. And so that would not take too long. You'd have to make sure that those suppliers are qualified to build that vehicle here, and a bunch of other different approvals that you do when you're building a defense product that you wouldn't for a product that's used by you and I on a daily basis. To make other things like proper light armored vehicles that have been built for decades in London, or tanks and heavy armored vehicles, that's a longer process. You've got to, just like when you land a car assembly investment, you've got to build the acquire the factory, build the production line, approve all the engineering, and then get it going. But I would be undaunted by the fact that these are longer timelines. Make an investment today for fruit that's born 3, 5, 10 years out. Those are lessons I think we need to learn from this current crisis where the White House has turned against Canada. We may get through this crisis, we may make a deal, but it's now not just a theory for future presidents. If they want to, put a thumb in Canadian eyes, you've got the precedent, and we know just how tough it is to get out from under that. So we should build some insurance in.
Build some insurance, as you say. I think it's interesting the moment that we're in, because certainly going into the federal election campaign, there was talk about this need for a Team Canada response. There was some resonance of that through the campaign, but as it came to voting day itself, it seemed to dissipate a bit. And I think there are some Canadians who think we might be beyond this crisis at this point. What would you say to that?
Well, I think we're still under the threat of tariffs in major industries in this country. Steel, aluminum, automotive. We still have the IEEPA tariffs, even though we have an exemption on them for the rest of the economy. There are a lot of goods in this economy that are not CUSMA compliant for reasons that the customer doesn't need it, or they're for export markets in addition to the U.S. it's a major threat. The president continues to muse, as he did today, that he could drop a new tariff at any time, and the punitive tariffs, and he doesn't respect bilateral or multilateral agreements until such time that Canada makes a deal with the U.S. that has enough meat on it from the Canadian offering that it would hurt the U.S. to walk away from. We are not out of this crisis. We have a very calm prime minister and senior leadership that's doing a lot of high-level, discrete negotiations, but those are negotiations without guarantees. And if the PM, who's at the heart of it, is saying we shouldn't relent, we should understand that we're still in a crisis, I think the rest of us shouldn't get confused that even though his language is calm, we're not past anything yet.
Flavia Volpe, always appreciate the time. Thank you for this.
Thank you very much.
Well, for more on this, we're now joined by Eleanor Olszewski. She's the Minister of Emergency Management, joining us right now from the foyer of the House of Commons. Minister, good to meet you. Thank you for making the time.
Really appreciate it, Michael. Happy to be here.
So, let's begin with today's briefing, because based on what we heard, 2025 is already shaping up to be the second worst wildfire season on record. We're still officially in spring, not yet summer. Given the high temperatures and drought conditions expected in the months to come, are resources where they need to be to meet the challenge of the summer?
Yeah, and you used the right word, Michael, and it is challenge. It's indeed a challenge, but we have every confidence, and Canadians can have confidence that between the Government Operations Centre, which monitors wildfire conditions across the country, and also the Interagency Fire Center, that we are able to not only monitor wildfires but respond to them in an appropriate fashion. And just generally speaking, Michael, just for the benefit of people listening, that's generally done. The response starts on a local level. And then it's a shared response. That's the principle that emergency management is based on. So we start locally, provincially, and then we move on to when and if assistance is requested, then the federal government steps in.
So you stand at the ready, as you say, once
Yes.
called in by the provinces and local officials. But here we have a situation where we're detecting or following wildfires all the way from Ontario to British Columbia now at this point. What can you tell us about how well prepared the federal government is and the resources are to meet any call from the provinces or local official?
I would say that the federal government is well prepared to meet any requests for assistance, and where we've seen those requests in the last few weeks have been with respect to air evacuations. And so you'll know that Matthias Colum First Nation, as well as Cross Lake, and then more recently Sandy Lake in Ontario, the two provinces, Manitoba and Ontario, did make requests for Canadian Air Force assistance, and those requests were approved immediately. And then the process of evacuating people from those communities began in earnest right after the requests were approved. And I'm just really, first of all, Michael, grateful to the members of the Canadian Air Force and the Canadian Coast Guard and all of the other first responders that were involved in basically moving people from these remote communities to places of safety without life of loss or limb. And kudos to those individuals, because they put their own individual safety at risk in order to help and save others. And it's so very much appreciated by our department, and I know by all Canadians as well.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's an important reminder that these are women and men who run into danger where others would run away from. But as you say that though, Minister, and I hope I can ask this sensitively. We did hear, for example, last week, Leah Gazan, the Winnipeg MP, criticized the federal government's response, saying that it failed to uphold, and this is a quote here, failed to uphold the dignity and well-being of First Nations when it comes to evacuation efforts. So that said, I'm wondering two things: whether or not you have spoken to Ms. Gazan about her concerns, and secondly, what you might be doing to address those concerns.
So I can advise that I did indeed talk to Ms. Kazan about her concerns, and I've also been throughout the last few weeks in close communication with Minister Galmasti, and you may know that she's in charge of Indigenous Services Canada, and they are the government entity that are basically that entity's there to assist First Nations when they're involved in a wildfire situation, and particularly in terms of evacuation, and then providing supports for First Nations peoples when they're moved to an actual evacuation site. So First Nations would have had an opportunity to deal directly with Indigenous Services Canada. I can also say, Michael, I know that that some of the Grand Chiefs did raise concerns, and we don't take that lightly at all. So in the weeks to come, I will be meeting with my federal and, with my provincial and territorial counterparts, and also with Minister Galmasti to make sure that we understand where there might have been gaps in communication and that we address those appropriately.
I know we're quickly running out of time, but before we're done, I do want to ask one more question of you, Minister, because it has been raised, given the number of natural disasters Canada now deals with, it seems on an annual basis, that it might be worthwhile to create some type of national agency to coordinate response and resources. And I know there are several different agencies, but there has been the suggestion perhaps they should be grouped together, much as the United States has done with FEMA. Is that something that your government is considering right now?
It is absolutely, and certainly, I've only been the minister for a few short weeks, but I have heard a number of different people speak about such a national strategy or a national agency, and I can assure Canadians that the safety of Canadians is paramount, and we'll be looking at each and every way, various options, and a national strategy or national agency is one of them, to make sure that we're responding to wildfire and other emergencies in the absolute best possible way. So I am committed to looking at the various options, absolutely.
Is there a timeline in your mind when you say that?
I would say that my priority at this point in time is really making sure that we deal with moving people to safe places in terms of evacuations. And then once that's accomplished, and that may be that we can't turn to that till closer to the end of the summer and the end of the wildfire season, then I'll be looking at that in earnest. But throughout this process, really taking lessons learned from what's happened to date and what will happen over the weeks to come, because we do expect it, as you say, Michael, for it to be a very challenging summer months across Canada, unfortunately.
Yeah, as you say, unfortunately, but very thankful for the time this evening, Minister Olszewski. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Michael. Really appreciate it, and I hope to talk to you again soon.
Absolutely. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Well, let's now talk about the week that was here in Ottawa. And to do that, we are now joined by our political strategist, Susan Smith, Liberal strategist, co-founder and principal at Blue Sky Strategy Group, Conservative digital strategist Cole Hogan, and George Sewell, former NDP Director of Communications, now founder and principal at On Step Strategies. Hello to the three of you.
Hello.
Hello. So listen, I'm going to begin our discussion much as the week began, and that being on defense, because of course Monday opens up with the Carney government saying that they will meet the 2% GDP target that NATO sets for its member states, at least right now, and not only meet that 2%, do so by the end of this year. Moves up the time frame by 7 years, $9 billion that will be injected into defense. And to that, I'm kind of wondering from the three of you, how much leeway does the Prime Minister have to do this so quickly, putting that much money? Because on the one hand, we could be looking at other programs suffering because of this. On the other, the government could be spending more money when it promised that it would be more fiscally responsible than the last government. Is it leeway or headwinds that the Prime Minister will face on this, Susan?
I think from a public opinion perspective, at the moment, it's leeway. This is an industrial policy, it's an economic policy, it's a sovereignty policy, it's a security policy, it's a defense policy. And what the Prime Minister has signaled is long overdue bolstering of our defense spending, both from our global commitments, but also on the domestic side of things. Procurement's going to be sped up. We have a new Minister of Procurement. The military is going to get a 20% pay raise. That's really important. And we're going to buy more Canadian things and if required, more European things and fewer American things. And when you invest, what people may not know is if you purchase something from a military perspective from another country, the companies that you purchase from must spend the corresponding amount of dollars into Canada. So it's actually, there's an upside to Canada. When you invest, you actually generate more investment in the country. So I do think the Prime Minister has some leeway. It's not often that Canadians are behind defense spending. But if you look at the Arctic, you look what's going on with Donald Trump south of the border, I think he's got support for that.
Cool.
Sure. So I think, I agree with Susan's point. I think there is, widespread support for this military spending. I think it comes in at $9.3 billion. So we're going to have to see where that money comes from and how the government will pay for it. Yesterday, Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives said that they support additional military spending, that they support the Liberal government getting to the 2% of GDP NATO commitments. But we're going to have to see exactly where that money comes from and how exactly this works. And that's why you see the Conservatives continue to push for a budget sooner than later so we can see where this money will come from. But I think to this point so far, pretty broad-based consensus on this because the military sorely needs it.
Which of course, devil's always in the detail. And at this point, we're looking at the promise rather than the implementation. What would you say, leeway or potential headwinds here for the Prime Minister?
Well, I think the answer is yes to both. I mean, strangely, I'll agree with Susan. So we'll start off on a good point. I'll agree with basically.
Buy a lottery ticket. He just agreed with Susan.
I'll agree with basically everything she said, actually. And I think that all of those things are true. I think that right now he's got a lot of leeway. I think he's, the honeymoon is going well. He's, trying to move quick action. I think the headwinds will come when the bill becomes due. And I think, there will be cuts. Where will those cuts come from? What's that going to look like? And if there's not cuts, it's a growing deficit. So how does he deal with that? Once the honeymoon's over and we're paying the bill on this, there's going to be some questions. I think I'll add, though, the other concern is this was a real opportunity, I think, to invest in the North. I think we have to be acknowledged that the Arctic is a target of Russia, China, and frankly, America. And so I think it's good that we're spending money because we can no longer count on America to come to our defense because they might be the ones that are attacking, frankly. But I think there's a lot that could have been done there, right? There's a lot of infrastructure that could have been built, roads, community centers, broadband, water, all kinds of things that could have been done for communities in the North that could have legitimately counted as military spending, but also improved for the people in the North. And I think, we heard Laurie Idlout this week talk about the Inuit sometimes being used as human flags, staking claim. And I think that while some of that work is going to be done, I think a lot more should have been done. And I think we'll see how this rolls out. But I think a focus on that would have and should be part of what comes next.
I think it will be, George. I think you're right in flagging it, but I do think that that's going to be part of that $9 billion spend. It's clear the Prime Minister is aware of both the opportunity and the challenges that we face in the North. It's key to our defense and economic sovereignty, and it's something we have the U.S. doesn't. And so I agree. I don't think you'll see the Inuit used as flag wavers anymore, or flag. But I think you'll see the kind of investment in the North, and it'll be allocated towards defense spending and dual infrastructure. That's what they were talking about. Can we build a road that helps our defense and sovereignty and security up there, but also is beneficial to communities up there or industry up there?
Well, I will say, having been in Saskatoon for the First Ministers meeting just, a week and a half ago, the territorial premiers are very enthusiastic about the potential, but it's still potential because we don't know what the details are. So potentially it could be something great, and I think you kind of alluded to it. I think part of it, and I don't know if you want to comment on this, is how well the Prime Minister and the government sells it. Less an expenditure and more an investment. I think that kind of parlance will be interesting to see how that emerges. I don't know if anybody wants to say about that. I think the
Prime Minister's been talking about investment since before he became Prime Minister, about investing in the country. And I think at the moment, people see it as an investment, both in those three things that I talked about, our economic security, our economy, security, and our sovereignty.
Yeah, and right now it's hard to find imperfections on a blank canvas. We have a lot of these promises and everyone seems to be broad-based consensus, even even on this panel, but we'll see what happens when, the devil is in the details and we get to see those.
Okay, and with that sets up the Conservative leadership.
There we go.
Is that devil or details?
I wasn't going there. However, I do want to raise the fact that, and this goes to a poll that came out from Nick Nanos, a recent poll, where he basically noted that since the election, Pierre Poilievre's numbers have plummeted, and that's his word, not mine. And we know the Conservative leader will have to undergo a review, as laid out by the Constitution. If you lose an election, there will be a review. And I guess the question is whether or not it continues to make sense for the party to keep Pierre Poilievre as its leader, given the fact that A, he did not win the election, B, he did not win his riding, and C, no matter how you look at it throughout the whole campaign, when Canadians were asked who their preference was to be Prime Minister, it was not Pierre Poilievre. Does it, and I'll begin with you on this one, Cole, does it make sense for the party to hold on to Pierre Poilievre as leader?
Yeah, so I think there's a few things at play here. Obviously, resignation of Trudeau, election of Mark Carney as Liberal leader, the free fall of the NDP, Trump was another big factor here. And in that jumble of situations, there was still Conservative gains. So on the positive side, you have 25 new seats. You have seats in Kitchener, London, Windsor, Hamilton. You won, 3 million extra votes. You have 41% of the vote, the highest share since Mulroney. Those are all the positives. So now there's new people in caucus who probably don't want to jump into a leadership review right away, so we haven't seen it from the caucus side. But, just like any other election or any other political party, he will have to face a leadership review at the next convention, whenever that is. I think that he will have the support of members because if you remember back to 2022 when Pierre Poilievre was running for the leadership race, the membership was about 220,000. Now it's 675,000, and that's mostly due to Poilievre's leadership. So I think when I look at that membership, that looks a lot different than it did under Andrew Scheer and O'Toole. They'll look at the progress that he's made, and most of them are Poilievre conservatives. So I think he has the support of the membership, but we'll have to see how it actually plays out and if there's any, organizing dissenting factors. But I would feel pretty doubtful about that outcome.
I think part of the question, though, is to whether or not, yes, he's appealing to the membership, but is he appealing beyond the membership? So what would you say to the question as to whether or not it's worthwhile?
Cole had a big long list of what Pierre Poilievre has said about why he should stick
your
around.
Tongue. You were very good.
Oh, yeah. I was just waiting to see if he would manage to also include likability, trust, people's whether or not people felt that Poilievre was the guy who could handle the country and handle the economy and position Canada globally. Those were things that people clearly said no to, and those are things that people clearly said no to in his own riding. He didn't even win his own riding, got spanked, 300 votes he lost by, or give or take. So I think that's very much a question. I don't know, and Corey would have to correct me, are the Conservative members from 2020 Cole. Sorry, Cole. Sorry, Cole. Sorry, Cole.
Okay.
I'll slow down.
It's his cousin.
You would have, are they members for life? Do they still like Mr. Poilievre in 2025 after they got nowhere again with him? And then very much the question, and you said it right off the top, post-election, when people are seeing more of Carney, including people who didn't vote for Prime Minister Carney, they like him. They trust him. His trust numbers are up. They think he's handling the economy well. They think he's the guy to handle the economy. So I do think Mr. Poilievre does not have a flat road to retaining his leadership. It doesn't mean he won't get up over the mountain and back down again, but he's going to have to change gears on his bike as he goes up that hill, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, what would you say, George? Because, interesting, I think a lot of Pierre Poilievre's numbers from his election in 2023 up until the federal election was that he was the anti-Trudeau. And without the Trudeau, is there still does it still make sense to have the Poilievre?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, and I think the answer probably is no. But on to what Cole said, and I've heard the Conservatives constantly talk about it's because of the collapse of the NDP. These unique situations with Trump are the results or why we ended up not quite winning the election. Look, I'm all happy to blame Trump for the results of those elections, and I actually agree to some extent. But they take that, they blame Trump for all the negative of what happened to them, but don't actually accept that some of the positive came from that as well, right? NDP collapse doesn't directly mean more conservative seats. It means that in some places it means, or it doesn't mean fewer conservative seats. In some places it means that there could be more. It depends on what riding you're in. So this idea of everything in this election meant that we all the bad things are other people's faults and all the good things are our fault misses reality. And I think the other thing that imagine a Liberal or NDP leader who was living in fully funded public housing, who needs to be escorted by a member of parliament into the House of Commons, or not the House of Commons, like into the West Block to give a press conference. It can't be walking around the building without somebody holding his hand, essentially. And getting away with that, and then spending $1.6 million just to be able to run in one of the safest seats in the country to get his jobs back. And Canadians are going to pay for that. I think the Conservatives would be losing their minds over a Liberal or a New Democrat doing that. And meanwhile, that's what Poilievre's doing right now. And I think at some point, I think that's going to click with some folks, and I think that's going to be a problem for him.
Okay, listen, I'm going to move on because I do want to also talk about the upcoming G7, because you talk about the popularity of Prime Minister Carney right now, and I wonder if it's going to take a hit because of the guest list that's causing controversy right now in the G7, including the fact that the Prime Minister has invited the Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, to Kananaskis. George, what do you think about the potential pitfall this presents for the Prime Minister?
Well, I think this is something that can be easily ignored by folks who kind of forget the news or aren't really kind of in the middle of this. But, Prime Minister Modi, and it's fine to say, look, we need to do business with India, but at what cost? And like, the economy matters and jobs matter. But when you have a Prime Minister who has been credibly tied to the assassination of a Canadian on Canadian soil, and then now we hear reports that confirm what some of us already knew, but that also credible ties to both the stalking, essentially, and planned to kill the leader of a major federal political party, that being the then leader of a major political party, that being Jagmeet Singh, and the fact that he needed to have close protection, and his family was at risk, and he had to give birth to his child. Well, he didn't give his birth, but his wife gave birth to his child under while security was kind of surrounded because of credible threats from the Indian government, and again ties to Modi directly. And you invite that Prime Minister to our country to negotiate with and shake hands, and as if nothing's wrong. I think most Canadians would recognize that yes, economy matters, yes, trade matters, and yes, we can overlook some things, but at some point you can't shake the hands of someone who's doing those kinds of things on our soil. And I think that's something that Carney, if he doesn't wrestle with right now, is something that's going to be part of the rocks in his backpack that are slowly being put in that will weigh him down as the honeymoon wears off.
Cole?
Sure, we'll see if Mark Carney gets, domestic heat on foreign issues like this. And we've seen members of Carney's Liberal caucus come out and express displeasure with inviting Modi over to Canada for the G7. So we'll have to see how that plays out long term. If caucus is vocally, going on TV and expressing their opinion, I understand as well, the Liberal, Mark Carney wants to put his new stamp on this new government and, claim things as his own. So now that's taking the form strategically of well, we're going to do business with these other countries, given that we can no longer rely on the United States, even though we're hammering out the final details of a potential deal. So now, Carney and the federal government are looking elsewhere. But how does that balance out with how international issues play out domestically?
Okay, Susan?
I think Mark Carney wants to demonstrate that Canada and he can walk and chew gum at the same time. I think he's known for direct speak, and what better way to directly address the issue with Prime Minister Modi than face to face. I understand that people will be upset, there's no question, and definitely the stories attached to Modi are not great. But, and you have to find a way to deal with that, not but, and you have to find a way to deal with that. So Carney's got the G7 leaders coming to town, or coming to Kananaskis. He's invited the Saudi
Crown Prince
as well. He's invited Modi as well. We've got Donald Trump there. There's all kinds of things that could happen, but you can bet only one thing will not be the story. I think we were talking before, there's not going to be a joint communique at the end of the meeting. They've already agreed to that. So I think his goal is to achieve the kind of progress that he can in the areas that he can. And by slamming doors, you can't fix things, I think is his approach for the time being. And why not go straight on with Modi? And if it doesn't go well, there's a bunch of other things going on too at the same time.
But sorry, just quickly on this, again, this is another example of Mark Carney running the place like a business, like our country like a business, and set up so it's the bottom line before people and other considerations. And if this is some kind of elaborate plan to get Modi here and we can arrest him, then I'll be happy to come on the show next week or the week after and be proven wrong. Wow, that was brilliant of Carney to track down this guy who's credibly been attached to the murder and planned murder of Canadians on Canadian soil. But I don't think that's what it is. And you don't have to shut down. In fact, we do trade with India. So you can continue to do that trade and just tell the Prime Minister, you can't be here right now because we have a huge sick population that are under threat by your government, period. Right? I mean, the same with the Crown Prince. There are too many. It'd be great if we said there's no trade, but we don't. We have trade with them. We continue to do business. That's fine. But the difference between doing business with them and inviting them and rolling out the red carpet is stark. And I think that it is a step far too far, and I think that it is a mistake. And again, it's another example of Mark Carney thinking he's the smartest guy in the room and trying to run this country like a business. And I think that's the kind of thing is going to, again, people are giving him a lot of passes right now, but I think it's going to catch up to him.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it all shapes out in the G7. Without a doubt, we'll speak about it again next week. And too, very quickly with India, of course, the Hope Commission said that they are one of the largest perpetrators of foreign interference in this country, and there are now individuals facing criminal trial as to being accused of being agents of India involved in the murder of Mr. Nijjar in British Columbia. So things that we're tracking. But for this week, George Sewell, Susan Smith, Cole, don't call him Corey Hogan.
Sorry.
Thank you very much for the time.
Everybody's a liberal there.
We'll talk again next week. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much.
Why wouldn't Donald Trump be in Kananaskis?
The United States is no longer a democracy. This is an authoritarian regime. I think there's an incredible naivety about dealing with Donald Trump. And I'm not blaming anyone for it, but we're dealing with in completely uncharted territory. Donald Trump has made clear again and again that he doesn't believe in the international rule of law. He supported Vladimir Putin relentlessly while undermining the Europeans. He's threatened Canada. He says that we don't have a right to exist. So we're dealing with an autocrat who sees us as a inclusive, diverse, equity-promoting country as a threat. I'm not saying that Prime Minister Carney is going to block Donald Trump at the border. I think that would escalate things dramatically. But we need to start talking much more clearly about the threat to democracy that is happening in the United States, because it's a threat to Canada and it's a threat to the world at this point.
Okay, you say we. Does that mean you expect those discussions to be had around the table between all the G7 leaders? Or are you talking about Canadians, while the world's attention is on Kananaskis, to be talking in one voice about this? What are you actually referring to there?
Well, one of the things that's really struck me since Donald Trump became elected, I think ordinary Canadians have stepped up. I think we were sleepwalking. I think Canada was sleepwalking to a mega-like disaster prior to Trump's election. But I talked to people from across Canada. The boycott has been an unprecedented powerhouse in terms of putting pressure on American states and putting pressure on supporters of Trump. I mean, $12 billion in vacation travel gone out the window. American wine sales to Canada down 90-some%. Canadians, I think, understand the threat. But what worries me is that we have this ability of sort of talking about Donald as though he's, oh, it's Donald, who he just says stuff. It's going to go, it's just him being him, when he's been very clear in his attacks on democracy, his attacks on the European allies. What I would like to see is that the Prime Minister works with our European allies, and I'm not here to undermine the Prime Minister at this point. I think it's all hands on deck for Canada. I don't think our premiers are stepping up the way they should be. I think some of them are actively undermining us. But we as a nation really need to be thinking bigger than just saying, well, maybe the budget will have something for Alberta, and maybe the budget will have something here. We need to be looking at how does Canada reposition itself in a world of gangster regimes. Maybe some of that will happen at the G6, and I say G6 because Donald Trump will be coming, I think, as a disruptor. We have to start building those links with the other countries.
Okay, well, let's get back to the G7 and Donald Trump's attendance. Ben Rosewell is a former Canadian diplomat. He served this country for many years, including serving as ambassador to Venezuela. These days, he's now convener of the Circle for Democratic Solidarity. Ben, thanks for joining the program again.
Nice to be here. Thank you.
So listen, a lot to talk about because, the gathering in Kananaskis next week is already proving to be controversial, beginning with the attendance of Donald Trump. We just spoke to former MP Charlie Angus. He wants Canadians to raise their voices, essentially, short of disinviting the U.S. president. He wants Canadians to express their concerns about what is happening south of the border. So I'll begin there. Should Canada and other members of the G7 be making any kind of statement about the actions that we're seeing in the United States right now?
The G7 is a group of liberal democracies. This is what makes us effective as an international grouping. It's that ability to come together around shared interests and shared values, the shared way that we see the world. And so when one of our countries acts in a way that's not consistent with the principles of democracy, I do think it's appropriate. Now, it probably wouldn't be in the group announcement that's made, which is called the communique. That's the main output of any G7 summit. Obviously, that would require the United States to criticize itself. So this is probably not the moment. But what's happening in the United States is extremely worrisome, not just for American citizens and the basic human rights that are under threat now, but also for America's partnership with the rest of the world. It's been predicated on a system of government that we had shared up until recently. And now that that's no longer the case, it does place the international relationships the United States have in question. And I do think that should be made explicit.
Made explicit. I'm wondering about the discussion of, Charlie was talking about calling it the G6, everyone but the United States, because I wonder for the G6 then, how important is this meeting for the democratic world? Because, the last time we spoke, you noted the fact that the United States is walking away from its traditional role as leader and defender of liberal democratic values and order. So what opportunities does this meeting in Kananaskis then present for the other countries of the G7?
So there's a tremendously high stakes for the cohesion of liberal democracies and our ability to make decisions together. We assure our security by working together with other liberal democracies. We assure our prosperity by working together. So the capacity of those 6 plus the European Commission, which actually still means 7, the capacity that we have as liberal democracies to keep working together is absolutely essential. Donald Trump may walk out of the summit. That's what he did last time when he was at a summit hosted by Canada. We need to anticipate that and be able to continue to take decisions of the remaining liberal democratic countries together. So in that sense, I do think it's essential that those countries maintain their ability to work together, and that will be a key test for the success of the Kananaskis Summit.
Yeah, a key test, as you say. So what then do you make of the very fact that, for example, Narendra Modi is invited to attend the Indian Prime Minister? Because, India is the world's 4th or 5th largest economy in the world. But is it problematic that Prime Minister Modi has been invited while India stands accused of harassing Canadian citizens on Canadian soil and agents of that country accused of murder in this country in Harjit Singh Nijjar?
Well, I should say that the criminal investigation does continue, and that Prime Minister Carney announced that he was able to extract that concession from the Indian government, that there will actually be law enforcement cooperation, something that India had previously refused. They'd refused to talk to the RCMP or to even receive some of the evidence that had come forward. So there was that. Now, this is extremely serious. I mean, it's so rare in international relations for one country to be accused of murdering the citizens of another on its own soil that it can never be minimized. That's got to be taken extremely seriously. But the fact that Prime Minister Modi has been invited into coming, I think, is actually a reflection that the stakes for Canada and for Canadians are even higher now that we have the United States breaking from our ranks. The fundamental pillars of Canada's prosperity and sovereignty, the grouping of liberal democratic states and the extremely tight embrace that we've had for 80 years is coming apart. And in order for the remaining liberal democracies to be able to effectively take decisions together, we need to be able to present a common front when we're approaching other major powers. And that's, I think, what's really at stake in the invitation to Modi. It's not to say, we recognize you as a liberal democracy along as our side, because it's not a liberal democracy. India itself shows some worrying signs of authoritarian rule, but it is a major world power. And if we are going to combine our forces as liberal democratic countries and economies, we need to be able to speak with one voice to India, to the United States, and I should say, to some of the other countries that are also invited to attend the G7 summit.
Yeah, you say other countries, and of course I'm thinking about Saudi Arabia and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, because that's an invitation that's been extended and also proving to be controversial. Talk to us about that invitation and what the G7 needs to be doing there.
So the G7 has an economic agenda as well as a political agenda. And at the top of the economic agenda is energy security, and that would be the conversation to have with Saudi Arabia. I think the more significant discussions that will happen will be those with fellow liberal democracies. So I'm extremely pleased that Mexico has agreed to come. I hope this puts an end to the really short-sighted and kind of foolish suggestions that somehow we should jettison our relationship with Mexico and pursue a bilateral deal with the United States. That would be exactly what President Trump wants us to do, which is to divide us and conquer us. So hopefully we can repair some of the damage done to the Canadian relationship with Mexico because of the reimposition of visas. If we could remove those visas, even better, because we really do need to have Mexico in our corner in some of the struggles ahead. Well, I should also point out that Prime Minister Albanese, freshly re-elected after opposing some of the hostile moves by the American government against the Australian economy as well, will be coming there. So some similarities in the kind of political situation between Australia and Canada, an opportunity to develop some new bonds. And we have the president of South Africa coming shortly after he suffered a humiliation in the White House. And I think this is an opportunity for the liberal democratic countries of the world to show our solidarity with South Africa and our rejection of the way that President Ramaphosa was treated by President Trump.
So a lot to be watching for as the world leaders gather in Kananaskis. Ben, always appreciate the time. Thank you for this.
Always a pleasure.
Well, happy to say that Charlie Angus joins us in studio this evening. Charlie, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
So here you have this news conference. You lay out this searing indictment of Donald Trump. You liken him to other authoritarian figures. You call him a threat. But, ultimately, the G7 is an economic gathering of democratic countries. The United States is the world's largest economy. It is also right now a democracy. Why wouldn't Donald Trump be in Kananaskis?
The United States is no longer a democracy. This is an authoritarian regime. I think there's an incredible naivety about dealing with Donald Trump. And I'm not blaming anyone for it, but we're dealing with in completely uncharted territory. Donald Trump has made clear again and again that he doesn't believe in the international rule of law. He supported Vladimir Putin relentlessly while undermining the Europeans. He's threatened Canada. He says that we don't have a right to exist. So we're dealing with an autocrat who sees us as a inclusive, diverse, equity-promoting country as a threat. I'm not saying that Prime Minister Carney is going to block Donald Trump at the border. I think that would escalate things dramatically. But we need to start talking much more clearly about the threat to democracy that is happening in the United States, because it's a threat to Canada and it's a threat to the world at this point.
Okay, you say we. Does that mean you expect those discussions to be had around the table between all the G7 leaders? Or are you talking about Canadians, while the world's attention is on Kananaskis, to be talking in one voice about this? What are you actually referring to there?
Well, one of the things that's really struck me since Donald Trump became elected, I think ordinary Canadians have stepped up. I think we were sleepwalking. I think Canada was sleepwalking to a mega-like disaster prior to Trump's election. But I talked to people from across Canada. The boycott has been an unprecedented powerhouse in terms of putting pressure on American states and putting pressure on supporters of Trump. I mean, $12 billion in vacation travel gone out the window. American wine sales to Canada down 90-some%. Canadians, I think, understand the threat. But what worries me is that we have this ability of sort of talking about Donald as though he's, oh, it's Donald, who he just says stuff. It's going to go, it's just him being him when he's been very clear in his attacks on democracy, his attacks on the European allies. What I would like to see is that the Prime Minister works with our European allies, and I'm not here to undermine the Prime Minister at this point. I think it's all hands on deck for Canada. I don't think our premiers are stepping up the way they should be. I think some of them are actively undermining us. But we as a nation really need to be thinking bigger than just saying, well, maybe the budget will have something for Alberta, and maybe the budget will have something here. We need to be looking at how does Canada reposition itself in a world of gangster regimes. Maybe some of that will happen at the G6, and I say G6 because Donald Trump will be coming, I think, as a disruptor. We have to start building those links with the other countries.
Okay, building links for other countries, building resiliency is another way that people are putting it. But, you know, at the end of the day, though, the United States still is this country's closest and only geographically connected neighbor. At some point, we're going to have to figure out how to work still with the United States, or do you disagree with that premise?
I think what's really concerning here is, I mean, we've been neighbors, we've been friends, we've been intermarried, you know, people travel back and forth across the borders. Well, the border is now a threat. When I talk to university professors in Canada who are told by their administrations they have to bring burner phones if they're going to cross the border. I mean, that's what happens when you go to North Korea. When we see people being arbitrarily detained and kidnapped, this is a country now outside of the rule of law. What's very concerning for Canada is that we live along the border. We live along the border with a country that we've never had to worry about, but now we have to worry. I think it's better to be talking about this and talking about this in the frank manner that we need to. This man is a threat to democracy. This man doesn't believe Canada has a right to exist. This man cheered on Vladimir Putin and said it was wonderful when he seized Ukrainian territory. I think Donald Trump thought we were pushovers. I thought he probably thought we were chumps, and we've shown that we aren't chumps. But it's really, really important that we maintain very strong vigilance. Maybe there will be a point that we come back to a better place. We're not going to come back to that place if America loses the rule of law and we see the rise of authoritarianism. We will not ever be able to come back at that point. But at this point, things are still in flux, and people are looking to Canada. From around the world, people look to Canada right now because it's a fragile line we're holding, but we're holding the line.
Yeah, fragile line, but it's also a fragile relationship because, you know, to get back to the point I'm making, at the end of the day, the United States is this country's largest trading partner. You know, up until the disruption of boycotts and tariffs, you know, the United States was where Canada was integrating the economy. There's going to be an element of that one way or the other going forward. Don't you agree?
Well, absolutely, we have to find a way forward. But I think the worst thing we could do would be to tiptoe around the threat. Maybe the best thing that Prime Minister Trudeau ever did in his 9 years in office was when Donald Trump threatened those outrageous tariffs that the Prime Minister came back and said, we will go dollar for dollar. Because Americans need to feel the pain. The damage that they're doing to our auto sector, if we tiptoe around, we're going to see the steady bleed off of auto sector jobs, which will destroy the manufacturing centers along the 401 corridor. But if we go pound for pound, dollar for dollar, then that pressure is on in the United States. Again, going back to the boycott, we see that, you know, some key MAGA leaders and senators are now calling for Donald Trump to back off because of the Canadian pressure. So we have to negotiate with determination. It is insane, the attack that he's launched on aluminum. I mean, this is an industry that exists across borders. Agriculture, $70 billion in cross-border trade. It's causing havoc in the United States right now. They are suffering, I would say, they are probably starting to suffer more than we are. And we have to hold that. And maybe we get back to a place where the tariffs come off, and maybe we get back to a place where we can start to rethink how steel, how aluminum, how agriculture cross the border, because we are neighbors. But right now, we are dealing with a malignant threat.
Okay, I'm quickly losing time here, but I do have to ask. Kananaskis is just a few days away. Are you going to be involved in any protests during that meeting?
I will not be out there for protests, but I encourage every Canadian to step up. I encourage every Canadian to support the June 14th rallies. We have to be out in the streets. We have to send a message to our leaders, provincial and federal, that we deeply oppose the fact that a convicted criminal a sexual predator and a man who says our country doesn't have a right to exist is now visiting our nation. So I encourage people to go out and protest peacefully across this country, and I think you'll see Canadians out in big numbers.
You know, right now, your party, your former party, is going to be holding a leadership race. Are you going to run again?
I still have the T-shirts and the buttons from running before, and it was a great experience. But we do need to rebuild the party. We do need to rebuild social democracy. So I'm looking forward to hearing what plans there will be to actually rebuild a social democratic movement in this country after the disaster of that last election.
Charlie Angus, thanks for the time.
Thank you.
According to Canada's Chief Justice, the rule of law and the independence of judges are under attack around the world. Richard Wagner says he's not referring to any specific country, but it was in response to a question about the Trump administration defying court orders in the United States. Here's the Chief Justice at his annual news conference.
There is no doubt that the rule of law and the judicial independence is under attack in many countries in the world. You know, when you see governments attacking the media, attacking the judges, attacking the lawyers, and universities, of course, that means that there's a good chance that you are in front of a dictatorship, autocratic government. But there are many places in the world living through those events right now. And I think we have to be careful. So the message for the people is be careful, but be optimistic as well. Because in Canada, we have a strong legal system.
And Chief Justice Richard Wagner is with me in studio. Chief Justice, welcome back to CPAC.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
You know, I want to begin with your comments today about the rule of law facing threats around the world. It was a question about the United States, and you know, you say you weren't singling out any one country, but do you believe, given what we're seeing in the United States, that America is potentially shifting towards autocratic rule or dictatorship because of the threats we're seeing to the judicial system?
Well, I'll let people decide on that issue. I didn't want to aim at one specific country because the problem is not limited to one country. We can see for the last couple of years that attack on the judicial independence and the rule of law, those attacks are present in many countries in the world. And that's why probably because that's why the reason why people are so anxious now, I think in Canada, maybe because of the most recent events, I agree, but it's been like that for a few years now. And you know, it's the Supreme Court of Canada is celebrating its 150th anniversary this year. And my colleagues and I have decided to visit 5 regions of Canada for that occasion. And we met people in Victoria, we met people in Moncton, and general public, students, high school students, law students, and they were all asking the same question. Do you think that what we see outside of Canada could come to Canada? And I said to them, you know, you have reasons to be anxious. I mean, we've never seen that before, but I think you should be optimistic as well, because we have strong institutions in Canada compared to the other countries. We have traditions, we have a strong bench, we have good judges, well-trained, probably the most well-trained judges in the world, governed by ethical principles. And all the stakeholders in Canada will recognize and respect the separation of powers and the rule of law. So that's why I'm saying, yes, be concerned, be careful, but at the same time, keep faith. Keep faith in your institutions.
Okay, now a lot of justices, as you know, refrain from commenting at all to media. You do an annual news conference, you do these interviews. As the Chief Justice of Canada, do you feel you have a responsibility to speak out when you see this happening around the world, when you see these challenges to the rule of law, not just here in Canada, but as you say, in a lot of countries around the world, in democracies where we're seeing the justice system backsliding?
Yeah, I think we have a responsibility to make sure to keep the trust and confidence of the people. Because if you don't have the confidence and the trust of the people, that will jeopardize our democracy. And one way to do that is to inform the people. And there are so much disinformation these days that the way that our court has decided to act is to provide as much information as possible, the right information to the citizens, so that they would appreciate their institutions. It's very difficult to appreciate and to like something that you don't know really. So we have nothing to hide in Canada. We have very strong institutions in terms of governance, in terms of legal system, in terms of universities, law faculties, and I want people to know about it so that they will keep their faith in those institutions.
Okay, lots to talk about from that news conference you gave today. I want to talk about judicial vacancies because 2 years ago you wrote to the Prime Minister over vacancies on the bench. You said it was a serious problem with serious consequences for our justice system, not just cases being thrown out of court because of delays, but also the strain of the caseload on judges. Today you're saying there's been a 75% reduction in federally appointed vacancies. So is that having the intended effect on the administration of justice and reducing some of these problems you've talked about?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There was a big, major increase in appointments. I'm very happy. Obviously, my letter worked properly. I hope I won't need to send another letter in the future, but it made a difference. It made a difference because there were some major problems because appointments were not made within a reasonable delay.
What do you see, though, as the future over the next few years for the state of our justice system, the capacity of our justice system? We've seen talk about overcrowded jails, about these continuing delays. Is the getting caught up on these judicial appointments, is that going to be enough? What else needs to be happening?
Well, access to justice will remain a challenge when we're talking about cost and delays. But I'm optimistic as well. I think that people realize, and governments have realized since we released the decision in Jordan, realized that they had to invest in the justice system. And I think that the governments, provincial governments as well, have invested. I think it's getting better. Appointments are made, but we have to look closely at the situation. It's an ongoing effort.
Right. Okay, we have a moment left. I want to change tack to something I found interesting in your news conference. You talked about artificial intelligence. That's what a lot of people are talking about today. Last fall, the Canadian Judicial Council issued some guidelines on AI for judges. Talk to us about the promise and the peril of that technology for the courts and how you see this technology being used going forward.
Now, you use the right words. There will be, and there is already, great advantage in AI. AI can produce very positive results. Management of files, for instance, in courts. But it creates also potential damages. And one of the topic in our guideline is to advise the judges that AI should never replace a judge in a judicial or legal analysis to come to a judgment. That's very clear. It will never replace a judge. The second issue is false information. We know recently in Ontario and in BC a couple of months ago, lawyers filed artificial jurisprudence that did not exist. So that's a danger of AI. So I think that people have a responsibility to make sure that everything that they file into the court record be real. And I think that lawyers have a responsibility. The law societies must be concerned as well. And that will avoid those problems.
All right, Chief Justice Richard Wagner, thanks for being here. Really appreciate you taking the time for us tonight.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And with me now is the Auditor General of Canada, Karen Hogan. Ms. Hogan, great to have you here in studio. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
I do want to begin with the F-35 report. 3 years ago, this was being billed as a $19 billion project. Now you're saying the true number as of last year is closer to $28 billion, and there are other costs of up to $5.5 billion to be added on top of this. So can you break down where exactly this disparity is coming from, that we have such a big difference now between what was given to Canadians at the end of 2022 and now?
I think there's two elements that contributed to the increase in cost of this project, some which were well within control of national defense and some that were not. So the first number, that $19 billion, was based on outdated information. There was more up-to-date information available for the cost of planes that were not factored in to the original estimate. Then add on things like inflation, foreign exchange fluctuations, and just the global demand for weapons and equipment have just increased the costs. So those are the big drivers between the $19 billion and the $27.7 billion. The way National Defense splits up its projects, there were other projects that were needed, some infrastructure and missiles that were essential to have the F-35s be used as intended, and that's where the additional $5.5 billion that we identified should be added if you want to look at the total cost of transitioning from CF-18s to CF-35s.
Okay, so how should Canadians look at the cost of this? Because we've talked about the cost of the F-35 for years, and you're talking about potential extra costs coming up through the years. What does your work looking back say about what the costs could be going forward?
Well, back in 2018, my office did an audit on the CF-18s, which are the fighter jets that Canada already has, and we found that there was a shortage of qualified pilots. And we see that that risk still exists when we look at CF-35. So regardless what plane Canada ends up buying and flying, you're going to need a pool of qualified pilots. And so there's certain risks that I would like to have seen better managed based on our previous work that we've issued more recommendations on today so that they better manage costs and better manage some of those risks.
Yeah, you talk about the pilot shortage. You also talk about construction being behind schedule for fighter squadron facilities, one at Cold Lake, one at Bagotville in Quebec. Walk me through what's happening here with those delays and what it means for the F-35.
So National Defense tried to get ahead of things here. They knew that they needed to update their infrastructure at Cold Lake and Bagotville as well as across the country. And so they started to plan for that well before a decision was made on what aircraft to purchase. So then when the decision was made to get CF-35s, they had more specific information about what was needed in that infrastructure. And that's where the plans are not very responsive. They're sort of reactive to risks. And now there's about a 3-year delay on having those facilities ready. So what does that mean? It means that interim facilities are needed, which are going to drive the costs up even more. The cost of that, D&D hasn't determined yet, but that will see the costs of transitioning even increase further than what's in our report.
Okay, so we know the government is reviewing the F-35 project. We expect that to be done this summer. Beyond what you've already talked about, what needs to change and what does the government need to be doing to get back on track to have this full operational capacity for the F-35 that's been promised by the year 2033?
So we issued a few important recommendations. One would be to finish their plans. There are a lot of plans about different parts of this project. It's a long, large project, a long lead time. So they need to finish those plans. But they do need to do much more regular monitoring of their costs and update those at least annually so that you don't see big fluctuations like we're seeing now. And then really a much more proactive risk management process versus the reactive one. A risk surfaces and then a plan's put in place instead of sort of seeing ahead and putting mitigation measures. So I think those three will help keep the costs and hopefully the time perspective online.
Okay, I want to shift to another one of your reports, which is looking at registration under the Indian Act. You say the government is poorly managing the process. So what does that mean in real terms for First Nations people who are trying to access services?
So under existing Canadian law, for First Nations peoples need to register under the Indian Act, and that gives them access to essential services like financial support for post-secondary education or certain medical treatments and transportation if they need to leave their community for health reasons. So these are real essential things. And what we found is that the department was taking on average 16 months to approve or to make a decision about registration under the Act. That's almost 3 times as much as their service standard of 6 months. And that's a really long time to be waiting to gain access to something that you have rights to under Canadian law.
So what's the reason for that? What is the government telling you about why we have these delays, and what are they doing to fix it?
So there were recent amendments to the Act that saw an increase in the applications for registration. So there is a resource constraint. But I do think the government needs to look at their processes to find some opportunities to be much more efficient. I think the public service should say we know we can process something as important as a passport much faster than we can process an application for registration under the Indian Act, and find some ways to be much more efficient with this. There is even then an interaction with First Nations communities, a partnership with some trusted sources and administrators there, but the funding for them hasn't been updated either since 1994 or is unstable and unpredictable, and that's not a good way to help transition some of these services to First Nations people. You need to give them the training, the resources, and the time to deal with this.
Right. All right, another report, GC Strategies. This is a company that you've dealt with before in terms of your reports. Last year there was a scathing report on the ArriveCan app, which is linked to this company. But in today's report, it seems you're identifying a wider problem when it comes to contracts with this company. Why were the rules not being followed more strictly across the wider breadth of the federal government?
So this is our second report on professional services contracts. The first one came out a little bit after the ArriveCan audit, and it was linked to contracts with McKinsey & Company. And now we're looking at contracts with GC Strategies. This was in response to a motion in the House of Commons. So it's taking us back to the exact same time frame. If you may recall, when I issued that report for McKinsey, I said I had no reason to believe that this would be unique to this one vendor. And here we are confirming that that's not the case. I think that the federal public service needs to sit back and say, why is there so many rules that are just not being followed? These rules are meant to ensure transparency, accountability, and good value for money. And is there too many rules? Are people circumventing them to go too fast? So I think the government has to figure that out and then make a decision about whether they need to reduce rules or just retrain folks on the rules that are there and apply them.
Okay, but as you say, it's not the first time we're talking about contracting rules in the federal public service with these companies. You've talked about some possible solutions. What do you think the sticking point here is, that we haven't seen more action towards making sure that, yes, these rules are being followed, that everything is on the up and up?
So as I said, the time frame here is a time frame we've already looked at. So I wasn't surprised that this is just confirming the findings that we had beforehand. There were new changes made following of the work on ArriveCan, and I haven't been able to see whether or not that is actually going to improve the process. What I am concerned about is it's adding another step or another rule, and I really encourage the government to take that step back and figure out, do we have too many rules, and what can we do to make contracting with the federal public service more efficient, and then make sure that the rules are applied.
All right, Auditor General Karen Hogan, we have to leave it there, but thanks for your time as always.
Thank you.
Well, for more on NATO targets and Canada's spending plans, let's bring in David Perry, President and CEO of the Canadian Global Affairs Institute, someone who studies defense matters very closely, especially on the financial side. Dave, good to see you. I want to start with what you make of the numbers you're reading today as you go through this plan, the $9 billion for this fiscal year.
I think the big takeaway is that add it all up, they should come at least pretty close to us hitting our 2% of GDP mark, the NATO investment pledge we committed to back in 2014 that we haven't been meeting since that time. So this is a pretty important step to see the Prime Minister take, both making the announcement and giving a quite good speech, which I think hit a lot of the right notes, and then actually coming forward with the money the same day, which hasn't been something we've tended to see in the past.
Well, I want to ask you about the actual spending of that money and whether this is a feasible plan, because, we've often talked about, can the government actually spend the money it sets aside for defense, whether it's issues with procurement, delays, lapsed spending. Do you see anything different with this announcement that gives you some optimism that this time the ball will actually be rolling?
So both good and bad. The bad is that the announcement's being made basically 3 months already into the fiscal year. This is actually the time of the year when the departments start to actually try and figure out what they think they won't spend by the end of the following March. So it's an announcement that's coming well into the planning cycle for the federal government. So actually moving this forward is going to be kind of tricky from that point of view, just in terms of where we are in the annual financial cycle. I think the good thing is that, as Lisa was explained in some briefings this afternoon, the Department of Defense is focused on a bunch of more executable spending areas than I think might have otherwise been the case, and is usually the case with new announcements. So there's a little bit of money for capital investment, but mostly to top up project budgets that don't have enough to add additional quantities onto existing orders. The other funding, though, is for improving readiness, so tagging extra money onto the spending we do on maintenance and repair, providing some extra funds for a couple different aspects of personnel. I think probably the biggest chunk of that is going to be a pay raise for the troops, which is a relatively straightforward exercise to get approved, and you can make it retroactive if you want to. And then some of the other pieces, making investments in the defense industry. There's been a couple of different initiatives that have been chugging along, but not actually actioned yet. Didn't see the detail today, but there's some existing production mechanisms that could be pulled pretty easily, like extra ammunition purchases, extra light armored vehicle purchases, as an example. And then the last chunk they talked about was a partnership. And I think with all of the different signaling that's come from the Prime Minister specifically, as well as other members of the cabinet, I am guessing that funding, or at least a good chunk of it, is going to be for Canadian participation in the Rearm Europe program.
Right. As you say, a lot of breadth to what the government was announcing today, between boosting salaries, spending more, spending to boost the defense sector and those international partnerships. Was there anything missing in this announcement today that strikes you as significant?
I think in terms of an end-year announcement, not really. I think the big thing will be, and that actually wasn't part announced by the Prime Minister, that they're going to do another defense policy. The ink's only been dry on the last one for a little over a year, but I would presume that new policy would work within a resource envelope that starts at 2% of GDP being committed as a minimum, and looks upward from there. One of the big constraints we've had in past defense policies is trying to figure out exactly how much money the Department of National Defense could entice or convince the politicians to start spending, and then working back from there. This is a bit of a different dynamic, where you've actually got a relatively stable start point at 2%, which is a completely different funding environment for the armed forces to work with as they craft the new policy. So I think the forward-looking piece is the one thing that there wasn't much detail on today.
Okay, well, I want to, in the time we have left, talk about NATO, which is where that 2% target came from. Now, the Prime Minister said the fundamental goal is to protect Canadians and not to satisfy NATO accountants. But the pressure from NATO and allies is only going to get bigger, because we are hearing that new figure of 5% of GDP as a spending target when NATO leaders meet later last month. Where do you think that leaves Canada?
In a better place than we were before this morning. Can't get to any higher target, 3.5%, 5%, until you get to 2% first. And we were we were one of only 3 countries on the last report to come out of the alliance that looked at spending across both the 2% investment target, as well as the other target we have of spending 20% of what we do spend on defense to go towards expenditures on equipment and research and development. We were one of only 3 allies meeting neither of these targets, which did not put us in good standing with our alliance counterparts. The Prime Minister made a comment today about not being too concerned about NATO accountants. I think he is concerned about how the other NATO heads of state look at Canada, or at least the heads of government look at Canada. And I think he took a good step forward today to trying to restore some of the Canadian credibility that has really, I think, eroded in the last decade, as we have not met the commitments we signed up to in 2014, and until today didn't actually have a plan to actually get there.
Yeah, and one of those NATO heads of state is, of course, Donald Trump. So I want to close with you on a question about the United States and how you think this announcement today is connected to these Canadian negotiations with the U.S. on security and trade, and what we've been hearing from American leaders about Canada's defense capacity.
I mean, I think given the importance of the United States, the Canadian relationships of a whole bunch of different kinds, economic, defense, and security, that this is going to be subtext for all of those negotiations. I think this commitment today, the funding of it, puts the Prime Minister and puts Canada in a much stronger position in those discussions with the United States, because our underinvestment in defense has been a chronic irritant in the Canada-U.S. relationships, not just a feature of the discussions with President Trump. Those have just been a little bit more pointed in public. It's been a lingering irritant over successive American administrations. So this is a big step forward to taking that off the table. Now we're going to have to talk about the future and getting beyond where we are today to a new investment pledge target. But this is certainly a very important overdue step in the right direction.
Okay, David Perry, thanks for your time on this. Always good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, well, let's get a response from the official opposition. James Bazan is the Conservative Shadow Minister for National Defence, joining me from Parliament Hill. And we should say that we did reach out to the government. The Liberals were not able to provide someone today for a panel, but we will speak with Mr. Bazan about the Conservative view. Now, the government is promising $9 billion in new spending to reach that 2% NATO target this year instead of several years down the road. Will your party be supporting that funding when it comes to a vote as supplementary estimates?
Well, first of all, we do support increasing defense spending to meet the NATO commitment of 2%. We campaigned on that, and we do support getting there faster and getting there this year, knowing that the world is a much more dangerous place. Pierre Poilievre has been very clear that Canada has to take care of ourselves. We can't be dependent upon our allies anymore. That means that we have to make the investments in our troops, in our equipment, and making sure that we can protect our sovereignty, especially in the Arctic. So we're calling on the government to buy the things that we need as quickly as possible, but we need to know the plan on how to get there, and we do expect a budget to support this operational spending. We know that the $9 billion more spending that was announced in the National Defence plans that came out in the supplementary estimates this morning. However, it's still short of where 2% is, and so we need to know where that other money is coming from and how much more other departments are also going to increase. So, there's a lot of questions that we have here that we're going to have for the minister and the government as we go forward, and the best way that they can answer this is actually present a budget and try to get it out of here before Canada Day so that Canadians know how the government's going to spend this money that is coming from the taxpayers of Canada.
Okay, given what you have seen, though, of that $9 billion plan, the government did break it down into categories. As you look at the details to date, do you think it is something that your party can get behind?
Yeah, so we are supporting this. I think that the question becomes how they present it in the House. Normally on most of the supplementary estimates, the official opposition opposes. So if this is done in a vote line by department, I would think that we would be supportive. But there's still a lot of details that have to be fleshed out. Including how the Canadian Coast Guard is going to be absorbed into national defence. You're talking about a civilian organization that has no mandate at this current time on national security, including border patrol and protection. So are they going to be arming up our Coast Guard vessels? Are they going to be putting troops on board, or are they going to be training up some of the civilians who serve on our Coast Guard vessels as paramilitary members? Or the other question around it is what happens with the rest of the Coast Guard mandate that has nothing to do with national defense, such as fisheries monitoring, their ice breaking in our commercial channels like the St. Lawrence Seaway, and also what are they doing with the environmental program that so often referred to as one of the best in Canada, if not the world, that the Coast Guard undertakes on behalf of scientists from across the country.
I do want to ask you about procurement as well. That was part of the announcement, a promise to move forward on a new defense procurement agency, because we've heard for years about this being an issue. You know that well, given your experience on the national defense file. Did you hear anything today from the government that gives you optimism that we're going to be moving ahead on a faster timeline with actually seeing the government spend money without having funding lapse or seeing delays in these projects?
Well, they are talking about bringing forward a defense procurement agency. They've talked about this in the past. It was in the 2019 campaign. We studied this at the National Defense Committee back in the 2015 time frame of Parliament. And what it comes down to is that we need some actual leadership on this. We need to get the money out the door. The Department of both National Defence and Public Works and Procurement Canada have been very slow on making decisions when it comes to major procurements. So like right now, Prime Minister Carney's got us doing a review of the F-35. That's just, again, potentially slowing down the replacement of the fighter jets that our Royal Canadian Air Force desperately needs. So we want that review done as quickly as possible so we can get the jets that our Air Force wants. So, procurement is a difficult file. So we want to know if they're going to be doing this faster, how are they going to do this to respect the current procurement rules and regulations that we have as defined underneath the Treasury Board, and ultimately ensure that the Canadian defence industry is able to benefit from it, and ultimately where we can't produce it here domestically, if they're going to be buying it off the shelf from other countries.
Okay, in the time we have left, I want to talk about the NATO commitment and the NATO targets, because during the campaign, Conservatives, your party, and Liberals talked about reaching that number by 2030. Now, NATO Secretary General says if we think we can keep ourselves safe sticking with the 2%, forget it. And we've now got this new idea of a 5% level of defense spending, including core spending and defense-related infrastructure. Where do you think that leaves Canada?
Well, first of all, NATO needs to come to a consensus, and you can't just arbitrarily set a number and have all member states reach that goal. So I think that we've got to make sure that there's going to be consensus from all member states that this is how they want to go. For most of the countries, including Canada, just going from 2% to 3.5%, which would be the core funding, is a big leap. And then in Canada, the other funding into infrastructure becomes a little more convoluted, because they also have to work alongside the provinces and territories who are responsible for a lot of that infrastructure, whether it's highways, train, rail, as well as ports, and how that is done in a way that is acceptable under the NATO guideline. So, there's a lot of questions that need to be asked, but we're willing to look at it. We want to know how we can do more to support the Canadian Armed Forces, protect our sovereignty, and ensure that Canada is safe from the excursions that we're witnessing in our Arctic from Russia, from China, and others that have other alternative motives for traversing through our Arctic waters.
Okay, let's finish on this then. Let's stay on the international front. And in the context of today's announcement, this extra $9 billion, the plan to reach the 2%, how do you expect Canada's allies are going to react to this? How do you expect the United States is going to react to this? Does this put Canada in a better place as we head to the G7, as we head to the NATO Leaders Summit?
Well, as you know, that the 2% was originally agreed to by Stephen Harper back in 2015. Of course, we didn't form government at the end of 2015. It was then Justin Trudeau Liberal government. And for 10 years, the Liberals sat on their hands and barely moved the dial on defense spending. Actually, the increase in spending that we've witnessed over the last decade has come through new accounting measures by adding in other departments, like part of the Coast Guard in the past, as well as veterans' pensions and Global Affairs Canada budgets that deal with conflict resolution. So that type of creative accounting increased the Liberal spending a bit, but not actually a whole lot for the Department of National Defence. So I think that most of our allies would be sitting back and going, well, it's about time. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that Canada is that reliable partner, and Conservatives believe that we have to be in NATO, as well as under NORAD, and protect our own backyard first. And then at the end of the day, we have to make sure that we're not just spending money willy-nilly. We have to make sure we're investing in the capabilities and capacity that's required by the Canadian Armed Forces, including fixing the recruitment crisis that has currently been going on for far too long over the last 5 years, so that we can get up to full troop strength and be able to deal with the equipment that is aged out on us, and right now is only about half of it is serviceable and able to be used by our forces.
All right, James Bazan, Conservative Shadow Minister for Defence, thanks for joining me and offering the opposition view on all this.
I'm glad to join you. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Michael Serapio. Well, for months now, Canadians have been hearing the Prime Minister promise to build faster and at speeds never seen before, all the while promising to build the Canadian economy by also dropping barriers to interprovincial trade. Well, today, the Carney government made a significant move in hopes of achieving those goals, tabling a bill that's been titled the One Canadian Economy Act. It all begins with simplifying how projects get approved in this country.
In recent decades, it's become too difficult to build in this country. Right now, to receive approval, major projects must undergo numerous reviews and assessments that often happen sequentially, one after another, rather than simultaneously, all at once. That process is arduous. It takes too long, and it's holding our country back. For too long, when federal agencies have examined a new project, their immediate question has been why. With this bill, we will instead ask ourselves, how?
So that is the intent from the Prime Minister himself to talk about practicalities and impact. We're now joined by Pascal Chan. He is the Vice President, Strategic Policy and Supply Chains for the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. Pascal, always good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Michael.
So, of course, a big bill here from the government, but the big question really is whether or not this will be enough to jumpstart investment. What do you think?
Well, first of all, we're going through a period of turmoil right now in our trading relationship with the U.S., and businesses have been feeling that. They've been dealing with uncertainty for months now. The steel and aluminum industries have been dealing with tariffs as well since March, and so it's been very complicated for businesses to plan and invest. Now, that said, it was incredibly encouraging to see the Prime Minister prioritize tackling internal trade and nation-building projects in his electoral platform, and we're pleased to see that there's been this intention to capitalize on that momentum that's been building over the last few months by first convening the premiers almost right away and then tabling this legislation, and certainly to move quickly to start eliminating some of these remaining federal barriers to internal trade, but also to make progress on this agenda to start building the trade infrastructure we need to ultimately expand our trade capacity and diversify our trade partnerships.
Okay, so the signals, as you say, this week bookended by the First Minister's meeting, now this piece of legislation. But again, is this enough to get investors on side? Because ultimately that will be the proof in this pudding, whether or not this is a success.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll have to see, because it's very difficult for us to just transpose the trade that we have with the United States. Our economies and our supply chains are so integrated at this point. We're talking about $3.6 billion in daily cross-border trade, and so when that relationship with our closest ally and largest trading partner is in jeopardy, we now see a light shown on what we should be doing to kind of expand and diversify. And it's not going to be easy. We're not going to be able to just move that over to other markets. But these are important signals and steps that businesses need to see, and frankly have been calling for some years now, to move forward in the direction and build the infrastructure that we need to be able to move products across this country and beyond, and to show that Canadians can reliably deliver the goods.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you use the word infrastructure, and I'll jump on that point because I hear what you're saying. This could be that positive sign that industry is waiting for. But the bill does have two parts, and one is, as we said right off top, the approval process. The Prime Minister looking for a 2-year window rather than what it has worked out to be 5 years, if not longer. Is that 2-year window a positive sign? Is that enough, do you think, for industry?
Well, it's definitely a step in the right direction if you're talking about going down from 5 years to 2 years. Absolutely. Permitting on these processes are incredibly important. You look at some projects like Roberts Bank Terminal 2 for the Port of Vancouver and then Contrecoeur for the Port of Montreal. These projects have been talked about for over a decade now, and we're still not actually in the process of building them. So anything that is going to speed up that permitting and allow us to build projects, and this signal from government that it's time to stop slowing these things down and get to work on building these nation-building projects is incredibly encouraging. So obviously we welcome this legislation, and we hope that this is going to be passed quickly and that everybody's able to get to work and we can start expanding the trade that we need so dearly.
Mm-hmm. Now, the second part of this beyond approval process is internal trade. And ultimately, this is not the grand deal involving all provinces and territories. This is just federal regulations. Is that enough?
Well, first of all, removing any federal exemptions that remain under the Canadian Free Trade Agreement is that most obvious solution for the federal government. Tackling other regulatory burdens where there's duplication at multiple levels of government or lack of harmonization can also help, though there typically does remain a provincial element to the equation. Now, we've certainly seen great leadership from the premiers in Ontario, Nova Scotia, and now Quebec who have tabled legislation to that effect. We've also seen some memorandums of understanding signed looking to support removal of barriers and advance mutual recognition, with hopefully more to come given what we've heard from the Prime Minister, that there is some considerable enthusiasm around the table to make progress. But we will have to see, because there is an immense portion to be done by the provincial governments.
Yeah, as you say, a bit of a wait and see on that, but certainly, again, a significant bill from the government. Pascal, always appreciate the insight. Thank you for the time this evening.
Thanks for having me, Michael.
Well, let's continue our conversation now about this One Canadian Economy bill. Mia Rapson is the Ottawa Bureau Chief for the Canadian Press, Tonda McCharles, Ottawa Bureau Chief for the Toronto Star, and Joël Denis Bellevance, Ottawa Bureau Chief for La Presse. Hello to all of you.
Hello there. Hello.
I like how you leaned over to JD. Like you don't know him. But listen, so here we have a very ambitious bill from this government. And at the same time, not only an ambitious bill, Mark Carney is saying he wants this passed before the House rises for the summer, which, if it's on schedule, is a little more than 2 weeks' time. Does he have the political capital to get this done, Tonda?
Well, you know, he surprised us by winging through a bunch of votes this week, didn't he?
He did that.
Nobody stood up to oppose him. Yeah. So perhaps he does. The thing is that during the last campaign, all parties sort of agreed on the need to move with speed to expedite a whole bunch of resource development projects in the face of the Trump challenge. And so perhaps he does. Notwithstanding the complaints that we have heard and may perhaps hear more of from Indigenous groups, leaders, advocates saying that we haven't had enough time to really consult on this, and that you're failing to meet the standard of getting our free, prior, and informed consent that's enshrined in law. So look, I think that perhaps is going to be one of the big obstacles. Environmental concerns may be another big obstacle to a lot of this, if in fact projects are rushed through reviews. But look, 2 years is what they're calling a fast track, and they're kind of opening a window of 5 years to get a bunch of this stuff through those fast tracks. That's still, one would think, time to do some of these reviews. So let's see.
Yeah, we'll see. JD, what do you think?
Well, it just shows again the ambitious agenda that Mr. Carney has, and he will need still the collaboration of the other parties. And there's still some stuff to set up. There's no committee yet of the House of Commons that have been set up formally, so that's a part of the business of adopting some legislation. So those needs to be set up, and there's 2 weeks left to go. So some committees may want to hear some witnesses, so it might be difficult to meet that deadline that Mr. Carney is fixing. Still, you see that Mr. Carney is still surfing on the momentum of facing the United States and the tariffs and the threats from the United States to push transformation of the Canadian economy. And for now, I think there's some unanimity around that goal, except, as Tonda mentioned, First Nations want to be part of the equation as well. And Mr. Carney has been clear on that today, but will he be as clear as he pretends to be? Will it satisfy the First Nations? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. Although when you talk about unanimity, I'm also just coming back from Saskatoon. There certainly was a lot of support for moving quickly.
Yeah, they were singing Kumbaya out there. But, you know,
and Doug Ford comparing him to Santa Claus.
And then right away ran into the Indigenous concerns.
Yeah. So what do you think about the political capital issue here?
I mean, I think he probably has the political capital to get this through the House of Commons. Sounds like Pierre Poilievre has suggested that Conservatives will support this legislation. Getting it through the House of Commons is only the first step. And that's what I've been hearing from a lot of Indigenous leadership and also environment leaders. You can pass this legislation, but if you still end up in court, does it actually fast track anything? And Indigenous communities in particular are already saying that there's a lot of red flags on this legislation for their free, prior, informed consent requirements and their rights to that. And you want to fast track projects, you're not going to do it if you end up in court. I mean, this is what happened with Stephen Harper and the Conservatives during that government. I mean, a lot of things didn't get built because we were in court. And so that does not actually help. So I'm hopeful that the government has that in mind, but they want to move fast. I think it's also notable, to Tanda's point, 2 years and 5 years, that in Canada is actually fast tracking because it takes many more years than that most often to get projects from start to finish. And so it sounds like not a lot, sounds like a long time, but it is in Canadian terms actually fast tracking.
And I will point out that when you go through the bill, he does mention Indigenous consultation. They also, of course, mentioned it in the throne speech. So what that looks like in practical form is something we're going to have to follow.
It's all about that, isn't it? As we saw from the Justice Minister this week, who didn't really know his file on this, or knew the file, put it forward frankly, and then dialed it back as soon as he faced some criticism. So, I just
saying that it was not an effective veto
he's
for
saying
Indigenous
it wasn't
communities.
an effective veto. And in fact, that is the accurate representation of the law. Legally, it's been interpreted that way, as not to accord a blanket veto to communities, to Indigenous groups. However, the courts have also enshrined a very, I guess, meaningful duty to consult and accommodate, and to it puts a lot of onus on project proponents and the government to respect the community's rights, address their interests. And Mark Miller, a former minister on both those files, Indigenous and Crown Relations and Services, explained it very clearly, and also said, you can take a CEO approach to this when you can send in you can send in your government relations people or your lawyers to talk to communities, but you're only going to get a middleman discussion. Send in your CEO to respect them and listen to them and actually deal with them. Let's see if Mr. Carney is that kind of a prime minister. Is he prepared to put his capital on the line to get and secure the group's consent?
You could see the influence of Mr. Carney in this government, obviously because he's the prime minister, but the change of tone. He's putting a lot more emphasis on blue liberals philosophy, business. He wants to recreate business confidence in Canada, investing in projects. We've seen many projects being abandoned in the past because businesses got tired of waiting. Mia was talking about long time period before they got approvals. It could be from 10 to 15 years in some cases. That's too long for businesses to move ahead with projects. And that's what Mr. Carney wants to change. And that, I think, is also part of the strategy. There are projects that will be financed by Ottawa, but he also wants the private sector to get involved.
Private sector money.
Because Ottawa can't finance anything, and that's one of the strategy part of it.
Because it's only catalytic.
I will also point out, however, that some Indigenous leaders were already unhappy with the short period of time they had to even consult on the bill. Like, they were given some details and briefings ahead of time. They only had a day or two to respond, and they didn't think that was enough time. So, Mark Carney wants to move really, really fast, but not necessarily all of the people who have to be consulted want to move as fast as he does.
And can I say, the two examples he also raised was how quickly they came up with Expo 67 and the St. Lawrence Seaway. And all I can think of, well, that was a different time when consultation was not so big on the agenda for government.
And environmental.
It was prior to the repatriation of the Canadian Constitution, which has constitutionalized treaty rights and land claims and rights to be consulted. So Mr. Carney can look back to those old projects, but we're in a different world, and you can't necessarily run government the way you run business.
And also, the environment was an afterthought.
Exactly.
Yeah. Listen, I got to move on. I only have about 4 minutes here, but I want to pick up on the other part of the bill, because moving projects quicker is one part. The other part has to do with internal trade, and what was announced today is essentially dropping the federal barriers to internal trade. This is not the grand deal between the provinces and the territories. How significant or insignificant is this move, Tanda?
Well, it's not really clear to me. I mean, I guess that there are some provisions, federal regulations around internal trade that relate to national security. Perhaps that will remain. I'm not clear even what those are. Honestly, I don't really know what they've done and what's left to do. As of really 2017, they've been talking about, since they struck an Internal Free Trade Act in Canada, of doing this. Last year, they set in motion a consultative process, and Anita Anand at that time apparently knocked down a bunch of barriers, and in March they did the same. So what's left and what really is being brought to bear here? That's not not clear to me. But I think the biggest barriers are things like the interprovincial, say trucking regulations or regulations on certifying who's a practicing nurse or dentist in this province or that province. Like that's the nuts and bolts. Just like the projects part of that bill and the trade barriers part. It all comes down to what are the details? What are, the rubber hits the road on what projects they're going to accelerate, and it hits the road on what barriers they're dropping, and that's not really clear.
Well, it is clear that most of the heavy work has to be done by the provinces because they instituted those barriers between themselves. And the federal government, it's more, not symbolic, but it's maybe 15% of the barriers are from Ottawa. And they want to show leadership by saying, we're going to do it. Please follow the example. And most provinces, well, I think 7 out of 10 provinces now have reached deals to try to eliminate those problems. So
not everything, though.
Not everything. No,
Quebec doesn't drop its construction regulations. Newfoundland hasn't dropped its fish processing regulations,
But most of it, I think, it's going to be an improved situation par rapport à what we have right now.
Yeah, but no, sorry, I'll let you say.
I mean, all I was going to add to that is that I think that what a lot of Canadians were hearing every time Mark Carney said that they would do this by July 1st is that they would all be gone by July 1st. They were not actually hearing the word federal. He was always clear it was federal, but I don't think most Canadians really were. They were hearing, everything done by July 1st, and that is just not going to happen.
They heard one Canadian economy, not 13.
I mean, there is progress. There is progress, absolutely, between the provinces. But to Tandra's point, it's not going. No province is going to drop everything because provincial jurisdiction is still, king in this country.
Well, but what's interesting is that again, this is not the grand deal. And if Mark Carney was talking solely about the federal regulations, which you say he was, when they talk about the potential that internal trade unleashes, they're not just talking about the federal component of that. They're talking about all components of internal trade.
This bill is not going to unleash that internal economy because most of those big barriers are between the provinces.
And I guess also a question for me, and just quick go around here. How important is it that Ottawa is willing to surrender its portion of reviews to the provincial portion? Is that symbolic enough to get people to come to the table with more?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about their objective of applying one project review to big projects, I think also the devil is in the details on that. If you have, for example, the designation of a project like a Western Energy Corridor, where those provinces are likely to be able to land on agreement that one review may be done by the feds or one review may be done by Alberta, can be the referee of all the disputes for that particular portion. But as soon as you get it going across, say, provinces that aren't necessarily in line, perhaps Ontario, Quebec, with whatever pipeline might come forward as a result of these proposals, I think then it's going to be really tricky to get agreement on who gets to decide, who gets to be the referee.
30 seconds.
In Quebec, that proposal is a winner. François Legault loves that proposal because there's an institution called the BAP, le Bureau des Évaluations Environnementales, and it's very, very strict and very, very done a lot of studies in the past that were very well received. So if that supersedes the federal government, Quebec will be very happy.
I love it.
Okay. Yeah. Quick last word to you, Mia.
It's going to be really interesting to see what happens when those provincial reviews don't necessarily go as far as the federal government would want or would be demanded of in terms of environmental risks and things like that. I mean, does the Alberta review or the Manitoba review actually look at the Species at Risk Act or the Fisheries Act at the level that federal law actually requires? And if it doesn't do that, even if this legislation allows them to go around that, they're going to be challenged in the court.
Okay. Well, as I say, a major piece of legislation. We're watching it go through. We'll see if it catalyzes more actions here in Ottawa. Tanda, JD, Mia, thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael.
Well, Susan Smith is Liberal strategist, co-founder and principal at Blue Sky Strategy Group. Conservative strategist Cole Hogan, George Sewell, former NDP Director of Communications, now founder and principal at On Step Strategies. All of them joining us in studio right now. Good to see all three of you.
Nice to see you, Michael.
Hello. So listen, let's begin with Mark Carney and the doubling of the steel and aluminum tariffs, because the Prime Minister did get hammered for it in the House yesterday, not accused of not being able to prevent it. His defense at the time was that he was involved in intensive discussions with the Americans, and now comes the news from the U.S. ambassador that talks are happening between Carney and Donald Trump. Is that enough then of a response from Trump, say from Carney, say that we're having these discussions, or does he need to do more in this moment to meet the challenge of this doubling of tariffs, Susan?
It's definitely a challenging moment, there's no question, but I think it's never beneficial to anyone in any negotiation for any negotiation to happen in public, especially with Donald Trump. So I think Mr. Carney and his team, it's not just him and it's not just President Trump on the American side, are working very hard to resolve this trade issue that we have. It's difficult, there's no question. Industries are being impacted, but I think the government of Canada is definitely seeking resolution to this issue as quickly as they can. But coming out, punching back immediately when there are negotiations going on, I think we've all learned that's not a great way to handle Mr. Trump. Mr. Ford is speaking out, so you have someone who's making that kind of noise. But I think Mr. Carney and his team are doing what they can to actually get a deal done rather than grandstanding.
Yeah, Cole, what do you make? Enough of a response? Because, you know, I will say up against that are the concerns being expressed about tens of thousands of jobs on the line in a matter of days and weeks.
I think a few different things are at play here, and I agree with Susan that, you know, from the Liberal government standpoint or anyone's standpoint in dealing with Donald Trump, you don't want to negotiate out in the open, in the public or in the media. But I think there's been a slight bit of mixed messaging here because we saw Mark Carney say, you know, we're not going to respond with retaliatory tariffs to Donald Trump's tariffs on steel and aluminum. And they said that they're going to find, Mark Carney said, we'll take some time to see, we'll take some time, but not much to see what we'll do in response to these tariffs. I don't know exactly what that means, but I imagine we'll find out shortly. Whereas we've seen Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, say, I'd like to respond with 25% tariffs in response to Trump's tariffs on aluminum and steel, to then, you know, not get steamrolled, in Doug Ford's words, during this process where Canada's negotiating with the United States. So I believe Mark Carney is suitable to deal with the relationship with Donald Trump, and I wish him the best of luck in doing so. But perhaps Doug Ford has a bit more direct experience in dealing with Trump and his administration.
George, what would you say?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a simple answer to this, right? I think for sure I agree with Susan and Cole on like dealing with Donald Trump. You don't want to do it out in the open. Negotiations should happen at a table. You know, that's basic bargaining rules. And also with Donald Trump, you never know what you're going to get. So no matter how well things are going, who knows how he's going to react to that. So I want to give, you know, Mr. Carney a little bit of leeway. But I do think Mr. Carney needs to be careful with what he's doing with the rope that he's letting out, right? I mean, this campaign, he was elected for a very clear job, which was to negotiate with Donald Trump, period. Definitely made himself clear to be the best person for that during the campaign. He also talked about quick action. And I think on a number of issues, there's a whole lot of like things are going to happen as quickly as he's promised. And there's all kinds of excuses for that, and maybe some of them are legitimate, but I think at some point Canadians are going to say, hey, you're supposed to be the guy that get things done, and what's happening, right? I mean, you know, Gordie Howe was the original kind of elbows up in the corner, and the key with elbows up going into the corner for Gordie Howe was you come out with a puck. And so far, Mr. Carney hasn't come out with the puck at all.
Which actually also brings me to another topic I want to talk about, which is the First Minister's meeting, because I think it gets to what you're talking about. This promise from Mark Carney that things would be delivered or would be accomplished at a speed that Canadians have never seen before. And then you have this meeting of the First Ministers in Saskatoon. But despite this meeting, where I think some people thought some projects would be pointed out to kind of see where a strategy would roll out, instead we kind of get what we've heard since the start of this campaign, the promise to get rid of internal trade barriers, the fact that these projects would be getting up and rolling, and if there was anything new, perhaps just the reiteration that this group of First Ministers gets on better than the last grouping with Trudeau here in Ottawa. But is there pressure on Carney to deliver? Is he losing time here to deliver, given the expectations that he gave Canadians in the campaign, Susan?
No, I don't think so. I think the First Minister's meeting was incredibly successful, especially given the temperature that it was going in, with Danielle Smith catering to or you know, giving lots of oxygen to Alberta separatists. Mr. Carney walked away with the longest communique I've seen, with multiple levels of agreement. I was kind of trying to tally up the sectors of agreement, but they're going to speed up project approvals. They're going to work on labor market mobility. They're working to get decarbonized oil to Tidewater, essentially, and as well as clean energy projects. They're talking about highways, ports, airports, pipelines, nuclear projects. I mean, these are specific things, but every province has come with their own laundry list, and I think there's a bit of horse trading that has to happen. So I think Mr. Carney has brought people to the table. He's nobody has stormed away from the table, which I think, and we have to remember in Canadian politics, which is actually a good thing too. And I think there's an agreement to move things forward. And I do expect by Canada Day, we'll see the legislation get through the House of Commons for the federal areas on interprovincial trade barriers, and that will help improve the movement of things in our economy.
Cole, what do you think?
Yeah, all the right signals were sent at the First Minister's meeting. All the premiers displayed a willingness to work with one another and with the Prime Minister. I think that's a good thing. But expectations were set sky high, right? Like there was the expectation of some sort of a list of nation-building energy projects to come out of the First Minister's meeting, and that didn't happen. Meanwhile, we saw David Eby, the Premier of British Columbia, say that he's not too keen on a new energy pipeline
and he
going
did
through
not
his
attend
province.
the First Minister's meeting.
That's right.
But he was at a trade mission that had been long committed to.
He was the one that wasn't there. So, but that is a dissenting voice in this crowd of people. So we'll see, going forward, how Mark Carney and his government manages the premiers when the rubber hits the road with these nation-building energy projects.
George?
Yeah, I mean, look, I appreciate Susan's spin on this, but even her list, there's a whole lot of it talking and agreeing, which, under any other meeting, I would have said it was a great meeting. Right? I mean, these things didn't even happen under Harper for a long time. Justin Trudeau bragged about doing them and then gave up on them because he couldn't get people to get along. Like, it is very good news that folks are getting along. But you have Doug Ford saying that the federal government should give more love to the prairies. You have Daniel Smith giving a Liberal Prime Minister a little bit of credit because at least he's opening the door to things. Like, you have premiers trying very hard to get along, which is good news. But I agree with Cole. Mark Carney set the bar so high on this that even though under normal standards I would agree things are going well, he fell way, way short of any of the expectations that he set for himself, including right up to the beginning of the meeting. Like, there were no guarantees that came out of this. So I think, again, good work, great, but as far as the expectations he set, I think he's got to be careful because pretty soon people are going to, the honeymoon's going to wear out and he's going to be in trouble.
I think the only people that are disappointed are pundits and journalists at this point. And when the premiers aren't walking
How dare
away.
you? How dare you?
I think when the premiers are walking away, when there's continued agreement, come on, if you're going to build a nation-building project, it doesn't get approved in 10 minutes.
Parliament only has a few
right?
more weeks left before they rise for summer. And, the whole point of the campaign was we're going to do this quickly, we're going to do this quickly. If they rise without something accomplished, internal... And that's just federal regulations. That's not really like across the whole country. That's just federal regulations.
Yeah, but the provinces would scream, Michael, if there was intrusion into provincial jurisdiction on things.
But this is the point, Susan. Like, everything is exactly under normal circumstances. Things are great. He promised to get things done between now and July 1st.
Okay, well, it's June 5th on my watch. There's still a few more days,
here every week,
right?
Hopefully, so.
There's still a few more days. Look, yes, he said, I like the idea that you move fast and break things quickly. It's complicated in this country. We have multiple jurisdictions. No one government can slam anything through this country, and especially when you have to deal with Indigenous consultation and others.
Does he not then face the danger of failing up against the standard that he set and gave to Canadians?
But I mean, you have to at least give it a whirl, right? You don't you're like, I might fail, so I'm not going to try, is not the way you lead a country. So I think with people still at the table, conversations still taking place, you heard Doug Ford. I mean, they were all there with a big, long laundry list of what each province and territory thought their nation-building project would be. There's not unlimited buckets of money for federal investment. Increased cooperation between the provinces will help remove some of the interprovincial trade barriers that the provinces deal with. The feds are going to work to reduce what they can. That's more that's been accomplished in the last, 60, 100 years. No one's ever been able to do that. So I think that's a good start, but it's not over. And he still has to move the bar. But it's naive for anyone to assume that a big long list is going to come out of the meeting and shovels are going to get in the ground right away.
I don't know if Canadians will agree with you on that statement. Maybe it's naive for journalists and pundits that watch it, but for Canadians who voted in the campaign, what do you say to that, Cole?
Well, they're going to want to see something happen sooner than later. And the thing is, someone in this process is going to be disappointed, whether it's like the premier of whatever province. They're going to want to see certain projects move, and especially if it goes over more than one province's jurisdiction. I think David Eby is the first piece to fall in that puzzle, because we'll see premier after premier say, well, this doesn't meet my expectations, and their local and provincial politics will play just as much of a part of it.
Well, and to that, even Danielle Smith, when she was pressed on it in Saskatoon, she said, because it wasn't a national pipeline, she's talking about the Western Arctic pipeline, asked about a national bitumen pipeline. She says, well, listen, I'm going to work with what I can work with right now. And that was Prince Rupert to Churchill. Whether or not that happens after what you're saying with Premier Eby, we're going to have to watch. But anyways, that is the time we have, sad to say. Journalists and pundits, how dare you?
Well, if only we could get potholes and highways built so quickly, right? Imagine getting a national project built quickly. Like, everybody at home knows it takes forever to get a pothole fixed on your street or to get a bridge built. When you're taking something across this country, it takes time and it takes cooperation.
If only Mark Carney had known that before he promised it.
We will watch. Susan, Cole, George, thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you.
Well, joining us now is Rob Oliphant. He served as Parliamentary Secretary to Marc Garneau throughout his term at Foreign Affairs. Rob, thank you for joining us.
Good to be here.
So, first and foremost, condolences at your loss of a friend here.
He was a good friend. He was a mentor. He was a co-conspirator at times, and a thoughtful, good person. We were elected together in 2008. We had by-elections together, and had a very good friendship as well as work colleagues.
Yeah, friendship, work colleagues. I got to say, I got to spend some time with Marc Garneau back in October. His memoir had just come out. It was the 40th anniversary of his flight in space. And at the time, here was this man I saw going to space as a child, and I was struck by how kind he was, how patient he was, the amount of time he had for people. And in all that time that I spent with him, no indication that he was sick at all. So I was shocked to hear the news yesterday. Were you surprised?
I was surprised as well. And I talked to him 6 weeks ago. We had a conversation. We had a conversation about the book as well, which is telling now because he told me he wrote it for his kids. He wanted his 4 children to have a sense of who their father was from kind of a biographical statement. And I think now, in hindsight, as I'm reading some of the thoughts that he was leading me into, was that maybe he was telling me some things that I wasn't picking up. Even as recently as 6 weeks ago, I invited him to come and visit my campaign. And when I surveyed the people on my team who would be the most popular cabinet minister or political leader to come to the riding during the campaign, unanimously it was Marc Garneau.
Yeah.
That was the person, because of his thoughtfulness. He's a Canadian hero and a good politician and a friend of our riding. So there's a school named after him in my riding as well, and I like to tease him about that.
Yeah, I know that school well because I grew up in Toronto. But you say you were speaking to him six weeks ago. Surprised? Did you have any indication that he was ill? Because we still don't really know what claimed his life.
No, I've heard a number of stories. I've sort of put together in my own mind a kind of a history, and now I am seeing things clearly. But I think I'll let Pam and the family talk about that at the right time. Mm-hmm. I think Marc was a very private person. He was a serious person. I think he decided that he would keep this to himself, and so I will respect that. And I'll cherish the memories. We traveled together, we were in Israel together, we sat in the House of Commons together. I was his parliamentary secretary. He carved out time for me in an incredible way. And what I liked about Marc is that we had a weekly meeting. And he loved to get the news and the gossip that I would hear on the Hill because he never got it. I never got a word of gossip from him.
Yeah.
Not a word. So it was kind of interesting. He was like a steel trap, an engineer. He was thoughtful. I've often said if I were on a desert island, he's the guy that I would want with me because he'd get us off.
Yeah.
He really would. And he was a captain, and a true captain.
Yeah, and you were talking about how when you survey people in your staff, he was the name that comes forward. And without a doubt, people know Marc Garneau, Canada's first astronaut in space. He looked the part. He was described as a rock star by Brian Gallant of Space Canada, who had organized this event. But he was really uncomfortable with that kind of description. He was really uncomfortable with that kind of attention. He wanted to talk about space, but he never wanted to be the celebrity. Why was that?
He was modest, thoughtful, came from humble beginnings. When he moved to Ottawa and we were elected in 2008, he lived with his mother here in Ottawa. And it was that was sort of a bit of a joke at times about Mark living with his mother. And that was who he was. Walked to work. Took an hour to walk to. That was his exercise. But when I went around the world and I told the people that Marc Garneau was my minister and that Minister of Foreign Affairs, he was known. Doors opened because you're Marc Garneau. And I think Canada benefited from that. Canada in the world. And he wasn't minister for long. We had a year, and a lot of it was COVID time. But he left a mark. He opened up Canada's thinking on Palestinian people and making sure that we were continually readjusting our program towards a two-state solution. That was Mark taking those early steps. And I think he'll be remembered not only for being an astronaut, but being a very good parliamentarian, a very good legislator, and thoughtful.
So that is the legacy he leaves behind. You, his friend, how will you always remember him?
I will remember his giggle. He didn't have a big belly laugh, and he wasn't a joke teller, but when he laughed, his eyes lit up and little wrinkles in his eyes, and he loved humor. And he knew how the way to my heart was to laugh at my jokes, and he laughed at my jokes, and I will remember that. And I think he's got kids who are going to be proud of him for the rest of their lives. And we as parliamentarians should live up to his model of being a parliamentarian, being a gentleman at all times. Over the years, he became more partisan because he didn't have a lot of patience in people not getting the point. He was kind of a black and white thinker at times, but always waited till you got there and was gracious as you realized that he was right.
Well, thank you for being gracious and spending your time with us. Rob, thank you for the time.
Thank you for the memories.
Well, for his thoughts on Canada's NATO commitments, we're now joined by retired General Rick Hillier, Canada's Chief of Defence Staff from 2005 to 2008. General Hillier, always good to see you. Thank you for joining us again.
Michael, my pleasure. Thank you.
So the defense minister today would not say whether or not Canada would ramp up defense spending to this new goal being expressed, 5% of GDP. But given the strategic pressures being created, by Russia, by China, and by the Trump White House even, does Canada have any choice but to sign on?
Michael, no. Canada has no choice, I do not believe. And here's what I do believe. I think Canada's already signed on, and he may not be saying that. They may be choosing an appropriate time. About a week ago, the Secretary General of NATO said in an article to the media that every country in NATO, I believe I've got that correct, every country in NATO, except for Spain, has already signed on or agreed to or agreed in principle to the 5%, 3.5 for defense, 1.5 for defense related. I expect that we've already committed to it. I think there's no choice. If we want to be closer to the European Union, to the European countries, and to Great Britain, security is the #1 priority, and investment in defense is crucial. If we want to balance our relationship with the United States, which we also have to do, security is crucial, and we have to invest. We have no choice.
Okay, I'm going to get you to build on that in a little bit, but you keep using the word crucial. But not so long ago, Canada was hesitant to hit the 2% target. Yes, Canada agreed to it, but really never met that commitment. Does this country actually have the financial capacity to hit a goal that's even higher?
Sure it does. And we might just think about the cost of not hitting that goal that is even higher, and the damage that it will do to our economy, to our relationship, to our security. The cost would be horrendous. But here's what I would say. I think Prime Minister Carney has already talked about this. when he talks about investing in Canada, and that investment then creates an income itself. What better way than to invest in our defense infrastructure, our defense companies, and the defense of Canada, including development of the Arctic, which is part of our security? What better way to spend our defense budget, to focus it, than invest in Canada in those defense and security things, which are also crucial to our allies? I was at a very small grouping of people in London a couple of weeks ago. Prime Minister Starmer kicked off with an address, and he said, in England, in the United Kingdom, we are going to build a defense-focused economy, and we are going to ensure that all Britons get a defense dividend, because we're going to invest in industry. We're going to create high digital, the kind of jobs, the kind of economy that we want, and every Briton will benefit from that. I think we will do the same in Canada.
Do the same in Canada. In terms of practical examples, can you think of any off the top of your head, General?
Oh, 1,000. Look, companies in Canada that make drones, let's invest in them, because, hey, this is a new and growing branch of warfare. Arctic security, the most crucial thing you can think of. And in the Arctic, we've got to take airfields, 25 or 35 of them. We've got to harden their surfaces. We've got to convert them from gravel runways to something much harder. We've got to build roads in. We're going to have to build power projection platforms. You can call them bases if you want, maybe at Inuvik, maybe at Nanisivik, maybe at Iqaluit and Yellowknife. And you've got to do all of that. You've got to put satellites over the Arctic so you can actually see what's going on. You've got to have drones that can complement that satellite coverage. And then you've got to have equipment positioned and troops ready to respond, air, land, and sea, depending on what we need to do. That's all investment in our Arctic. That's investment in our North. That's something we've been wanting to do for decades. We've talked about it and not done it. Now we can do it, and we can count that very really, very ethically against our defense investment. That's one example right there, and that's billions with a capital B, and the return on that would be powerful, I believe.
So it would almost go to what the Prime Minister has always talked about, money not so much as putting spending money alone, but using money as a catalyst for something greater. It seems to be that's what you're getting at here.
That is exactly what I'm getting at. I think Prime Minister Carney was already thinking about this part of it. You invest in those kinds of things. Now you're nation building, and you're nation building a strong nation, and defense and security is right at the forefront of that. And that money, as again the Prime Minister said, he wants to make sure 75% of defense and security dollars are spent in Canada. That's money that would all be spent in Canada. So I think there's a great opportunity to do this, and at the same time meet the obligations that we have, and not just because our allies want us to, but also because the allies want us to.
You say opportunity, but I wonder about Canadian public opinion, because of course the reason why Canada has not invested in defense as much as perhaps it should in the last few decades is because it hasn't been a great priority for Canadians. What about public opinion in this debate?
Well, I disagree with you. It has not been a priority for our political leaders, including over this last decade, and as a consequence, Canadians have followed suit. If the political leaders understand the absolute seriousness of doing this, and the absolute, we must do this, and articulate that for Canadians, Canadians will understand their priorities. Because without that defense and security, our trade is going to shrivel, our economy is going to die, our treasured things like medical systems and our security in Canada and our infrastructure will be frittered away, because we will not have the revenue to look after it here. And so I think our political leaders can change that dynamic dramatically. And you know what leaders are interested in, everybody else will be interested in. And they're interested in defense and security because it's crucial right now, and Canadians will understand that. In fact, I think already do to a huge extent.
General Rick Hillier, as I say, always appreciate the time. Thank you for joining us again this evening.
My pleasure, Michael. Thank you.
Well, to questions of national unity now, as the Alberta Premier was asked to comment on the matter this week. Danielle Smith meeting with the other First Ministers in Saskatoon, where she pushed for a new pipeline that would carry Alberta bitumen from Prince Rupert in BC to Churchill, Manitoba. But she was also questioned about tying that issue to national unity.
Why tie the issue of getting a commitment for an oil pipeline to national unity?
Well, you have to understand just how damaged Alberta is by the fact that we didn't get pipelines built. If we had built Northern Gateway, if we'd built Keystone and we'd built Energy East, we'd have 2.5 million barrels more per day of production, which is $55 billion a year worth of GDP value, which is worth $17 billion to my government alone, and about an equal amount to the federal government. So this is not just an ideological argument. It's not just a minor disagreement. Oil is by far the most valuable export for Canada. Any of the projects that you will see on the ultimate list, I will tell you that a bitumen pipeline will be by far the greatest benefit to all of Canada. That's why we're going to continue to push for it, because it's a good project. It's good for our country. There's $9 trillion worth of value in discoverable and achievable reserves right now. And so why would you leave that in the ground? No other country in the world would, and we shouldn't either.
Well, to talk about this, we're now joined by Alberta pollster Janet Brown, principal with Janet Brown Opinion Research. Hello, Janet.
Hi, Michael. Thanks for having me.
So listen, always happy to have you. But listen, Danielle Smith has talked about pipelines, you know, almost as a salve to heal division some Albertans are feeling towards the rest of the country right now. But I'm wondering, how true is that sentiment? Are these calls to separate all about oil?
Well, we've done a recent poll for CBC Calgary, and what we found out was that, you know, about 30% of Albertans think that Alberta would be better off if it's separated. You know, another 30% aren't so sure, and then 30% are just dead set against the idea of separatism, don't even know why we're talking about it. And you look at this federal election we just had, 64% of people in Alberta voted for the Conservatives. And when you break that down, half of those people who voted Conservative have separatist sentiments. You know, half don't have separatist sentiments, but they want a new deal for Canada. And you look at Danielle Smith's base, 54% of people who would vote for the UCP would also vote yes in a referendum on separation. So this is what Danielle Smith is trying to balance. Her voting base is mixed between supporters of separatist and non-separatist, and she is trying to thread that needle, and she's hoping to get a better deal out of Ottawa. That's how she's hoping to thread the needle.
Okay, trying to thread a needle. And I'm going to dig into that a little bit here, though, because, you know, feelings of Western alienation, obviously, it's not new in this country. Preston Manning started the Reform Party with the phrase, the West wants in. Justin Trudeau's 2019 re-election, that was followed by grumblings of Gwexit, and now this more recent call to separate after Conservatives failed to win government. So how much of this, and you referenced it a bit, but more directly, how much of this Alberta movement is really a small C Conservative movement that we're watching push itself back?
Well, the great thing about this survey that we did for CBC Calgary is we've got tracking that goes back several years. So if you kind of look at where things were at 5 years ago in 2020, we really don't see that separatist sentiment has changed that much over the time we've been tracking. At 30% of people saying we should leave Canada, you know, it's been higher than that. It's been lower than that. What is different now is those who agree with it are more likely to strongly agree with it. So it's intensified as a sentiment. At the same time, folks that identify themselves as Canadian, say they identify more strongly with Canada than with Alberta, that's going up. So, yeah, separatist sentiment's been around a long time. I don't think the sentiment is growing, but I do think the intensity of that sentiment is growing.
Okay, so when people call this a fringe movement, then what would you say to that?
Well, I would say 30% is not a fringe. It's far from a minority, but it's not a small group that you can just dismiss. And as I said, you know, when you look at the people who'd vote UCP, if we had an election today, it's half of them. So Danielle Smith certainly can't treat them as a fringe. So not a majority opinion, but it's not a group that you can easily dismiss anyway. So, and now we've got a new government, we've got a new prime minister. Surprisingly enough, Albertans are open to Mark Carney and what Mark Carney can do for this country. So I think we're at a critical path now. You know, the sentiment is strong in Alberta, but with a new prime minister, a new government, you know, Albertans are hoping that the relationship with the rest of Canada changes and that maybe we can step away from this separatism talk for now.
Mm-hmm. So extrapolate from your numbers, if you will, then, Janet. So would pipelines, would essentially a plan to build a bitumen pipeline in particular and back that up, would that be enough to quiet the calls to separate, or or does something else need to happen as well?
Well, Danielle Smith certainly thinks so, because as she's trying to address this issue, she's made 9 demands to the federal government. And the key demand in there is a bitumen pipeline to Tidewater. She's made some other demands as well. Some of them relate to plastic straws and things like that. But the big demands are around more access, eliminating the tanker ban off the West Coast, that sort of thing. And yes, so I think Danielle Smith feels that if we can get some movement, if we feel that the oil and gas industry is not being held back, if it looks like the federal government is trying to sort of open things up for the market, then yes, I think that will do a lot to addressing this issue of separatism.
Okay, well, not surprisingly, Janet, we're watching very interestedly from this part of the country, but always appreciate the insight. Thank you for that.
Thanks for your interest.
Well, with more now on the latest Trump tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum, we're joined by Bea Brusk, President of the Canadian Labour Congress. Bea, thank you for dropping by.
Thank you for having me.
Listen, I want to start with impact here because we have heard that this 50% tariff on Canadian steel alone will be devastating to that industry. But steel, aluminum, the surrounding industries, what will the impact of this be in terms of job losses in this country?
Well, the reality is steel and aluminum alone, job losses are expected to be very significant. The U.S. is our largest trading partner for steel and aluminum, our largest export market, and so cutting off that opportunity to provide them with those materials means that job losses will be a reality. And so in the steel sector, we're talking 23,000 jobs that are directly connected to steel. and aluminum, it's 9,500. The spin-off jobs in addition to that get us to 160,000 jobs minimum. But then, of course, there's the other jobs that will be impacted in significant industries. So we've heard it from the automotive industry, we've heard it from the defense industry, from aerospace, manufacturing, from construction, because a lot of the materials go back and forth across our borders multiple times before they get to the end consumer. And so you're adding on additional cost every single time that happens. And that means that we will have losses there also.
So tens of thousands of jobs, 160,000 at the very least, according to your numbers. How soon of an impact is this going to be? Because, I think part of the calculus of this is that we knew pain would be coming down the pipes. How big of a pain, we weren't entirely certain. Now we're talking about tens of thousands of jobs, but how soon will people experience those losses?
So we know we've already experienced job losses. I was in Hawkesbury, Ontario earlier in the spring. There were already job losses because of the uncertainty. Now with the reality of these doubled tariffs, we are expecting in the coming days and weeks that those job losses will become real.
Okay, coming days and weeks, you are calling for emergency reforms to employment insurance. Talk to us about what exactly you're calling for, how that might help in this situation.
Workers need to know that there is a strong social safety net that's going to be there for them, especially at this very fraught time. And so we've been advocating for a very long time for improvements to employment insurance. Right now, only 2 out of 5 applicants for EI actually qualify for EI. That's a huge problem. The last time EI was really overhauled was in 1996. And I don't know about you, but the world of work has changed a lot since 1996. We need to look at eligibility roles. We need to look at length of opportunity in terms of for people to be on employment insurance. But we're not just looking for EI changes. We're looking for opportunities to have workers be furloughed so that they can stay connected to that workplace. We're looking for wage subsidies so that workers can maybe look at job sharing if that could be an option, right? We need to keep workers attached to their workplaces ideally and attached to their communities. Some of the smaller communities that are steel and aluminum specific communities, once you lose workers out of those communities, you're not easily getting them back. And these workers are often very specialized and skilled workers. So it's not like you can just fire the plant back up again and you can have all of those workers back in that workplace.
Mm-hmm. So increasing the number of people who qualify for EI, also rethinking how EI is applied so that furloughed rather than completely laid off keeps companies going. Any indication whatsoever, because this is not the first time I've heard this proposal from the CLC, any indication from this government in particular that they are hearing what you're calling for and will respond?
Well, listen, we just came through it felt like a lengthy, but I know it was a short federal election, and we heard from our friends at the NDP and from the Liberals that all of the tariff countermeasures that have been implemented, all of the money gained from those would go to worker supports and would go to business supports to make sure that those places can continue to function, that workers can continue to have jobs. Now is when the rubber hits the road. Now is when we need government to actually announce what they are prepared to do. And so we have not yet seen government say, these are the things we will do to ensure workers are taken care of. That is what we need to be demanding right now, because workers can't wait. They are worried right now about paying the rent. They are worried right now about, can I sign my kid up for soccer this summer? They are worried about their standard of living and being able to actually navigate and stay in the communities that they're in right now.
Mm-hmm. Now, beyond those support for workers, I'm wondering what else you want the government to do, because there are some levers that a government has at its disposal. For example, I think it's the Canadian steel industry. The industry head was talking about, for example, hitting other countries that dump steel in Canada with Canadian tariffs so that Canadian companies could be prioritized. What else are you calling for the government to do?
First and foremost, I completely agree with that assessment. We need to make sure that we don't become the dumping ground for cheap steel and aluminum from other parts of the world. So firstly, we need to make sure that any public infrastructure projects utilizes Canadian content, right? We're also looking for, is there a tax break that could be given for private sector projects to utilize all Canadian content to keep people at work and keep people employed first and foremost. We need to make sure that we don't have U.S. steel and aluminum crossing our border, because we do actually import from the U.S. So, it has to go both ways. We need to be able to make sure that we are just as forceful in our response as what we are facing.
Quickly running out of time, but if you were to give a 1 to 5 word description of where we are in this moment for workers in this country, what would you say?
We are at a crisis moment. This will not just impact steel and aluminum workers or their communities. This will impact all Canadian workers at one point or another. Our government needs to step up and needs to make announcements in terms of how we're going to be protecting workers now.
Bea Brusk, thank you for this. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Michael is traveling back from Saskatoon this evening after covering the First Minister's meeting yesterday. But before leaving, he did catch up with the 3 territorial premiers, all of whom were encouraged by talk of resource and security investments in Canada's Arctic. Take a listen.
Premiers, thank you for joining us. So the final communique does not list out specific projects, but there is an indication of support for the Western Arctic corridor, something that the Western premiers had agreed to in a meeting earlier. I'm wondering what you take out of that. No final list, but at least an indication of a project which all the premiers, the 3 of you included, have sourced as being important to your regions. What do you make of that recognition?
Well, first, I really came here feeling very optimistic as we were coming here. We've never had the opportunity for us to really come as a country, as leaders from coast to coast to coast, and really talk about what solutions we have to the challenge that's there in terms of our Canadian unity, our sovereignty. So coming out of today's conversation, I feel even more optimistic that we really have a pathway forward to really identify key projects. In Nunavut's case, it was great to hear the corridor discussion for Grace Bay come up right at the press conference, but also the projects like Takivat Hydro, which really connect to the potential port that's in Hudson's Bay. That would bring transmission line right to the territory. So it's really good to be able to have these conversations and to identify key areas that we could bring to the table.
I'm going to pick up on that transmission line in a bit, but Premier Pillay, you were noting the fact that it was good to hear the Prime Minister be addressing Arctic security. Can you talk about why you felt it was important to really put out that signal during this closing news conference?
Yeah, look, there's been leaders that have come before us from the North that have always tried to make sure that Arctic security and investment into the North was front and center. I think we've all talked about the need to complete confederation in the sense of ensuring that the North gets the investments. You heard today from my colleagues chatting about that and making sure that point was really accentuated at all times. So I would just say that today our projects that we've all put forward are built around, they're significant for the country, they're about security, they're about sovereignty, they have a national impact, they all have a foundation in reconciliation. So once we saw the criteria that was identified today, we know that the projects that we have put forward actually meet that criteria. So now, we're going forward in each case to, in the Yukon, we have a a very significant grid connection project with British Columbia. It can unlock up to $200 billion in critical minerals, but also it's going to make life better for Yukoners. It's going to be a focus on sovereignty, and it's going to also be key towards security as we go into the future.
Now, Premier Simpson, there's so much focus about investment really being put into dual purpose initiatives. And it seems when I hear the three of you speak, you're talking about more than dual purpose initiatives here. You're talking about multiple levels where there will be impact. Can you talk us through a little bit, Premier Simpson, about the type of investments that could be made into the north and just how multi-layered the impact would actually be?
Yeah, we have three major projects that we've been trying to push for generations in some cases. So, for example, the Mackenzie Valley Highway. Right now, we have the Mackenzie River, which has been a primary transportation route for generations in the Northwest Territories. It's too dry to get barges up there. The water levels are too low. And so the Mackenzie Valley Highway would help with that resupply, would help connect communities. It would also connect the two forward operating locations in Northwest Territories, Yellowknife to Inuvik. So there's a security aspect to it as well. It would open up the region for exploration and potential development. So there's an example of a number of different uses from one piece of infrastructure. And then we also have the Slave Geological Province corridor and the Tulsan Hydro expansion, which together would help open up the region to exploration and development of critical minerals. So there's a number of uses for all of the major projects that we're putting forward.
And Premier, you were talking about the transformation of communities, and Premier Pillay, as I was talking about the Indigenous element of this reconciliation element of these types of investments. What can you say to that? Because I think that really becomes a huge selling point for the government, if not creating national consensus around these investments.
It's essential, it's foundational, right? And so as a premier, it was so important to ensure that the Indigenous voices were at the forefront. So the four projects that we brought forward are being led by Inuit, in our case. The consent piece is critical for any major project to advance, as we've seen right across this country. So we're very excited to be able to partner and identify key nation-building projects that aren't just coming from government, but they are coming from the communities themselves, who have had that vision for many decades in this case. The Arctic Security Corridor, which is a Grays Bay Road and Port, is a one project that connects through 3 different jurisdictions that would open up critical minerals and connect to the NWT, which has an incredible opportunity around critical minerals and what more you could do to diversify our economy in the moment that we're in. But to your point, it's important to ensure that the vision of Inuit are at the forefront, and those are the key points that I was able to bring around the table, that if we want to expedite any major project, it must have the consent of Inuit, and the projects that we brought forward have that. So I very much look forward to working with Ottawa, with Prime Minister Carney specifically, on advancing them from concept to actually shovels on the ground, and us actually advancing them in the next few months and weeks moving forward.
Quickly running out of time, especially for you, gentlemen, because you have to catch a plane. But very quickly, if we could just go down the row. National unity has become an issue with this First Minister's meeting. In response to Premier Danielle Smith, what would you say about the unity around the table and the implications of that for the country?
I've always been impressed by how unified this table is, whether it's a Council of the Federations or the First Ministers, and I think it's even stronger now. With what the Prime Minister has put on the table, the support for these nation-building projects, that's bringing people together, that's bringing the premiers together, and so I feel good about where we are as a country right now and how unified we are.
Yeah, look, remember that we were not having First Minister's meetings. I mean, my initially coming into this job was a very quick interaction where we signed off on the Canadian healthcare agreement. You know, there was some meetings that were done virtually, but spending this much time over the last 2 days where you had federal ministers coming in, we were together last night. All the conversations were about where you could find common ground. Today, I think, listening to the press conference, there was lots of areas where when questions were asked, there could have been a division, you know, but you saw premiers from across the country, from, you know, again, coast to coast to coast, making sure that they were there to support each other and to support the Prime Minister. So I feel, you know, at this particular time, I don't think it's been stronger. And yes, you're going to have other conversations happen across the country, but this level of collaboration, I think, is pretty new. And you heard it from other premiers that, you know, maybe in a decade they haven't seen folks come together, really supporting each other to get their projects done and to do it all in support of Canadians.
Premier Keoguk.
Yeah, just to add on as well that our differences is really what makes us stronger, right from all political stripes as a non-political consensus government. You have the NDP, you have Conservatives, Liberals right across sitting around the table, but that unity is so important. And I feel very honored to be able to sit around the table to really have that vision of wanting something better for the next generation, but realizing the urgency is now, and for us to really roll up our sleeves and get to work and really identify areas from all parties. I think we all understand all our wish lists won't advance, but we realize that we're there as Team Canada and we'll continue to be there to support one another as we are going through this very important moment in our history as a country.
Premiers Keoguk, Simpson, and Pillay, thank you very much. Meanwhile, we are one day removed from the first ministers' meeting on Canada's economy. On Parliament Hill today, more back and forth over energy. Demands from the official opposition for an end to Bills C-48 and C-69, and positive messaging from the government about yesterday's talks in Saskatoon. Take a look.
Will the Liberal government repeal its anti-energy agenda to get vital energy projects built?
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
If the honourable member was listening to the Premier of Alberta yesterday, she talked about a grand bargain. She talked about a grand bargain to build our energy superpower in a responsible, environmentally responsible way in consultation with First Nations. We hope you'll get on board.
And I'm now joined by the Federal Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, Tim Hodgson. Minister, welcome to the program.
Nice to be here. Thank you for having me.
I want to start with Alberta in the wake of yesterday's meeting. You said this a couple of weeks ago, in fact, that you were committed to a clean slate between the federal government and Alberta. Today you mentioned the Premier, Danielle Smith, talking about a grand bargain when it comes to energy. Where is the relationship between Ottawa and Edmonton in the wake of yesterday's meeting?
From my perspective, yesterday was an incredibly special moment. It was a moment where 13 premiers and the Prime Minister came together with a shared unified Team Canada vision, a shared vision around building the infrastructure, retooling our economy to make us an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And I don't think we've seen that in my memory, to have the type of unity. And I can tell you as a Canadian, it was one of the proudest days of my life to see that type of unity amongst all of the premiers and the Prime Minister. And so now we've got to execute on that. There was a clear discussion around the process for rebuilding and retooling our economy. We talked about the types of projects that would end up as projects of national interest. We talked about the criteria that would be used to have projects get to national interest. There were many batted around to flesh out the concepts, and there was general agreement amongst all the premiers that this was the way forward. And so, I think we had a real reset, not just with Alberta, but with all of the premiers. I think what you heard was the Premier use the words grand bargain. You heard Premier Ford say it was the best First Minister's meeting he had been to in his time as a Premier. You heard the premiers of Manitoba and Nunavut talk about how they were united and on board with this process and agreed with the way we were going to engage with First Nations. Literally from coast to coast to coast, you had premiers saying this was the most constructive, most significant First Ministers meeting they had ever been to. And that, so it's not just about Alberta. This is about a new government resetting its relationship with its provincial counterparts in a way that's going to make Canada strong.
Okay, I do want to ask you about pipelines. I know there's been a lot of talk about that. Today in the House, you were saying that the government supports new pipelines if there's a national consensus. So how will you measure that consensus? What does that look like? Because not everyone agrees that Canada should be building new pipelines.
So I think the key issue is around, is there consensus where the pipeline is being built? And people are trying to make this harder than it needs to be. If a pipeline is going through a jurisdiction, that jurisdiction needs to give consent. That's the basis upon which we are operating. That's the basis upon which the premiers are operating. And it's quite frankly, it's what Canadians expect.
Okay, now you talked about your plans for moving ahead with these projects coming out of the meeting. From your government's perspective, that includes creating a major federal projects office and starting to identify these big projects of national interest. But for instance, we have the Assembly First Nations saying that they weren't given enough time to respond to this plan. They're concerned about rights being upheld. Will free, prior, and informed consent for Indigenous communities ultimately be part of this bill, be part of this process?
Absolutely. We've been clear from the very beginning that we are, this bill in no way is going to reduce our commitments to economic reconciliation. It is in no way reduced our commitments to free, prior, informed consent. What Canadians expect from us is to do things better and to do things faster. We're not talking about doing less and slower. We're talking about doing more faster. And I can tell you, having sat in many of the meetings that we've had First Nations leaders. I can tell you, if you go back and look at the pictures from the meetings in Calgary with energy leaders on Saturday, and look at those pictures to the right of the Prime Minister. In that room with all of the other energy CEOs was the CEO of the First Nations Major Projects Coalition. And just to my left was the CEO of the representing the nations that participated in the Project Dawn initiative, where I think it was 18 First Nations bought a significant stake in the West Coast transmission assets, the first major use of our new Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program. So First Nations leaders have been a part of this because now it is going fast, and I think that's what we need to work on here. The Prime Minister likes to say it's not a question of if, it's a question of how. How means, and I'll bring it back to, we have to do it better, and we've got to build those processes, and we have to do it faster. If we are going to win this trade war and protect the prosperity that Canadians are looking for. And I was quite taken by Premier Canoe, who in the news conference said why he is excited about what's happening. I'm paraphrasing, but what Premier Canoe said is, we have an opportunity to make a significant change in the economic outcomes and economic opportunities for some of the poorest communities in our country, and to create jobs for some of the most disadvantaged citizens in this country. And it's worth working hard to do that. This is going to be hard, but we need to do it better, and we need to do it faster. And if we do that, we will protect and we will grow the prosperity for all Canadians. That's what we're playing for here. And that's, quite frankly, that's why every premier was on board and excited. They all want to play for the same thing. They know that's what Canadians want us to do. So let's get going and do it.
Okay, we just have a moment left, and I do want to ask you about the environmental side of this, because you're talking about moving faster. Will there still be meaningful reviews of environmental impacts happening under this new process that you're working on?
Absolutely. Absolutely. What we need to do is we need to look at how we do our environmental approvals. And we need to re-engineer how we do that so we can do it as well or better than we've done in the past, but do it faster. That means doing some things in parallel as opposed to doing them sequentially. That means potentially looking at new resources. If you were in a private sector business and you said, hey, we got to get it done in 2 years, you would start focus on re-engineering the process to deliver that outcome in 2 years. That's what we need to go through now. We need to go through that re-engineering of the process with First Nations and with the stakeholders involved to make sure we deliver that better and faster result for Canadians.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Minister Tim Hodgson, appreciate you joining us tonight and offering your insight for us here on Primetime Politics.
Thank you. Take care.
What about the spirit and the tone overall? Because you come in with a number of asks of Ottawa from Alberta. This corridor is just one. So how does this set into motion the partnership that you see as having with this Prime Minister?
Well, I think what we've seen is that he's not afraid to talk about being an energy superpower. He's not afraid to define that as being both conventional as well as new and clean energy. He's not afraid to mention the word pipeline and in conjunction with oil and gas. And all of that is a dramatic improvement over what we were witnessing from even just 6 months ago. I think that there's a recognition that with the value of the product that we have in Alberta, our bitumen is probably the highest value product that we have in the country. We've priced it out with 165 billion recoverable barrels at today's prices. It's a $9 trillion asset. You just simply wouldn't leave a $9 trillion asset in the ground when there's so much opportunity for both provincial as well as the federal government to benefit. And so we're trying to conceive of a project to try to find some common ground. So when we talk about building a new bitumen pipeline, understanding that the Pathways Group has been wanting to have a decarbonization in their production, those two things, I think, are able to allow for us to have a win-win. And that's what we're advancing, and it seems like we're having a breakthrough with this Prime Minister. That being said, I don't think it'll be a success if we have to have the federal government build the pipeline. I think we have to create the conditions where the private sector has confidence that they can build it in a reasonable period of time, that there's going to be not only a yes on the permitting, but also a yes on the construction. And that's what we've got to do some work on, because the 9 terrible policies that created the poor investment environment we have right now still need to be either repealed or dramatically revised. And so I'll be looking to see how that process goes as well.
We're going to bring it from 25% to 50%, the tariffs on steel into the United States of America, which will even further secure the steel industry in the United States. Nobody's going to get around that.
That is the promise from U.S. President Donald Trump. Another big hike in tariffs on steel and aluminum as early as Wednesday. Here's part of the response today from Canada's industry minister.
This rhetoric coming out of the White House is extremely preoccupying, but meanwhile, no executive order has been signed. That's why we'll continue to fight with counter tariffs to protect our workers and to make sure that we build national projects.
All right, well, for more on this latest threat, I'm joined by Catherine Cobden, President and CEO of the Canadian Steel Producers Association. Ms. Cobden, good to see you. Now, we just heard from Melanie Joly, who also tells MPs today that she's been reaching out to business and labor leaders. What have you and your members been hearing from the government on this?
Well, in fact, we're waiting to hear the most important information from the government, which I did not hear in that clip, and I'm still waiting. Frankly, it's under the authority of Minister Champagne. We are looking to the Canadian government to urgently put in place tariffs at our border now that the U.S. has, limited access, if you will, to their market at 25%. And apparently in a day or two from now, it'll be up to 50%. I can guarantee you, Andrew, that we will have much more unfairly traded steel in our market, and we'll see even greater challenges than we already do today. So for us, we've done, the homework was conducted over the course of the campaign by the Liberal government. And now we're just waiting for the decision-making to come out of the finance minister's office. Tell us, what would the effect be of this raise to a 50% tariff? Because the 25% is serious enough as it stands. So going up to that 50% level, just how big would the damage be for Canadian steel producers? Very good. I mean, at 25%, we've seen hundreds of job losses. We've seen production curtailment. At 50%, we're essentially going to see the U.S. market completely closed to Canadian steel. That is 6.5 million tons of steel that goes to the United States that will no longer have market as of 12:01 on Wednesday morning. So can the sector then offset that kind of damage with other markets in the short term, whether here at home or abroad? The only hope we have is to have access, is really to recapture the Canadian market. And a vast majority of the Canadian market is using unfairly traded steel. So we have very sophisticated proposals into the government that say, put up these tariffs in this way. Show the United States that we're in the same game as they are. And also that we basically, ensure that we're putting the same constraints on U.S. steel while they're tariffing us. It's truly not an acceptable situation where we are today, where the retaliatory measures that the Canadian government has taken on steel are really not sufficient coverage at this moment, as not the same steels are covered, and we need much more retaliation as well. And I know you've said you are waiting for more fulsome response from the government on what their potential response would be, but are you getting signals from the government, from ministers, of their reaction to what it is that you want to put on the table, what you've just been talking about? Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, we are definitely hearing from them. And even in your clip, we have been hearing about Buy Canadian and Canadian projects. And that is a laudable goal, and we're really excited by that prospect. But by the time we get to that circumstance, we may not have a Canadian industry. If our U.S. market closes in 2 days and we have done nothing to protect our industry from unfair trade at our border, we can have as many projects as possible out there, but they're not going to be served by Canadian steel. It's going to take weeks or months for those projects to roll out. We do not have that kind of time. All right, we'll have to leave it there. Catherine Cobden of the Canadian Steel Producers Association, appreciate your time on this. Thank you very much.
For more now on the First Minister's meeting, we're joined by the Premier of Prince Edward Island, Rob Lance. Premier, thank you for taking the time.
No problem. Glad to be here.
So you walked into this meeting this morning talking about energy security being the top priority for your province. I didn't hear a reference to that from the Prime Minister in the closing press conference. Was this still a successful meeting for your province?
Yeah, it was, and there was certainly a lot of discussion about energy transmission throughout the day and throughout our discussions. It's a big part of a lot of the projects that were advanced and discussed here today, from Quebec to the north, across the western provinces. All of our energy security concerns are well shared, and it was certainly a focus of our discussions. Yeah.
So part of the discussions, but we'll see what happens with it. But, going in as well, of course, internal trade and barriers around that has always been an issue. The final communique talks about support about getting rid of those internal barriers. But you've identified the levies at the Confederation Bridge and ferries being a barrier, and you've asked the Prime Minister to drop those fees. Where is that right now?
Well, yeah, I didn't discuss that directly today. We had other issues that we want to advance, but as you know, we spent a lot of time before and throughout the election advocating to reduce the tolls on the Confederation Bridge and the ferry to Nova Scotia, and the federal government made a commitment to do that. So I was in Ottawa last week. I spoke with Minister LeBlanc, Minister Freeland. They are still fully committed to that. They're advancing that. They're having discussions with the private operator of the Confederation Bridge. It's a little complicated. It may not happen as quickly as we like, but we feel it's something that can happen probably by the end of the year. It's very important. Prince Edward Island's got a connected economy with the mainland, more so than ever. People and goods across the Confederation Bridge and the ferry on a daily basis for personal and for business reasons, and those tolls are a huge burden to trade and economic relationships with our neighbouring provinces in Atlantic Canada.
Burden to trade, although we should also point out that you've signed an agreement now with Ontario to drop trade barriers. What do you hope is the result? What happens with that deal for your province?
Well, yeah, we were I believe the second province in the country to get our trade bill through our legislature, interprovincial trade and labour mobility. So we've just signed the first MOU with Ontario. We expect to sign with additional provinces. The labour mobility part of that initiative is important, very important for us. Labour mobility. Prince Edward Island, we're real challenged with labour in various sectors. So, of course, if we can draw upon resources from neighbouring provinces across the country, it's going to be a win for everybody. So we're excited about that and glad to start signing MOUs.
Now, you are one of the two newer premiers around the table. How would you describe the energy amongst your colleagues and around the issues at stake here?
Well, I think you've heard from other premiers and probably the Prime Minister as well that there was a lot of enthusiasm, unity, positivity. As you said, I haven't been around that long, but those who have described this as the most positive First Minister's meeting they've attended, and I think that's well deserved. That's how I felt. I feel like we are all working together. There's there's no conflict that I'm aware of. We want to advance our projects that advance the interests of this country as a whole.
So the Prime Minister talked about naming projects perhaps by the summer. What do you hope is the result of that?
Well, I hope that there's a broad scope of national projects that lifts this country's economic development as a whole. But personally, in our region, we're having real issues with energy availability and reliability. As part of a broader Eastern energy partnership that we outlined today, I think that Prince Edward Island stands to benefit from that. Our economy has been growing very rapidly. In fact, in 2024, our economic development outpaced the entire country, all provinces in the country, and so we hope to continue that. But the critical path there is energy infrastructure to keep that growth continuing into the future. So this is the Eastern Energy Partnership is something that we really want to advance and secure our future.
Premier Lance, really good to meet you. I look forward to more conversations in the future. Thank you for this.
Thanks very much, Michael.
Well, Well, to talk more about the final communique and the meeting of the First Ministers, I'm joined now by the Alberta Premier, Danielle Smith. Premier Smith, thank you for taking the time.
My pleasure.
So the final communique, perhaps not outlining the final projects that people thought it might, but it did mention the Western Arctic Corridor. How important was that for you?
I think it's going to be an amazing project, and the fact that all 7 premiers in the West came together at our last Western Premiers meeting to identify, which I think is a visionary project that would see a corridor stretch from, call it Port of Prince Rupert, to the Port of Churchill, or one port on either coast that may not be exactly at that, depending on what it is the private sector says. It opens up a lot of opportunity to have a good conversation about oil pipelines, gas pipelines, transmission lines, doubling the rail lines so that you can do more export of food and fiber and other products. And so I think what you're seeing is that all of the premiers are trying to find a way to propose a project where there's mutual benefit. And I think those are projects that are very attractive to the Prime Minister, so I was pleased to see that he identified that.
Identified that project in particular. What about the spirit and the tone overall? Because you come in with a number of asks of Ottawa from Alberta. This corridor is just one. So how does this set into motion the partnership that you see as having with this Prime Minister?
Well, I think what we've seen is that he's not afraid to talk about being an energy superpower. He's not afraid to define that as being both conventional as well as new and clean energy. He's not afraid to mention the word pipeline and in conjunction with oil and gas. And all of that is a dramatic improvement over what we were witnessing from even just 6 months ago. I think that there's a recognition that with the value of the product that we have in Alberta, our bitumen is probably the highest value product that we have in the country. We've priced it out with 165 billion recoverable barrels at today's prices. It's a $9 trillion asset. You just simply wouldn't leave a $9 trillion asset in the ground when there's so much opportunity for both provincial as well as the federal government to benefit. And so we're trying to conceive of a project to try to find some common ground. So when we talk about building a new bitumen pipeline, understanding that the Pathways Group has been wanting to have a decarbonization in their production, those two things, I think, are able to allow for us to have a win-win. And that's what we're advancing, and it seems like we're having a breakthrough with this Prime Minister. That being said, I don't think it'll be a success if we have to have the federal government build the pipeline. I think we have to create the conditions where the private sector has confidence that they can build it in a reasonable period of time, that there's going to be not only a yes on the permitting, but also a yes on the construction. And that's what we've got to do some work on, because the 9 terrible policies that created the poor investment environment we have right now still need to be either repealed or dramatically revised. And so I'll be looking to see how that process goes as well.
Let's dig a little bit into Pathways, though, because you mentioned Pathways, very key in terms of decarbonizing the oil that's extracted from the sands. What do you say to the very fact that this Prime Minister seems very enthusiastic about that proposal? How likely do you think it's going to happen?
I think that the Pathways is going to, it's really a cost to the industry. It's about $10 to $20 billion without any possibility of creating a revenue stream out of that. That's why talking about Pathways on its own is difficult. But if you talk about Pathways in conjunction with a brand new pipeline that might get another 1 million barrels of oil per day to market, now you've got a revenue stream that can be able to support that project. And we'll find out things in doing so. When you make a project at scale like that, with the pore space that we have mapped out in Alberta, I think that is going to create an attraction for other companies to come and for them to also have the same opportunity to get better and better at that technology, and it could become an export product for us. We are already, along with Saskatchewan, at the lead in having at-scale mega projects that have captured CO2. And so I think that the fact that he's looking at those two things together, that is the very definition of trying to find an area of mutual satisfaction and interest. And so I'm prepared to walk down that pathway and see if we can get to the finish line. I'm hopeful that we will. So it's certainly a change of tone that is welcome, but I think there's still an awful lot of work to do to be able to take the words and put them into action.
So change of tone from Prime Minister Carney. What about Premier Eby, though? Because out of the Western Premiers Conference and having the discussion around this corridor from Prince Rupert to Churchill, now is this hesitancy, it seems, to actually go forward to Prince Rupert. What would you say to that?
I would say this is why we have to focus on the corridor, because I think that I'm very supportive, along with Premier Eby, of finding ways to get new markets for natural gas, for LNG, for ammonia. I think as well critical minerals, the twinning of the CN rail line. If we can talk in terms of our common interests so that not only does British Columbia benefit, but so do we in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. If you can get that rail line going into the Ring of Fire, Ontario benefits, have it go up north to the Yukon and Northwest Territories. Our territorial friends benefit as well. That's, to me, where I think you end up with the common ground. If people can see the way they benefit, then this becomes an additional aspect that goes into a corridor. I think that's what we've learned, is that if you're going to lead with a project, it's got to be one where everybody sees the mutual benefit. And so he may not be as enthusiastic about a bitumen pipeline, but he knows I am and will be. And so if I can find a proponent and we can work through the regulatory process with the Prime Minister, I'm confident it will get built.
Can you talk a bit more about the benefit, economic benefit in particular? Because I think sometimes Canadians will hear this debate and say, well, that might be of benefit to Alberta, but what about my region of the country? What do you say to that?
Well, if Northern Gateway had been built, it was a 595,000 barrel a day project. Canada would have benefited to the tune of $59 billion. That's how much revenue would have flown to the federal government, and provinces would have gotten $72 billion worth of benefit. Lots of that going to Alberta, but also with the spin-offs to all of the different provinces as well. That's a lot of money that can go to build a lot of schools and hospitals and roads and infrastructure. And so that's what is the foregone revenue, because that project didn't get built when it should have. When we look at that, along with Energy East, along with Keystone XL, it just magnifies it. We could have by now had 2.5 million barrels per day more of production. That's $55 billion worth of GDP value. And the split, again, we benefit at the provincial level almost as much as the federal government does. So when the federal government is able to get those dollars, they're able to share them in the rest of the country. And that's part of the value proposition about why we want to see those projects built. It's even getting more so as we start talking to each other about, well, if we need to build 42-inch pipe, where can we get that from? Who can produce it? Right now, I think there's only one place in Canada that can. So why don't we find a way to retool our factories so we can build more of the products that we need for those major projects in-house? And that's, I think, the really constructive conversation that's now happening across the country, is that if we have an American partner that doesn't want to buy our products anymore, how do we buy more from each other? And I think that that's going to be the other way that we have additional benefits. So maybe why you saw so much common cause around the table today.
I know I'm quickly running out of time here, but I have to ask you, because you said today's meeting would have significance over national unity. Mm-hmm. Now that the meeting is done, what would you say about the state of national unity? What would you say about the message being sent to Albertans?
I think it's a first step of a multi-step process. I think that having words on the page is one thing, but having that translate into action is another. I think what Albertans will be judging is there an appetite to get a project built? Is there an approval process that leads to a yes, and are there shovels in the ground? That's the kind of thing that they'll be looking for. But I think mostly it's a spirit of cooperation with the federal government, which we haven't had for some time. And I'll have a better idea as we go forward, looking at some of the modifications that need to be made to those 9 bad bills to see if that spirit of cooperation continues. I'm hopeful, but I know that the Prime Minister has tensions within his own caucus. I think he campaigned, though, on being an energy superpower. And to do that, you've got to do things differently than the way we've done them for the past 10 years. The same policies that crushed investment are not going to be the ones to see us through. So I think I made that point, and we'll see whether or not the Parliament is able to pass policies on that front to be able to change the direction.
Our next conversation, we'll talk more about the environmental assessment law. We'll talk more about tankers in British Columbian waters. But Premier, for the time this evening, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, when Mark Carney refers to projects of national interest, he's referring to major infrastructure and energy projects, in particular those that will secure Canada's future economic success and security. The Prime Minister has made reference to conventional energy as being a part of that. And yesterday, I did sit down with the President of the Alberta Business Council, who says the Prime Minister should be moving on pipelines. So listen, I hear what you have said. I was looking at actually an article that you wrote for The Hub, and you talk about how this Liberal government needs to prove that it's different than the Liberal government before it. Not only that, you say that this government needs to prove that difference quickly. Why?
Well, because the opportunity is in front of us and it's not going to be there forever. and you're seeing some of the frustrations of Albertans growing in terms of some of these separatist sentiments. So there's got to be a moment in time where we capture the imagination not only of the Prime Minister's ambition to be the strongest economy of the G7, to be an energy superpower, and to build things. We need to get that to happen soon. Otherwise, I worry about the state of the nation. I worry about unity. I worry about how, if we get a good deal with the United States, that some of the imperative, some of the urgency to do all of this stuff will start to fade away, and we can't lose the urgency. We have to capture it. It's a moment in time where I think Canadians are recognizing all of the things that we should have been doing over the past 10 or 20 years for the good of the country we haven't been doing, and it took the U.S. and the situation with the tariffs and President Trump to really highlight those. And a new government, I think, has a moment where they can do big and great things, but it doesn't last forever.
It doesn't last forever, as you say, and in fact, you have written to the Prime Minister outlining actions that he could take to get moving quickly, if you will. But that also includes, you write, a rethink of environmental policy. What needs to be revisited when you talk about environmental policy?
Unfortunately, the previous government thought that domestic emissions trumped all else. It trumped the economy, it trumped our commitment to our allies, it trumped our commitment to global greenhouse emissions reduction. So I think we need to take a much more global view. We need to take a view that the path to achieving the strongest economy of the G7 really flows through Canada's natural resource sector. But we can't develop the natural resource sector against the backdrop of the existing climate policy that we have, particularly as it relates to things like the proposed emissions cap, the greenwashing provisions, the clean electricity regulations. All of those things are making Canada highly uninvestable as a place to do natural resource projects, to do interprovincial power ties, etc. So we need to make Canada more competitive, largely with our biggest ally and customer, the South, the United States, because capital will go where it's less friction, greatest return. And in Canada's environmental policy, we've just created so many layers of problems that no capital is coming here. And we've seen that because very few projects are actually happening.
So where does environmental regulation fit in then, or at the very least environmental commitments? Because I don't have to tell you, it is those who are concerned about environmental outcomes that oftentimes oppose new projects and development of oil and gas.
Yeah, I'd say two things, Michael. The first and foremost is we should take, as Canadians, a global view of greenhouse gas emissions. And so there are many countries that have come to Canada asking for our LNG to offset higher emitting sources in their home countries, whether that's Japan, whether that is South Korea, whether that is Greece or Germany, and also add on to getting off of Russian gas. But we sent them home empty-handed. So what we need to do is think about if Canada can help offset higher emitting sources elsewhere,
like coal,
we may have to grow our domestic emissions, but on the big picture global basis, that means we'll reduce global emissions. So that's the first point. The second point is the way in which we can incent. None of my members in the private sector in Alberta want to do any environmental damage, but we've created an impact assessment process that really has made it so challenging and so cumbersome. So let's layer on a thoughtful, pragmatic, timely, efficient, and certain environmental review process with incentive on technology to reduce emissions on things like carbon capture and sequestration, and to strip away all of the other policy barriers and make it competitive, efficient for companies to invest in those technologies. The Prime Minister has said, Minister Hodgson has said, let's get this Pathways project done. Couldn't agree more. And the combination of those two things, I think...
And Pathways is carbon capture for people who don't know that.
The carbon capture for the oil sands projects. Between those two things, I think Canadians can recognize Canada's got a competitive sector. Canada's working to reduce its emissions on an intensity basis in Canada. But we're also helping the world by providing cleaner sources of fuel elsewhere. The emissions globally will go down.
Well, we're now in the midst of Canada's 45th Parliament, and on Wednesday we did see Mark Carney's debut in question period. And to talk about this and what it sets up for the session ahead, we're now joined by our strategist, Liberal Susan Smith, co-founder and principal at Blue Sky Strategy Group, Conservative strategist Cole Hogan, and former NDP Director of Communications, now founder and principal at On Step Strategies, George Sewell. Hello to all of you.
Hello.
Nice to have you all back. So listen, Mark Carney, he makes his debut, as I say, Wednesday during during question period throughout the whole campaign and really in his leadership run. He talked about elevating debate in the House of Commons. I'm going to play for you the first exchange, and you give me your thoughts. Take a look at what happened in the House of Commons earlier this week.
If he's the man with the plan and the guy you hire in a crisis, why won't he table a budget before he goes on summer vacation?
Mr. Speaker, I understand the member of the opposition is very busy. Didn't have a chance to study closely the 100-day plan of the former member from Ottawa, Carleton, which did not include a budget.
Okay, so the first exchange from the Prime Minister, what do you make of that? Is that the I guess the definition of elevation and debate?
I think it was same old from Andrew Scheer. I mean, we remember him when he was the leader of the party as well before he got stepped down. Mr. Carney, I think, had to come out with some energy. For sure, he handled questions in French and English, no notes. He seemed very comfortable. I think there's a difference between his tone and the sloganeering of Mr. Scheer. That's why I said kind of same old. So I think one side you heard very similar. The other side, Mr. Carney, I think, fielded questions well. The other big difference is he's not taking all the questions on Wednesdays. Going back to what Chrétien, Harper, and prime ministers have always done, they take the leaders' questions and they allow their front bench to speak. And I think that's an important shift in the House of Commons too. So there are rookie ministers who are, reading off their papers. They're going to have to come along. But then you see people like Gregor Robertson, who's been a municipal politician, stand up and handle the questions, no notes, quite well. So hopefully question period improves. Canadians want it to.
Cole?
Sure. I think Mark Carney did an excellent job in question period. I think he handled it very well, and I understand, the intention to shift things beyond the way that the Trudeau government operated and differentiate themselves as a new government. What I want to see long-term is how the rest of the cabinet performs, particularly in the House, where we've seen a little bit of a gap in messaging between Mark Carney and his ministers. Has been, instances where his finance minister said, well, maybe we won't have a budget this year, and Mark Carney came back and said, no, we absolutely will have a budget. And another instance where we had Stephen Guilbeault say, perhaps we have enough pipeline infrastructure, maybe we don't need to build anymore. And then, Guilbeault was asked yesterday, I believe it was, do you think Canada has enough conventional energy? And he said, well, I'm no longer the minister responsible for that. So perhaps, Mark Carney and his PMO have, laid down the law of the land with the Trudeau-era ministers to really differentiate Carney's government from Trudeau's.
George, what would you say to that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think, having Mr. Scheer come in as leader is a clear indication that Mr. Poilievre is worried about anybody else who might take over. There's any number of other people that are competent within that caucus, but Mr. Scheer's already been rejected by Canadians and the Conservatives, and so he's not going to take over. I mean, the fact that he's using the same old tone that they've always used is a bit strange. I also thought, for Mark Carney, somebody who was hired to sit across the the room from Donald Trump, which by the way, I think he did well on that front, in the House to kind of be smart-ass too. I think it kind of misses the point of what I think Canadians are hoping for from the Liberals. Kind of pointing out, Poilievre lost his seat, and I think again the tone needs to change in the House, especially right now, especially while we're trying to move towards Donald Trump being the main focus. So I think that was a missed opportunity. When you talk about Gregor Robertson coming off script, good for him. But the last time we saw him come off script, he said that they were not going to do anything to reduce housing prices. So again, the new ministers are struggling with the message, and I think that's partly because this is the Mark Carney government, and room for other people to squeeze in is going to be tough.
I think it takes time for everybody to find their feet in a new government. And I expect, a half stumble or something along the way there on the government side. What really surprised me is how negative or how similar the tone is. So Mr. Poilievre's not in the House, but he's still pulling the puppet strings. He's still jumping in front of the cameras before question period to say, hi, hey, remember me? But he's not giving Canadians anything that's different.
Okay, I'll let you quickly say something that
Sure. We've seen Poilievre in particular say, we are open to working with the Liberal government in a few areas. He said, we'd love Mark Carney's government to steal our ideas because, as he was saying, Conservatives have the best ideas and policies. He's also indicated, his support for the Liberals Liberal income tax cut. The Conservatives want to see it go a little further. And I think those are areas where you'll see them cooperate with the Liberals, especially on good faith efforts on Canadian energy and reducing our reliance on the United States.
Okay, listen, I'm going to get to Mr. Poilievre in a second, but I do want to pick up on a point because, you know, Tonda McCharles, the Toronto Star Ottawa Bureau Chief, she had an interesting article today regarding the Liberal caucus, because the MPs have essentially been told, apparently by the PMO, to not mention past accomplishments of the former Liberal government under Justin Trudeau, except for childcare, pharmacare, dental care. I'm kind of wondering what that might do to caucus unity. Those who have been re-elected, proud of the time that they've served as a Liberal, to be told not to brag about it at a time when, you know, concurrently, many reports say there is right now disunity, unhappy backbench Liberal MPs, Susan.
Oh, I'm kind of hearing the opposite, actually.
Really?
Yeah. No, but I actually I was talking to someone today, and I was talking to someone today, actually, and I think Mr. Carney's putting some things in place that are really different from the Trudeau government. Trudeau's PMO was criticized for not being able to connect with members of Parliament. Like her not doing a great job connecting with his caucus or listening to his caucus. Gone are chiefs of staff and staff in caucus meetings. Caucus members will be able to speak freely. I think there's going to be some really significant liaison between the an MP who will speak to the Prime Minister really regularly. We've seen the rumors about parliamentary secretaries, and they'll have roles and voices in the House of Commons. So I think that is definitely going to be different. Look, people are excited to be back under a new Prime Minister. It's fair for any new Prime Minister to put their mark on the mandate that they have been elected to have and want to execute. There are always people who are grumpy who don't make caucus, or a few people waiting to see if they make cabinet, few people waiting to see if they'll make parliamentary secretaries. But I would say, writ large, people are pretty happy to be there. They like the leadership. It's a change of style, and it's going to be very outcome-driven. So produce.
Yeah, but at the same time, Cole, being told, but don't brag about past accomplishments. What does that do to caucus unity? Because interesting to see what you're saying, because certainly in Ottawa, there's discussion of the opposite happening right now within the caucus.
Yeah, and that might be a tough tune for some of the Trudeau ministers and members of caucus who are proud of a lot of those accomplishments. But clearly, and I think this is something Mark Carney has to do. He has to differentiate himself from Justin Trudeau's legacy and run a totally separate government. And, it's incumbents on the entirety of the House to, take what they're doing in good faith, what Mark Carney's government presents, and if it's different than the Trudeau government, I think they'll get support across the House.
George?
Yeah, I don't think this is really a surprise, frankly. They ran a change election. That was the attempt. Mark Carney was saying this is a new government, and now they're still saying that. But I do think it's going to be tough for folks who've been around for the last 10 years, or at least a chunk of it, who have worked hard for that legacy. And as much as they understood this was a change election, and for sure, they're happy to be sitting on that side of the House, and the ones who got in the cabinet are happy to have the limousines and all the stuff that comes with it. But as far as the things they worked for, to be told that is not part of what they, the muscle memory is going to be hard for them to adjust to. And I think the bigger challenge is going to be, and I know Mark Carney is going to delay a budget till 2026, maybe at this point. Maybe
the fall. He says the fall. He says the fall.
We'll see what kind of fall. We'll see what kind of budget it is. Because the message was pretty clear for a while until it was a problem, and then all of a sudden it's going to be a budget. We'll see how big a budget it is. But that one might be just another kind of intermediate one. But when we get the full real budget in the next spring, I think you're going to see a Paul Martin style budget. And I think those same folks who have been so supportive of the kind of more progressive Justin Trudeau style Liberal Party are going to be shocked to be reminded that the Liberal Party can be something very, very different.
Okay. Well, listen, we are watching. I said I was going to talk about Pierre Poilievre, but I love you guys. We've run out of time. So we'll pick up. Nice to be back. Parliament's back in session, so we'll see you again next week. Susan, Cole, George, thank you for the time.
Thank you so much.
Michael.
Well, joining us now is Mandy Galmasti, Minister for Indigenous Services. Minister, thank you for joining us.
Wajah.
Now, full disclosure for our audiences, Minister, we will be talking about other matters today, but as we track the wildfires burning in the prairies right now, I did want to ask you about your own ministry, how it is preparing, whether it will be preparing to be involved in providing aid to the communities being evacuated, since many of these communities are Indigenous.
Of course. Indigenous Service Canada has a responsibility to really respond to emergency preparedness, helping to coordinate with evacuation, doing it in a way that is culturally sensitive, empowering the communities to really determine where it is they want to go, how they can get there in a space that feels safe. Of course, this also requires coordination across ministries, so I'm really pleased that we were able to exchange with Minister Chartrand, whose own riding was affected by these fires. This is the case not only in Manitoba, in Saskatchewan, in Ontario, and Alberta. We are tracking and looking at the state of how things are moving forward there. The wildfires have started early. There's a critical response. I'm really pleased to see that the Minister from Emergency Management also issued critical responses to requests for the Canadian Armed Forces to come in and support those areas that really are in a state of emergency, literally looking for urgent response.
And we did hear from the Prime Minister that your government does stand at the ready to help in any way it can. So we'll be watching that very closely. But you know, of course you are here, and we do want to also turn to other matters, because yesterday the Assembly of First Nations did call on your government to close what's been described by them as the Indigenous gap, housing, clean water, modern schools, just to name a few. And in the throne speech, there was a line about creating prosperity for Indigenous communities. It was a direct reference to the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program. But beyond that, will there be, you know, the kind of investments the AFN was talking about yesterday to, again, close what they describe as the Indigenous gap?
Of course, it's been my pleasure to have exchanged with National Chief, you know, over the phone. I'm looking forward to sitting down and speaking to her, really hearing directly from her what the Assembly of First Nations is looking to do in the representation of all communities here in Canada and the role that they speak to. As the Minister, of course, it is my biggest and most urgent priority to really define what does it mean to close that gap, beyond the scope of partnerships, beyond the scope of ensuring that they're involved in becoming part of one Canadian economy, but elevating them. This is 6% of Canada's population, and sometimes in a critical, vulnerable population, but there are many success stories of self-governing nations, and bringing them into this space and having a strong voice being served and represented by an Indigenous minister, I think is something that, you know, our new government is really bold in doing. And you will begin to hear more and more messaging as we bring out and bring forward our priorities, especially for my ministry, how we're going to serve them in that capacity.
You talk about lifting up communities, and I do want to get back to the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program, because again, referenced in the throne speech, it aims to help Indigenous communities by becoming owners of the kind of major projects that the Prime Minister says this country needs to build. Although, you know, as I say that, in the past, opposition to pipelines, for example, were in some cases led by Indigenous communities. I'm thinking of I Don't Know More as one, the response to Prime Minister Harper's Bill C-45. How does Indigenous ownership change the conversation, change the opposition to the kinds of projects that the Prime Minister expresses interest in building?
I think when you open the table and you invite the Indigenous voice to be part of the project planning, part of the scope of the project, defining what the impact, the goal, the outcome of the project is, you get collaboration. This is key. This is key for success. This is key for social acceptability. There are many nations that are anxious and want to come to the table, that have shovel-ready projects. They can contribute to a strong Canadian economy. I think they are critical partnerships, and I'm really pleased to be working with a Prime Minister that has highlighted that and that it is included in the speech of the throne.
Now, you are a former Grand Chief of the Council of the Crees, and as a member of this government's Executive Council, I'm kind of wondering how you see your role in ensuring that there is greater respect for Indigenous communities, perhaps a respect that, you know, did not exist a generation ago.
This population, First Nations population, I think there's a lot of educating and awareness that needs to be done to understand that we are all unique. There's treaty, there's unceded, there's modern lands claims. It is the goal of this ministry to ensure that we uplift them, that we highlight who they are, that we showcase their capacity, that we support and serve them in terms of where they want to be as a nation. This ministry is one of the I think, most exciting to be an Indigenous person representing and serving, because we are serving 6% of Canada's population. You know, over 600 First Nation communities, over 50 nations, with each their own unique culture, identity, language. That's a huge challenge, but it is one that I think can be succeeded in if you work in collaboration, if you come from a place where you understand the reality of what it means to be Indigenous growing up in Canada.
Minister, I thank you for the time. I look forward to future conversations on this program. Thank you for this.
Thank you. Agda, miigwech.
Well, Canada Sovereign has always had a special relationship with the Indigenous peoples of this country. Seen as a guardian of the treaties signed with the First Nations, King Charles acknowledged the relationship in this week's speech from the throne, acknowledging his own journey of reconciliation while encouraging Canadians to continue theirs.
I would like to acknowledge that we are gathered on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. This land acknowledgement is a recognition of shared history as a nation, while continuing to deepen my own understanding. It is my great hope that in each of your communities and collectively as a country, a path is found toward truth and reconciliation in both word and deed.
Well, for more, we're now joined by Cindy Woodhouse-Nepenak, National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations. Chief, good to see you again. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
So we just heard the King in the Senate earlier this week, which I'll ask you about later because you did have a meeting with the King. But you, right now, have just come out of a meeting with the Prime Minister. I'm wondering how that went, because this is the first time in this parliamentary session that you've actually met with the Prime Minister. What did you talk about?
Well, I congratulated the Prime Minister on his election, and it was a chance to also congratulate him on a successful royal visit, as well as the speech from the throne that for the first time in the history of this country had free, prior, and informed consent in it. I'd also congratulated him on appointing 2 First Nations women to cabinet. I think that's huge. And we also talked about the urgent situation regarding forest fires in the prairies, in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and in Ontario, and to make sure that, you know, that the chiefs that are calling, that they're getting the support that they need for the community. So we conveyed that message very strongly. Mm-hmm. We also talked about urgent legislative and policy priorities, particularly related to clean water legislation and First Nations policing. You know, we really need access to policing services on First Nations across the country. And we also talked about the Team Canada, that we talked about Trump and the tariffs and the need to include First Nations formally in these national discussions. Currently, we're not.
Yeah.
Particularly with First Ministers. It's not Team Canada in 2025 without First Nations at the table.
Well, let's talk about a few of those matters, beginning with the concerns and the needs of Indigenous communities in this country. Because yesterday you did have a news conference where you talked about this infrastructure gap with Indigenous communities in this country. Clean water, yes, but also schools and homes. I'm wondering if you received any type of commitment whatsoever from the Prime Minister that he would move forward and address these issues.
We had a commitment on homes for sure for First Nations, but I think it's got to be more than that. I was able to restate that closing the discriminatory First Nations infrastructure gap should be the #1 national building project. This gap has perpetuated deep-rooted inequality in Canada, particularly related to safe schools for our kids, to access to clean water for our kids, to modern schools, to access to high-speed internet, very, very basic things, all-season roads and other issues that Canadians take for granted. Many First Nations children and people and elders don't have access to those things. And this disparity has led to poorer health outcomes, limited education opportunities, as you can imagine, and much less to that than compared to other Canadians. So we made the point that if the government's vision for First Nations infrastructure is focused exclusively on accessing natural resources, that they have another thing coming. We need to start with the basics to make sure that basic human rights are being met. And what better way to mark the 10th anniversary of the Truth and Reconciliations Commission than closing Canada's shameful infrastructure gap once and for all?
And how did he respond to that?
Well, he was taking notes, and we had a long discussion. We're going to be having further meetings with our leadership and himself, as well as with his ministers. So we're going to be working on that and finding a date for that.
Okay, so you and I will speak again as that date approaches and as that meeting happens. But you also talked about these national projects, because we do know that this is something that the government wants to pursue, national projects vis-a-vis natural resources. Do you see that as a boon for Indigenous people in this country, or a danger?
Well, I can't even comment on that because we have not seen this legislation, just a brief outline. Just a brief outline. So we will wait to see the full package. That being said, we are concerned about what we are seeing and hearing from government so far, based on what I'm hearing, and about similar proposals in Ontario, in British Columbia, and Alberta. So we fear that this may not end well. We won't beat Trump's colonialism with more colonialism here at home. And I fear that is what we are seeing with this fast track proposals approach. We promised the Prime Minister we will provide a more formal response that lists the concerns we are hearing and observing with this current approach. And we will be consulting chiefs and providing that to them very soon. At the same time, I told the Prime Minister that nation building projects he should fast track is right in front of him, closing the First Nations infrastructure gap.
And to be clear for people at home, you're still waiting for details on the federal approach. What you're referencing right now are the provincial efforts to try to fast track developments in their own regions. So, again, we'll watch that along with you. But you also talk about sitting down with the premiers, and that's interesting because for people who don't know, next week in Saskatoon, there will be a meeting of the First Ministers. In the past, you've expressed your frustration that there never is Indigenous leadership around that table when the premiers meet. I'm wondering if you raised that specifically with the Prime Minister, and whether or not you asked to be invited to Saskatoon this year.
I did raise that, and I feel for previous national chiefs before myself who were never invited to any of these big discussions. And it's 2025. It's time that First Nations have a full seat at the table. You cannot leave them out when you're talking about infrastructure or healthcare, and you want to divvy up and do healthcare with each other with the premiers, but they all play politics with it all the time and try and push First Nations to the sidelines. And we need to get over that and make this country a better place for all of us. The King was here this past week to show, and this country was made because First Nations signed treaties with the Crown at the time to create this beautiful country that we're supposed to be creating. We're still a young country. Let's get it right and make space for First Nations at the table.
Will there be space made for you in Saskatoon, though?
I have not heard.
Okay, not yet heard. Although, let's get back to the King, though, because, of course, before you and I were speaking, we heard the King in the Senate delivering the throne speech. And in the portion, just one of many portions of that speech where he did reference Canada's Indigenous, Inuit and Métis people, First Nations people, in that one reference with the land acknowledgement, he himself acknowledged that he was still on the path of learning and encouraged Canadians to continue their path on the road to reconciliation. How important do you think that was to hear, not only for Indigenous peoples in this country, but for other people in this country as well, to hear that kind of message from the head of state?
Oh, absolutely. Look, I think, like I said, we're a young country, and I think that we all have to learn about each other. I mean, I lived in a First Nation where, I was I'm happy that I grew up on a First Nation community, but coming off that, I had to learn about other cultures as well. And I'm so glad that I've met so many wonderful Canadians from coast to coast to coast with their families to try and understand each other and where we're coming from. And, I know many times when I would explain being a First Nations person that we're First Nations, like the Inuit aren't subjected to this, neither are the Métis, but First Nations people, the 1.5 million people in Canada, were the only people legislated around the entire world through the Indian Act. And the Indian Act was after the signing of treaties, like a decade later in the House of Commons. And it's created an unjust society for First Nations in this country. And if we want to make we're still, look at it, it's 2025, we're still talking about access to clean drinking water for First Nations children and access to basic things like the internet for First Nations children and roads and schools and homes. And so we have a long way to go in this young country that we all share, but we all need to learn from each other, work together, and talk to each other. And nobody's leaving, nobody's leaving this country. We have to try and get along and find a way forward to make this country a more wholesome, better place for each and every one of us.
Mm-hmm. And before we go, I do want to ask, because you asked for and did receive a private audience with the King. I'm wondering what you shared with King Charles.
Well, I was wearing a treaty medal. I don't have it with me today, but I was wearing a treaty medal, and on the treaty medal, on one side was his great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria, and the treaty medal was, when treaties were entered into, was gifted to my grandfather, my ancestor, Chief Richard Woodhouse, back on August 21st, 1871. So we talked about that and creating this peaceful country. We never went to war with each other. And, we entered into treaty together. And so we had a long discussion on treaties. We had a long discussion on sustainable development goals. We had a long discussion on, furthering our relationship together, and that I'm hoping that I take work with him and for a further meeting. And so I'm looking forward to that.
Well, I wish you well in that conversation and in your next meeting with the King, Cindy. But listen, for our conversation this evening, thank you for all the update. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. Take care.
You too. We've heard a couple of high-profile Conservatives today alone, Premier Houston of Nova Scotia being one of them. And he basically says that under the Conservative Party under Pierre Poilievre's leadership is not a big enough tent for all Conservatives. The fact that he's not made every Conservative feel welcome. What's your response to that?
Well, it's safe to say that a Conservative in Nova Scotia is maybe a little different than a Conservative in Alberta versus a Conservative in Ontario. I think our tent is a broad coalition, and I think that I've always said that this is a relationship business, this business of public life. There's probably some work to do amongst us all to connect and build those relationships. And I'm happy to be a part of that process. And I know that my colleagues are too.
Do you think you can be a bridge between Mr. Poilievre and Premier Ford, though, for example? Because, Premier Ford also came out today saying that Pierre Poilievre prevented federal Conservatives from helping PCs out in the last provincial election.
I would never presume to take on such a role, but I know that Pierre is a gifted and capable individual, and I think he can bring all Conservatives together on a national level. There's, as I said, there's obviously a bit of work to do amongst our coalition across the country. I know Pierre can do that work, and he will do that work.
We heard the fact that King Charles will be making his way to Canada, of course, King Charles being the head of state, to open Parliament. I'll begin with you on this one, Tonda, because you debate the merit of that.
Well, I think it's symbolic, but it's a symbolic, it loads on Mr. Carney's perception of what has value as symbolism to both Donald Trump, who does actually, he's a bit of a fanboy when it comes to the monarchy. And so, it's a flex on Carney's part to say, look, the King's coming to Canada, he's going to open our Parliament. It is a very strong statement by the monarchy, by the King, to come to Canada at this critical time. But there is a question around how many people still value that in Canada as an assertion of our sovereignty, of our own independence and autonomy. And so there were questions, not just from the Bloc Québécois, but some of the reporters in the room that Mr. Carney tried to kind of swat aside. But legit question, answer it.
Your priorities, of course, would have gotten an easier ride if your party had won a majority. It did not. You're 3 seats short. So I wonder what your early discussions with other leaders have been like. For example, will Conservatives support the tax cuts that you're proposing? Will New Democrats support the housing proposals that the throne speech talks about? What are the early indications that you're getting on that?
Well, we hope so in both of those cases. We hope that all of our proposals will find takers on the other side of the House. Of course, we have a minority parliament that imposes certain responsibilities on us, accountabilities. But we also believe, Michael, that we have a mandate. We have a very clear mandate. We were very clear in the election campaign. The Prime Minister has since been very clear. Mandate letters, throne speeches, and other interventions that he's made in public And this has been very, very consistent. It's not like this should be a surprise to anyone, but it has also received, we believe, the overwhelming approval of the Canadian people. And that's energizing for us. We hope that that energy extends across the aisle to the other side of the House, and that parties will want to take up our offer of collaboration and to work on these very, very important items. If the opposite should occur, I think Canadians will judge very, very, very harshly parties who want to descend into this bickering or procedural delay. I think Canadians expect this Parliament to deliver concrete results, to deliver legislation, and we certainly, for our part, intend to proceed down that path.
So we just heard your Commons leader, Andrew Scheer, criticizing the government for not delivering a budget now, although the government says a budget will be coming in the fall. Why the criticism over this delay?
Well, we're very concerned, frankly, that Mark Carney does not have a plan. As we return to the Parliament, we're very fixated on our 5 priorities, of course: reducing the cost of living for Canadians, getting more homes built, keeping our streets safe, getting our productivity up, and of course, considering our immigration system, which needs to be reevaluated, most definitely. So not having a budget is an indicator of a complete lack of a plan by this government. A new government, you think the first thing that they would do would be to present a budget to the House of Commons and to the people of Canada. So that really is a failure as far as we're concerned in terms of having a plan.
Well, let's get back to the return of Parliament. Elizabeth May is the Green Party leader and for the 5th time elected in the BC riding of Saanich Gulf Islands. Ms. May, good to see you again.
It's very lovely to see you again, Michael, and to be back in Ottawa.
Back in Ottawa.
It's like back at school after what kind of a weird, it wasn't summer, we just weren't here.
But busy while you weren't here. And you know, once you did return, there was of course talk that you were considering putting your name forward to be the Speaker of the House of Commons. You decided not to. You decided it was more important to represent the Green Party in the House. But I do wonder, what was it about the Speaker's role that made that possibility appealing for you?
It has been for me forever, and some of the news coverages that I tried other times, I've never tried. To try to run for Speaker, you have to write people and say, I want you to vote for me. And I've never been in a position where I felt right saying that. But I'm obsessed about parliamentary procedure. I sometimes kid around with the table officers, you know, in Parliament and say, I want to be like Stanley Knowles. And in my 90s, I want to be the honorary table officer. Many of your viewers will not know that the late and wonderful Stanley Knowles, who was early NDPer, was in his 80s and 90s, preferred to sit at the desk on the table in the proceedings of the House of Commons because he was just someone who loved Parliament. I love Parliament that much, and I would love to see our rules obeyed, and I like to think that maybe I could pull that off, but at this point the timing couldn't be worse to have put my name forward. And basically everybody's name is there to become Speaker unless you proactively withdraw it.
Which you did.
I did.
Which you did. But you know, when you talk about this passion for Parliament, how much of it has to do with decorum? Because it seemed to me that is what you were signaling you wanted the House to get back to, a sense of decorum that perhaps as a Speaker, what you thought you might be able to bring about?
Well, I know that from my constituents, and when I was first running in Saanich Gulf Islands in 2011, and you run for office, and the notion is everybody's making promises, right? I wasn't going to make a single promise I couldn't keep, so I could only promise things that I knew I could deliver. I knew I wasn't going to be Prime Minister if I won in 2011, defeating a sitting member of Stephen Harper's cabinet. All I could do was know that I would be the only Green member of Parliament. What could I promise? I could promise never to heckle. I could promise to try to make my constituents proud of my conduct. And that's what I've never heckled. I tell you, I've been tempted, and I get heckled all the time. I just said, okay, it's decorum, but it's more than that. It's respect for institutions. It's respect for democracy. It's not allowing our Parliament to be hijacked by dirty tricks and hyper-partisanship. And really, our democracy is in peril when our citizens look at what's going on in Parliament and think, I don't want to watch that anymore. That's really... And when you see school groups get up and leave from the gallery because the teachers think this is not what I want my students to see, this conduct wouldn't be permissible in my classroom, that bothers me a lot.
It bothers you, but how does it get in the way of democracy and the work that's meant to be done by this House? Because, you know, I do, to your point, I've heard from many Canadians throughout my career saying, you know, how can you watch that? How can you listen to that? What is actually getting done?
Well, I'll give you one example of where our rules, actually, the rules of Parliament, you'll be astonished to hear, include no one's allowed to read a written speech. Not allowed to stand there and read. Now, we all know that every single day that the backroom people in every party grab an MP who's unsuspecting and say, here's the speech, go in, you're reading it now. What that does is it means that when the House leaders sit down and say, how many speakers do we need on X piece of legislation? Whatever party is in opposition can say, well, I don't know, maybe everybody. If you had to get up and give a speech without reading it, how many people could they count on to know the subject well enough to give a speech without notes? Not that many. The Parliament of Westminster in London has the same rules as the Parliament in Ottawa. In the Parliament of Westminster, if people watch those debate proceedings, they'll know pretty quickly that nobody's standing there reading a speech written by somebody else that looks like bad high school drama while people stand up and read a speech. We could get bills through the House more efficiently if no one was allowed to read a written speech, which is actually the rule. So there's things, many of them like that, that are persnickety and down in the weeds. But I'm a nerd, and one of these days, you know, I'm only 70, maybe next time I'll run for Speaker.
That is true. You know, but there is a Speaker now in the chair. Will you be appealing to him to actually enforce those rules?
Constantly, and I've started already, constantly. And it's hard because once something becomes a habit and a bad habit, it's hard for, particularly in this system where the large parties have so much sway, it's really hard to get a speaker to, for instance, say, I'm not going to follow the list of speakers in the order that the whip has given them to me. I am, because that's the rules, only the speaker has the right to decide who speaks next. And yet every speaker we've had since the 1980s has abided by this non-rule. One time only, Michael, Jean Sauvé was Speaker of the House and said, I'm having trouble seeing across the room. Could the whip do me a favor and give me a list of who the X-party whip wants to recognize and in what order, just to make it easier? That's the basis on which every speaker since has taken a list from the whip and goes through them in order. What that does is it communicates to a backbencher, if I want to get on the news tonight in my own riding, the person I want to please is my whip, not the speaker. That's what's undermining decorum.
Okay, well, a very interesting fact to raise, so we'll see how that progresses. But, you know, before you and I are done, I do also want to talk about what your priorities are going to be beyond creating a House and being a member of Parliament that your constituents can be proud of. How will you move forward in this House? For example, the King's speech yesterday, it only mentioned climate change twice. And here you are, this one member, up against essentially a Conservative and a Liberal party that the commands the majority of the House's seats together in the House of Commons. How do you make a dent in that?
Well, we don't know if there isn't a moment where I'll actually have the deciding vote. Things are that precarious. Obviously, there's 7 New Democrat Party members, and we don't always agree on everything. And they are, like me at this point, not considered a recognized party. But that's another place where I go to the rules. Under the rules, people who are members of Parliament in parties with fewer than 12 are still official parties and still have the right to sit on committees and still have the right for time and question period. The only thing that the recognized party rule, which is a law passed in '63, does is give those parties money, but there's nothing in there about rights. So I'll push on that. I'll push on every single time that we see, which we have not seen a single thing yet on paper, of what is the Liberal Party, what is Prime Minister Carney's plan on climate. We've seen nothing yet. We have to push hard on that. We have to make sure that we meet our Paris commitments. That's non-negotiable because the future of human civilization hangs in the balance. We don't have much time, and time is running out. So I'll push on that as hard as I can. And I know there are MPs in every single party who agree with me, whether their leaders agree with them or not.
Are you worried about Prime Minister Carney, though? Because he has emphasized economic growth, not a climate policy as arguably the last Prime Minister did.
Yeah, Prime Minister Carney is at this point an enigma. Mark Carney, author, was pretty damn clear on what a carbon budget looks like, and we're running out of time. Candidate Carney was murky. Prime Minister Carney is an enigma, and the throne speech doesn't shed much light on things. So I approach people giving them the benefit of the doubt. I want to see what we're going to do. But I met Tim Hodson for the first time the other day, our new Minister of Natural Resources, and he said, we want to get clean energy out. I said, that's right. And there are no clean fossil fuels. We haven't had a conversation. That's where it stopped. We'll keep working on it.
Okay. Well, Elizabeth May, for our conversation this evening, I appreciate it. I look forward to speaking to you throughout this Parliament. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, well, with her thoughts on Tuesday's throne speech, we're now joined by Lana Payne, the president of Unifor, which is this country's largest private sector union. Lana, thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me, Michael.
You know, we're starting to hear concerns being raised about the throne speech. The Canadian Labour Congress, for one, expressing disappointment that the speech prioritized tax cuts instead of signaling bolder action on the trade war. I'm wondering, with that in mind, what is your reaction to essentially the priorities highlighted by the Carney government in this speech read by the King?
I think what we got in the throne speech, particularly from the government side of things, was a reiteration of some of their commitments in the election. I think that there could have been bolder things said, that is for sure. There is a lot of work ahead, but there was also a lot that had to be also said in this strong speech, particularly when it comes to Canadian sovereignty, and that to me was the focus of this throne speech. And one line will stay with me that I will repeat back and forth to government every chance I get, and that is that we have to be bold and use our conviction that the economy has to serve everyone, and that is something that's going to be key as we deal with this trade war and we deal with the challenges in our own economy going forward. There definitely has to be a concern about the impact of all of this on working people and how we work our way through it to make sure that their interests are protected and that their employment is protected.
Okay, well, I do want to pick up on that point because, as you say, the speech does highlight this economy that needs to be an economy for everyone. But I think there are concerns being expressed, particularly from workers and more progressive groups, that perhaps this Prime Minister is more informed by the banking world and not enough by the experience of workers in this country. You sit on the Canada-U.S. Advisory Council. What would you say to that concern?
I mean, Michael, every government, when you have a new government, you have to go through what I would call an opportunity, which our union is doing right now, to make sure that new ministers, a new prime minister understands the lay of the land when it comes to our perspective on things. I have had an ability to sit down with this prime minister. You're aware of that. We had a good long conversation during the election campaign. I believe that, there are a lot of things that this government's going to have to deliver on. There were a lot of commitments made to working people. There were a lot of commitments made about protecting workers' jobs through that election and making sure that workers were front and center in how it is we made ourselves and got ourselves through this trade war. So our job now as a union is to make sure that the government lives up to those commitments. None of this is ever easy, and I don't think that we can ever sit back and just assume, no matter who the government is, that they're going to get everything right. That's on us to make sure that they do get things right. And, I share, obviously, a lot of the perspective of the Canadian Labour Congress in terms of where we need to get to here. We need to make sure that the employment insurance system is better. There were some changes made to that prior to the RIT being dropped. Some of those changes will expire very quickly. We have to make sure that they're there for working people and so much more besides. But that means a lot of work for us in the trade union movement, and I believe we're up for it.
Mm-hmm. But work for you as a trade union, but you do want Ottawa to step up because Unifor has talked about the need for public investment, public ownership. What would that look like? I wonder, for example, with auto plants, I don't have to tell you how under threat they are. Does it mean, for example, an investment, a purchasing of an auto plant and repurposing it for something that might be beneficial to the Canadian economy?
I mean, the reality is on auto and every other industry that we have right now, we've been very clear to this government, and we're going to continue to be clear, is that what we expect is that they need to use all the tools and levers that they have to protect the industries that we have, but also to develop strong, robust industrial strategies for the auto sector, for the aerospace sector. The world is changing. We have to reimagine our own economy here in Canada in so many ways because we can't be as dependent on the United States. This is the reality of what we're facing. When it comes to the auto industry, we've been clear about the number of things that they need to do. First and foremost, they need to protect the footprint we have, and we need to look at making sure that we're bringing more players into the Canadian auto industry. There are a lot of auto companies that sell in Canada and don't build in Canada. I think as a priority, we need to make sure that we're attracting that kind of investment. And you have to look at the government. They've already worked with these auto companies. They've invested in some of them in a number of ways, and they have to make sure that these automakers and all corporations are living up to their commitments to Canada and to Canadian workers.
And you do point out as a union that Canada does have its own FEMA, if you will, this federal law that would allow penalizing companies that take jobs out of Canada in response to this tariff threat from the United States. Can you talk to us a bit about the law that you're referring to here, the Foreign Extraterritorial Measures Act?
I know we have so many laws on the books, but this one is an important one. It's about 40 years old, and it can be a very powerful tool in the toolbox for the Canadian government should they choose to use it. We're obviously telling them about it and saying, look, there's a problem right now, and our union understands the problem. We deal with some of the largest corporations on the planet. Many of them have tariff mitigation plans on their boardroom tables right now, and those plans can and may include things that will not be in the best interests of Canadian workers. So we need the Canadian government to say, look, if you're going to shift production out of this country, there are going to be penalties for that. There are going to be consequences for it. And we need these corporations to understand and to think about something else other than the threats that they've been getting from Donald Trump at the moment, that there is a Canadian market here, that they do want to have access to it. And if they want to carry on having access to Canadians and Canadian markets, then that comes with a price. And the price is we expect you to build and invest in this country. And should you choose not to do that and to shift production, there will be consequences for that.
And you're talking about fines upwards of $1 million, if not more than that, for companies that take jobs out of this country.
Yeah, and I mean, our recommendation to government is obviously this law was written 40 years ago. Some of those penalties need to be updated. I've also been, pretty clear. There's two ways we can go about this. We can employ carrots, which we have done. And in the case of companies that invest and build in Canada, what the government has said to them at our urging is that if you're building here, you don't face counter tariffs from Canada. But should you make decisions that are going to impact your footprint and impact Canadian jobs, that tariff remission can very quickly become a stick. And all of a sudden you do face tariffs because you're shifting production out of the country. The same must be true in terms of employing this other piece of legislation and making sure that we're fighting for everything we can before permanent decisions are being made around investment and around shifting production. And this is the critical time. We do not have a new deal with the United States right now, so we've got to keep everything that we have at the moment. And one of the ways we can do it is be very clear to corporations that, hey, you want to play here in Canada, you want to build here in Canada, we want you to build here too. But if you choose to go another route, then that changes the ball game.
Lana Payne, always appreciate the time. Thank you for this. We'll speak again soon.
Thanks, Michael.
Well, let's talk about the return of Parliament as we're now joined by Conservative MP Stephanie Kusi, the member for Calgary-Mindapore. Ms. Kusi, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Michael.
So we just heard your Commons leader, Andrew Scheer, criticizing the government for not delivering a budget now, although the government says a budget will be coming in the fall. Why the criticism over this delay?
Well, we're very concerned, frankly, that Mark Carney does not have a plan. As we return to the Parliament, we're very fixated on our 5 priorities, of course, reducing the cost of living for Canadians, getting more homes built, keeping our streets safe, getting our productivity up, and of course, considering our immigration system, which needs to be reevaluated, most definitely. So not having a budget is an indicator of a complete lack of a plan by this government. A new government, you think the first thing that they would do would be to present a budget to the House of Commons and to the people of Canada. So that really is a failure as far as we're concerned in terms of having a plan.
Although, we did see a plan in the throne speech read by the King yesterday, and that is what the Prime Minister points to. He points to the promises he made through the campaign, because in many ways they are a reflection of each other. Why are those priorities that do include a tax cut, the dropping of internal trade barriers, why is that not enough, considering we only really have a month before the House rises for the summer?
Michael, it seems to continue to be a series of platitudes. We did not hear a single thing about pipelines or oil and gas, which are very important for my people, the region that I come from. As well, he has often provided targets, but no specific concrete ideas as to how he's going to achieve these targets. So, for example, as Shadow Minister for the Treasury Board, I take note when he says that he is going to reduce the operational budget by have it be no greater than 2% compared to the 9% we've seen recently, but they haven't laid out a concrete step-by-step plan as to how they're going to do that. He also indicated that he wants to reduce the operational budget, have it balanced, I should say, within 3 years. Again, he creates these objectives, but he doesn't say specifically how we're going to get to them. Pierre Poilievre had a 100-day plan. He was going to have us here through the summer. I'm happy to be back, but I wasn't looking forward to that necessarily. We're seeing a lot of ideas from Mark Carney, but not specifically how we're going to achieve these objectives. And we're going to need to do a lot, considering we have a $1.4 trillion debt and a $61.9 billion deficit as of last year, Michael.
So it makes me then wonder, what can your party work with this government on? Because at the end of the day, as a minority Liberal government, they're going to need the opposition support to get things passed. So where do you see yourself working with the government if fundamentally you have problems about not having the information that you say you need?
Well, we will definitely continue to stand up and speak for the 8 million Canadians who did vote for us, over 41%. And they want to see productivity in the way of, for example, eliminating Bill C-69, the No More Pipelines bill, getting rid of C-48, the No More Tankers bill, to harness our productivity. Pierre Poilievre also had the idea of green-lighting the Ring of Fire, these types of initiatives. As to working together, I'm sure you also saw the announcement today Michael, that Mr. Poilievre has committed to our support for the Ways and Means bill. Does it go far enough? No, it does not. But even any little tax break that this government is willing to give the Canadian people, we will stand behind. Mr. Poilievre said, even before we enter the House of Commons, where the ideas are not good, we will oppose. But where they are good, and we think a tax cut is good for Canadians, we will support. So I think that's one example right there, Michael, of how we will work with this government when they show they are doing things for the Canadian people.
Now, the government also says it needs to move quickly on projects, and so they talk about both traditional and conventional energy. They've raised concepts of an energy corridor, pipelines as well. You're mentioning specifically C-69 and C-48, but if, for example, their proposal is to create pipelines but does not address those other, the tankers or the Environmental Assessment Act, will the Conservatives still support them without movement on those other two bills?
Well, I'll point out, Michael, that the energy corridor has been our idea over several election platforms now. And again, I think we're just concerned as to how will these objectives be obtained if they do not eliminate C69 and C48. I'll give you another example. Minister Hodgson was in my hometown of Calgary on Friday speaking to our Chamber of Commerce. He mentioned a one portal window for these projects, but a 2-year approval time. I mean, if we're thinking that a government is within a 4-year term at the maximum, certainly we hope less as the official opposition, even if we start day one here today with a 2-year approval process, I mean, that is a long time before we even start to make the plans to get the shovels in the ground. So we really need to think about, again, how these things are happening, a specific plan, not just platitudes, Michael.
Okay. Listen, quickly running out of time, but I do want to ask you, because you are a proud Calgarian, you're a proud Albertan, but we're also in this moment where we're seeing a separatist movement speaking more loudly out of Alberta. What is your thought on the viability of that movement, how Ottawa should be responding to what we're hearing from people willing to take the province out of the country?
I think that this is a critical moment for national unity, Michael. And I believe that Pierre Poilievre recognized that during his campaign and produced policy that would unify Canadians, that would make all regions feel as though they are a part of Canada, contributing to Canada. And I'm not really saying the same thing from the Liberals and Mr. Carney. I'm seeing them talking out of both sides of their mouth, not making any real commitments one way or another. Uncertainty is not needed at this time. What is needed is certainty and unity. I'm just not seeing that from Prime Minister Carney right now, Michael.
And is it just the energy file? Will moving forward on energy and getting oil out of to other markets be enough to essentially quell the concerns being expressed out of Alberta, do you think?
I think it is a significant piece and a major starting point.
Stephanie Kuzy, really appreciate the time. Nice to see you.
I always appreciate you, Michael. Thank you for having me.
Okay, well, let's get back to the throne speech now and take a look at how this 45th Parliament is shaping up. Stevie O'Brien is a former Chief of Staff to Liberal ministers, now Counsel and Senior Advisor at Macmillan Vantage. Jordan Paquette, Vice President at Blue Sky Strategy Group, and Farouk Karim is a former Press Secretary for the NDP. Hello to the three of you.
Oh, Hi.
Okay, so as I said, I want to get back to this throne speech. And, to be fair, the Conservative MP opposition leader, Andrew Scheer, in the House today said he's going to reserve further debate on the throne speech until tomorrow. But he did already point out that he does not believe that this is enough of a roadmap for a government that claims to be ambitious about where it wants to go. So, Jordan, I'll get you to start us out here. What do you make of the comment from Mr. Scheer?
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair assessment of this speech. I mean, it's quite similar to what we've seen in the one mandate letter that went out to all ministers, regardless of the portfolio. Didn't break things down very specifically, and similar to Mark Carney's press conference. So at least it was consistent in that regard. But they haven't actually broken down kind of some of the key areas and what they're going to do on some of these specific policy priorities. It's a lot of. It was a great pomp and ceremony today. Great that the King came. Lots of nice slogans and words, but no really key details. They talk about national energy projects, but they're not talking about oil and gas and what they're going to do for that. Are they going to repeal some of the anti-energy pieces of legislation that were in there under the previous government, or is it going to be more of the same? I think Mark Carney's going to learn quickly with some of his cabinet ministers around him. It's not going to be easy, as he says, and expectations for him are very, very high. So we'll see how he delivers.
Okay, I'll get to expectations in a second. But Farouk, what do you make of that? The criticism that this throne speech really, I guess, did not have enough meat on the bones.
Yeah, usually it's the speech. It's a grocery list of all the items the government wants to do. But it seems that Mr. Carney has a different view of how he wants to handle things. The letters to the ministers, one indication. This is largely the same thing by the King's voice. I thought today's exercise is something that is quite interesting from Mr. Carney's strategy, and it has been the same since he has become the leader of the party. He's setting high expectations for himself and for his government since the beginning. And today, by having the King essentially saying his plan, the expectations are really, really high. Now, it has been the case for the few months during the campaign, too, when Mr. Carney says we're going to do things we haven't done before and we're going to build them faster than we haven't done before. I'm paraphrasing, but the expectations are really, really high. I always thought, as a former staffer and communication staffer, that the key in politics is to manage expectation. You want to under-promise and over-deliver. It's good in politics, it's good in your personal life, and I think Mr. Carney is using another strategy, and political gravity will come back soon to bite him, I think.
Okay, so Steve, what do you think? Because, you know, to Farouk's point, this government, while it was campaigning to be government, made some very big promises, amongst them the fact that they would be moving quicker than we as a country are used to moving. And then here comes a throne speech. You go through the bother of inviting the King of Canada to read the throne speech, and not a lot of detail, not much different than what we actually heard on the campaign trail.
I think this is all part of Carney's strategy. He was elected with a mandate and that he takes very seriously to navigate Canada through an economic crisis and a sort of a sovereignty crisis. That's what the campaign was about. That's why he did so well. That's why we saw that Liberal curve go up like this at the end. And I think he's taking that mandate very seriously. And by doing so, he's focusing in on those key priorities. That's why we're seeing a streamlined mandate letter. That's why we're seeing the repetition of the key points.
But not a lot of details, though.
But it is focusing on, not a lot of details in the mandate letter, but it is a focusing on what the key criteria are for him. It's ensuring Canada-U.S. relations, trade with others, and affordability measures. And I think that those were articulated and reinforced in the speech today. And I think it's not just the words that were said, but it was the ceremony and who said them, and you know what it was saying to the rest of the world, that it was done in that manner, which was the main point of the exercise.
Mm-hmm. You know, Farouk, you raised this idea of over-promising, potentially over-promising here from this government, and I do wonder how much pressure do you think is on Mr. Carney to deliver, not only to deliver the promises that he made, but also deliver them quickly, because you know, arguably he did win this coalition, he did win this support, but it was trailing off towards the end, so much so that it did not end up in a Liberal majority. Conservatives started to gather steam as well. So how much of a timeline does the Prime Minister actually have to deliver here, Farouk?
Yeah, I think the honeymoon is going to be really short. He's going to have to start putting details to his plan. He cannot keep having the same kind of communication where this is the big vision items. At some point, planning has to come. I think the setup, he has a pretty chronological setup, right? He had this King's speech. Next week there's the First Minister's meeting, and so and then there's the G7. Then he has to go to Europe. So there is a plan. Mr. Carney said during the whole campaign, a plan beats no plan. So he has a plan. Mr. Carney wanted to be Prime Minister, we know, for a long time. So he has thought about all of this. My concern is that he needs to do it in a team. He cannot do it by himself. And the word on the street right now is that Mr. Carney has the top of the class syndrome. He's the smartest guy in the room. That's a good thing. We want the Prime Minister to be a smart guy, but he also needs help to accomplish all that he wants. And from the perception from now, or to this point, is that he doesn't have that team yet, but he needs to have that soon because he cannot do it by himself.
Yeah, it doesn't have the team, so much so that we know, for example, he's still looking for a chief of staff because Marco Mendicino is only going to stay until the House rises for the summer. So, Jordan, what type of pressure is the Prime Minister and this government under, given the promises that they have made? And again, the fact that the coalition may not be as durable as perhaps Liberals might think.
Well, he's under immense pressure. I mean, I think we've been talking about it. He set the standards high for himself, and I think maybe in his mind he knows what he wants to do, but does the rest of the team around him know what they want to do? Are they all going to be marching in that same direction? And I think we saw from that first cabinet meeting when they all exited and you had 4 different ministers saying different things, you've now already had the Prime Minister have to come out, correct his finance minister, say, no, there will be a budget later this year, when it wasn't actually happening. So you're going to see numerous little scenarios like that happening. Not to mention, it's great to have all the priorities that he does, but you're going to have lots of little side issues that are going to come up. And how is this government going to handle managing those issues and still be able to deliver on these big promises that they have, without actually reaching out to the Conservatives and agreeing with them on some of these bigger projects about repealing some of the anti-development policies that were there before.
Yeah, well, to be fair, we were actually having a conversation. How much of this is trying to squeeze into the public sector philosophy, a philosophy from the private sector? So I wonder how much of that is the tension. But you talk to us, Stevie, about the pressure and how well this government is meeting the pressure to deliver, because again, the Prime Minister says he would deliver quickly.
I think he's been consistently rising to the occasion and doing very well. We've got to remember, he only became leader of the party in early March. He has brought forward he's canceled the carbon tax before he's won an election. He's had a very successful first meeting with Donald Trump, which could have gone very differently. He is doing what he was elected to do, which is calm the waters, improve Canada-US relations, and help bolster the economy. And I think he does have a plan. I think we've talked about elements of it here. He is going methodically. He is a methodical man. He's project managing this. I don't think there have been some missteps coming out of cabinet. I agree, but I don't think Carney will suffer fools. I think it's going to become very tight, very fast, and I don't think people will get many chances or many kicks at the can.
Yeah, okay. We'll see how quickly there's a cabinet shuffle, if that is the case. But listen, I only have about a minute, so very, very quickly, because there are hopes that this Parliament will have more decorum than the past Parliament, which was incredibly toxic. Do you think that is possible? The Prime Minister certainly says he wants to elevate conversation. Is that a possibility, Farouk?
For the next month, yes. We'll see to the budget in the fall.
Okay, Jordan?
I agree. I think this month is going to be about a lot of pomp and ceremony, some little jabs back and forth, some good jovial heckling, laughing, and things like that happening. We have a new speaker in the chair that seems to have been widely supported by the opposition. So no, I don't expect anything acrimonious. But yes, come the fall, I would agree with Farouk that all bets are off. And watch the committees. They're going to be quite interesting.
Stevie?
I agree with what's been said, but come the fall, I still don't think it's going to be nearly as toxic as it was at the end of 2024. I do not think that the electorate has sort of the tolerance for a Parliament that is completely sort of stalled and filibustered. So I think there will be stronger language used, especially in committees, but I still think Prime Minister Carney will be able to govern as if he does have majority for at least the next 18 months.
Okay, well, we will see, but my takeaway from all that is enjoy June, because September may not be so great. Jordan Fiquet, Stevie O'Brien, Farouk Karim, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And as for the government agenda, the throne speech outlined many of the points we heard from the Liberal leader during the federal election campaign, promising tax cuts, the removal of federal barriers to internal free trade, investments in housing, and also greater fiscal restraint. And with more, we're now joined by Government House Leader Steve McKinnon. Minister, thank you for taking the time.
Good evening, Michael.
Listen, I want to begin with some of the early criticisms that we heard from the opposition leader, Conservative MP Andrew Scheer. He said in the House, what's been outlined here does not have enough details. And for a Prime Minister promising great things in a short amount of time, the speech, he said, did not provide enough of a roadmap. What do you say to that?
Well, the flip answer, Michael, is that said every opposition leader about every throne speech in history. The throne speeches, by definition, don't fill in all the blanks or provide all the detail with respect to implementation or the how. Obviously, we are intending to fill in many of those blanks in the coming weeks and in the coming months. The Prime Minister, I think, has set out what to me and to our government is a very exciting vision, but a very focused one, so that we can meet this moment. We have faced a trade crisis, an affordability crisis, and a housing crisis, and we are going to meet the moment on all of those fronts. And in some respects, that's what the Conservatives and others have been urging us to do. So we intend to deliver on those fronts. We intend to put concrete measures before the House of Commons. One of the first ones, of course, will be, yes, to reduce income taxes for every single income tax paying Canadian. Your taxes will go down on July 1st. That is our firm commitment and that is our firm intention.
Okay, so taxes to go down July 1st. You're also promising to drop the federal barriers to internal trade by Canada Day as well. But what else are you intending to introduce here? Because really, you only have 4 weeks here before the House is meant to rise for the summer break.
We will introduce other legislation, Michael, and that will make itself known in due course. We will, of course, now proceed to several days of debate on the throne speech itself, and I think members and ministers and others will indeed fill in some of those blanks during the course of that debate. But following that, we'll be debating Ways and Means. We'll be, of course, debating the estimates to properly fund the government, and we'll have legislation to propose to Parliament, indeed, that we believe addresses many of the things that we've been talking about.
Okay, so we'll watch for that in the coming weeks. As I said, a short time frame here. But you know, your priorities, of course, would have gotten an easier ride if your party had won a majority. It did not. You're 3 seats short. So I wonder what your early discussions with other leaders have been like. For example, will Conservatives support the tax cuts that you're proposing? Will New Democrats support the housing proposals that the throne speech talks about? What are the early indications that you're getting on that?
Well, we hope so in both of those cases. We hope that all of our proposals will find takers on the other side of the House. Of course, we have a minority parliament that imposes certain responsibilities on us, accountabilities. But we also believe, Michael, that we have a mandate. We have a very clear mandate. We were very clear in the election campaign. The Prime Minister has since been very clear. Mandate letters, throne speeches, and other interventions that he's made in public. And this has been very, very consistent. It's not like this should be a surprise to anyone, but it has also received, we believe, the overwhelming approval of the Canadian people. And that's energizing for us. We hope that that energy extends across the aisle to the other side of the House, and that parties will want to take up our offer of collaboration and to work on these very, very important items. If the opposite should occur, I think Canadians will judge very, very, very harshly parties who want to descend into this bickering or procedural delay. I think Canadians expect this Parliament to deliver concrete results, to deliver legislation, and we certainly, for our part, intend to proceed down that path.
Mm-hmm. You know, you use the word bickering, and the issue of decorum has been raised given, you know, the toxicity of the last Parliament. Now, you've been the government House leader before. Are you making any commitments that would help raise the decorum in the House?
Well, they would mainly be tonal, and we have, you know, discussed this with Liberal colleagues. And that is, we again want to, I think, read the room, read the mood of Canadians. The hour is not for partisan bickering. We've just had an election campaign. We've had these debates. The hour is very much, and the expectation of Canadians, I think, is very much to outcomes, results. A lot of anxiety in the country, and with good reason. We have, like I said, trade anxiety and other economic anxieties. There are jobs on the line. There are investments on the line. We have measures to protect Canadians, protect their jobs, protect their economy, and we expect that parliamentarians from all sides of the House approach this work with seriousness. And parties, I think, will be harshly judged should they, again, go down that road of delay and procedure.
Well, we are watching very closely, Minister. Thank you for this. Appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Well, New Democrats will not be recognized as an official party in the House of Commons. That decision delivered by the government House Leader today, Steve McKinnon. Now, the NDP won only 7 seats in the general election, 5 less than what's needed to be recognized as an official party. But the interim NDP leader had hoped that an exception could be made, but again, that exception will not be made. And to talk about this right now is the interim leader for the NDP, Don Davies. Don, thank you for making your way to studio.
Nice to be with you, Michael.
So, you know, I have to begin first and foremost with your reaction to the very fact that the government, despite the arguments you have made, will not be recognizing the NDP as an official party in the Commons.
Well, first of all, that's not exactly what the government has said. What they said was that to recognize us as an official party would require a legislative change, and that they couldn't do so unilaterally. So that's what actually Steve McKinnon, the House Leader for Liberals, did say today. But, you know, it's not really about that. It's there's other routes that are available to us. What we're really interested in as the New Democrats is to bring the voices of 1.2 million Canadians who voted for us, all those working families who want us to advocate for affordable housing, for good family-sustaining jobs, better health care, to bring that voice effectively to the House of Commons. And what we're seeking is the tools that will help us to do that. And those tools are available to us through the Board of Internal Economy. And so there's different routes to getting those resources that we need, and we're having fruitful discussions with all the parties towards that goal.
Okay, so discussions that might get you resources, which is given to parties that have official recognition in the Commons. But let me get back to what you said earlier, because my read of it was that Steve McKinnon said he would not be officially, not extend official party status because that would be not following the law. So does that mean then you're going to pursue a change in that law if he talks about not legislatively acceptable as it currently stands?
No, there's the government controls resources, and they do so through the Board of Internal Economy, which it also operates under its own bylaws. And again, what we're interested in is getting the legislative research and communication support that we need to do our job and deliver for Canadians. And there are no hard and set rules for that. There are 7 of us as a national party, and the recognized party definition in the Parliament of Canada Act really is just one route. The other route that's available is through the Board of Internal Economy, and governments can control how those resources go. I would hasten to point out, Michael, that one thing that's very important to consider about this is we're in a minority parliament. Mm-hmm. And the Liberals have 169 seats. We have 7. You need 172 to get things passed. So I think it's in everybody's interest that the parties who are able to be a balance of power have the ability to function. You know that Parliament is very complex. It moves fast and it changes. And so all we're asking for is the ability to understand what legislation is coming, to be able to analyze it properly, so we can be a reliable actor in Parliament. And again, most parties are in agreement with that.
Okay, so very quickly then, are you going to drop legislative change to try to get the official? I know there's an alternate way to get the funding that you're looking for, yeah. But does that mean that the negotiations to get official status are now off the table? That's not going to happen.
No, I think they're still on the table. It's just one route. I mean, it seems like getting a change to the legislation, Michael, is a long shot, but there are other routes. I mean, we're happy with whichever.
But if the Liberals and you united on that legislative change, you have a majority to make that happen.
It could happen. Yeah, it could happen. But there's different routes for this. And again, you know, we're going to do our job no matter what. I mean, we're going to bring those voices to Parliament no matter what. We just think that having the tools that we need to be effective advocates for those policies is good for Canadians, good for Canada, good for Parliament. So that's our argument.
Is there horse trading happening now then? Are you talking to the government about helping them pass a legislative agenda in order to get official status?
Not at all, no. In fact, we've ruled that out, and so have the Liberals. We're not pursuing any kind of agreement. What we're saying is that in a fluid environment like this, making sure that we know when the votes are. We can properly assess legislation that's being brought forward. We can, you know, we understand when changes are happening in Parliament will only help the New Democrats function better. And again, our priority is, you know, how do we get affordable housing? How do we get better jobs for Canadians? How do we improve our healthcare system? How do we have a better, united, strong, independent Canada in the face of Mr. Trump's threats? That's the New Democrats' real motivation here. And, you know, we don't apologize for trying to get the tools that we need to improve our ability to do that. So we're going to keep doing it.
I guess part of the problem, or the sticking point for me, is that without official party status, you are not guaranteed a question during QP. You are not necessarily guaranteed a spot in committee. How do you effectively make the argument for your party if you're not seen daily asking questions, raising questions at the committee level? How do you prevent being ignored?
Well, actually, the part of this discussion that we opened up, Michael, is already bearing fruit in that regard. So, for instance, to your question, we found out just about an hour ago that the independents in Parliament, as we're referred to, will get 8 questions a week. So the NDP being 7 will get 7 questions a week, which means we're going to be in question period every single day.
in fact twice a day on some days. So these are the kind of accomplishments, these are the kind of products that happen when we talk to one another. And so the NDP is going to be a voice in question period every day. Committees are another issue, you're right. That remains unresolved at this point. But we're going to be in question period. We're going to have statements in the House. We're going to be active participants in debate. And we're going to be a strong national voice for working people in this country. And this is something that we don't apologize to anybody for pursuing. It's going to make Parliament and government better.
Yeah, and I will say, and I completely have respect for the agenda that you're setting out for yourself for Canadians across this country. But I do wonder, your party has been reduced. It's now just 7 seats, down from 25. What would you have done better? What do you think the party could have done better in the last election? Because it didn't have to be this way.
Yeah, that's a fair question, Michael. And we had a tough election. There's no hiding that. That's why I think as leader of the party for an interim period, it's very important for us to create an honest, thorough assessment to understand where we came from. And I think just as importantly, to chart a path forward so that we can have a renewed reimagining of a progressive option for Canadians. So I don't want to second guess or second guess isn't the right word. I don't want to anticipate what our membership would have input into that question, because I do think it's important to talk to members across this country, supporters, grassroots activists, progressive allies, and get their views on where we failed to connect with people. My own view, and I think we get a lot of agreement for this, is somehow there's been a disconnect between the NDP and our working class base. I think that's pretty obvious at this point. And that's something that I personally want to address right away, regardless of any kind of evaluation process. I'm going to meet people in where they work, in at union meetings, in gig workers, service sector workers, healthcare workers, public sector workers. Go in and meet them where they're at and start reconnecting and listening to workers to find out where did we go wrong and how can we reconnect.
Okay. Well, Don Davies, we will speak more during this Parliament. Thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Always a pleasure, Michael. Thank you.
And joining us right now is royal commentator and royal historian, Dr. Carolyn Harris. Dr. Harris, good to see you again. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
So listen, I'm going to take a moment, though, to recognize the fact, just to brag at just how great our guest is. You're actually wearing a King Charles III medal. You know your topic so well. You've been recognized by the King himself.
Yes, I received this medal at a ceremony at Queen's Park on the 2nd anniversary of the coronation earlier this month from Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, Edith Dumont, on behalf of King Charles III. So it's a tremendous honor. The other people at the ceremony, there were First Nations leaders and artists and community leaders and all sorts of incredible people.
Incredible people, as you say, and for our purposes, proves the fact that you come with great credentials to talk about the King's visit to Ottawa. But,
thank you.
So here he is, invited by the Prime Minister to read the throne speech tomorrow. Now, part of this has to do with Donald Trump and how Donald Trump essentially mocked Canada's sovereignty, mocked Canada's Prime Minister. How does the King's presence, reading the throne speech tomorrow, assert Canadian nationalism?
Well, the King as head of state is the personification of the state, and by coming to Canada on the advice of Prime Minister Mark Carney to read the throne speech, he is showcasing Canada's distinctive political history and traditions that are very different from American political traditions. When the American Revolution took place and the United States broke away from the Crown, thousands of loyalists settled in Canada. And it's interesting to see in the 19th century, in the early 20th century, loyalty to the Crown was something that made Canada distinct from the United States. And we're now seeing another historical moment when there's a very strong focus on what makes Canada different from the United States. So the monarchy, which many people thought was gradually fading in significance for many Canadians, is now receiving fresh attention as this most distinctive aspect of Canadian history and politics.
Well, fresh attention, as you say, and as we can see from the video right now, thousands of people coming out to greet the King, which was no certainty that that would happen, but that is what we witnessed as we take a look at some of the visuals from Lansdowne Park in Ottawa earlier this afternoon. But you know, I have to note the fact that the King and Buckingham Palace was criticized back in February because of the meeting that Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, had with Donald Trump. He hand-delivered to him an invitation from the King to meet him at Balmoral, and Canadians were looking for the King, for the sovereign, to stand up for this country as King of Canada. How difficult has this all been for Buckingham Palace, do you think?
Well, King Charles III's in a very difficult diplomatic situation because he is King of the United Kingdom, King of Canada, King of 13 other Commonwealth realms that all have their own histories and their own foreign policy and are all trying to navigate the uncertain situation in the United States. So in his capacity as King of the United Kingdom, King Charles III took the advice of his British Prime Minister and issued that invitation for a state visit, as Prime Minister Keir Starmer is very focused on harmonious trade relations with the United States. But in his capacity as King of Canada, King Charles III accepted an invitation from Prime Minister Carney to open Parliament here in Canada. So we're seeing these two very distinctive roles, King of the United Kingdom and King of Canada. And all of the events today showcase King Charles III in his capacity as King of Canada.
King of Canada, although I think it's fair to say there are questions as to whether, or rather questions as to how important Canada is to the King. What would you say to that?
Well, King Charles III has a very long relationship with Canada that goes back to 1970 when he visited in another delicate political situation. It was the Cold War. The United States was wondering about Canadian sovereignty over the Arctic, which was quite sparsely populated at that time. So Prince Charles, as he then was, Queen Elizabeth II, Prince Philip, Princess Anne, all visited for the 100th anniversary of the Northwest Territories, and they didn't simply visit Yellowknife, which had received a royal visit before, but they went to Tuktoyaktuk, they went to Iqaluit, and all of the world's press were therefore focused on the Arctic Circle, the royal visit, everything from the Inuit delegations greeting them to the fashions of the tour that had to be suited to some of these remote areas. So the amount of press coverage of that royal tour had a way of subtly affirming Canada's sovereignty in the Arctic because of this very high-profile royal visit. And we noticed that Prince Charles spent a lot of time in the Arctic in the 1970s. He even went under ice diving in 1975. So King Charles III, as Prince of Wales, has traveled quite extensively in Canada, and it's clear it's not simply in official capacity that he really has enjoyed hiking, skiing, and even under ice diving. That Canada's landscapes have really spoken to him.
And to that, this is in fact the King's 20th visit, his first as King, but
yes.
20th visit to Canada as a member of the royal family. Listen, very quickly, running out of time, what do you hope comes out of this royal visit? Given this moment in Canadian nationalism, what do you hope comes out of this, very quickly?
I hope that what comes out of this is a renewed understanding of King Charles III's role as King of Canada, and there being a greater interest generally in Canada's history and Westminster political system.
Well, Dr. Carolyn Harris, as I said, no better guest to speak about this today. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Well, let's bring back the panel to talk about what we just witnessed at Rideau Hall. You know, I'll begin with general impressions here, in particular the names that have been chosen to be part of this cabinet. Rob, what stands out for you?
Well, if you look at his priorities, as far as I was concerned, the priorities were national unity and the relationship with the United States and national prosperity. National unity, who is going to be the interlocutor with Alberta on getting its resources to market? And we see that it's Tim Hodgson. Important, former head of Hydro One. He knows the energy sector. He knows Mr. Carney very well. They both worked at Goldman Sachs, but Mr. Carney recruited him as an advisor at the Bank of Canada. So there's obviously a very close relationship between the two of them. So I thought that was noteworthy. In terms of the front bench to deal with the United States, There's been a swap between Anita Anand and Melanie Joly. So Anita Anand goes into foreign affairs, Melanie Joly goes to industry. She wants an industrial portfolio. She wanted to get some sort of economic pedigree going. She has leadership ambitions. She put those aside for Mr. Carney, but I don't think, given her age, that those ambitions have subsided entirely. In terms of the size of this cabinet, I noted that Mr. Trudeau's first cabinet was 31 people. Mr. Harper's was 26 people. There tends to be cabinet inflation over time. So if this is the smallest that Mr. Carney's cabinet is going to get, I don't think we can call it lean and focused, which is what the sobriquets were given to his first cabinet when it was, what was it, 24, 25 people?
Yeah, 26, I think.
That's right. So this is not lean and focused. I thought he might use the secretaries of state to be, in effect, managing directors. He comes from the business world. Managing directors run operations on a minute-by-minute basis, while cabinet ministers might have acted as a CEO. I don't see that, given the kinds of roles that the secretaries of state have. So not exactly lean and focused.
Yeah, not lean and focused. We'll pick up on a couple of the other points. Catherine, pour vous?
On avait dit que ça allait être un travail d'équilibriste que Mark Carney aurait eu à faire. Ben, je trouve qu'on le voit quand on regarde à peu près chaque région représentée, un peu moins l'Alberta, bien sûr, mais il y avait moins de candidats possibles. Donc, on dit 9 ministres ou secrétaires d'État au Québec, 14 en Ontario. Il y a un au Labrador, territoire du Nord-Ouest, etc. Donc, la plupart des régions semblent représenter 5 du côté de la Colombie-Britannique. On atteint la parité, 14 ministres, 14 femmes, 14 hommes, 15 bien sûr si on compte Mark Carney, mais reste qu'on est dans le 50-50. Donc, plusieurs nouveaux venus, quelques anciens. J'ai l'impression que, comme on le disait un peu plus tôt, on a réussi à maintenir un certain équilibre, à essayer de plaire à tous, pas déplaire à trop de monde, quoique c'est sûr qu'il y a des gens aujourd'hui qui sont chez eux et qui sont malheureux de ne pas avoir été nommés. Et on peut en nommer plusieurs, vous en nommez déjà plusieurs également. Andrew a parlé d'Élisabeth Brière au Québec, dans la région de Sherbrooke. C'est intéressant, Élisabeth Brière, qui n'est pas un gros nom, c'est pas un pilier du parti, mais c'est une loyale. Elle est là depuis un certain temps. On aurait pensé que peut-être, si elle n'allait pas obtenir une nomination comme ministre, peut-être comme secrétaire d'État, c'est pas le cas. Alors ça, c'est peut-être un peu étonnant, mais reste que on constate que ça a été un travail, comme je le disais, un peu d'équilibriste.
Laurie?
Well, this is a big group of people. I don't see this as like pared down at all. This is a big group of people, for better or for worse. We will see. I thought it was very interesting, just to pick up on some comments that Rob had made around Anand is now going to be part of that team who's going to be going down to the White House and having these visits and dealing with the whole Trump situation. And so when we saw Carney's visit to the Oval Office last week, I think it was last week. Time is moving very strangely now.
Month, yes.
And Melanie Joly was there. Like there is now going to be a change to that team, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of effect that has. But heck of a day for Anita Anand. You could see how happy she was. No one is happier than Champagne, I think. But you can see some of these people are just honestly seem very happy to be there. I think you can see, pretty clearly a team that's going to be focused on the Trump trade Canada-U.S. relationship issue, which Dominic LeBlanc is clearly going to be the key champion of. And then you can also see, I think, a team that would naturally crop up around national unity and internal trade and working on issues that will keep the country together throughout all of this. And then some of the appointments around things that the government has to do that are really important, that aren't necessarily totally front and center on one of those overlying issues. And so for Nova Scotia, like to have the Attorney General and Minister of Justice and also Minister for Immigration, key files that the government is going to be working on that, again, don't necessarily plug into those national unity or Canada-US themes, but are really important. So, yeah, I mean, again, a lot of people. We'll have to sit down and go through the list and try to come up with little groupings of them to remember who they all are, because it's a big list.
It is a big list. Geneviève?
Je vais continuer sur ce que Laurie a dit. Il y a de tout.
si on cherche quelque chose, on va le trouver. On a des gens qui sont là depuis longtemps, on a des nouveaux, on a récompensé ceux qui ont bien fait le travail. Je pense à Anita Anand. Puis Gary Anandat Sangari, ça, c'est une grosse promotion pour lui, de justice à sécurité publique. Il va être à la Maison-Blanche avec...
And I'm going to interrupt just for a second because I was actually at the White House last week and I was in the Oval Office when they were meeting and there was Dominic LeBlanc, David McGuinty, you had François-Philippe Champagne and Melanie Joly. And, you know, thinking about today, it would be Anita Anand instead of Joly there and it would be Ananda Sangari over McGuinty. So you're right, they will be the ones in the White House negotiating.
Oui. Mais M. McGuinty s'en va à la défense, donc ça peut être vu comme une promotion. La défense va être très importante aussi. Alors, il y a vraiment de tout. Il y a des nouvelles figures. Moi, Julie Dabrunsin de l'Ontario, environnement, ça va être la figure qui va parler. On la connaît pas. J'ai cru comprendre qu'elle parlait très bien français. Ça va être la nouvelle porte-parole en matière d'environnement. Alors ça va être intéressant. Si je vois une déception, puis j'en vois une, vous allez peut-être me trouver difficile, c'est sur les langues officielles. Il y a personne à part Dominique Leblanc qui vient de l'extérieur du Québec, qui est un franco-canadien hors Québec. Et le portefeuille des langues officielles, c'est Stephen Kimbo, donc un Québécois. Je pense que les communautés francophones hors Québec vont être déçues. Surtout qu'au Conseil du Trésor, c'est Safkia Ali, un nouveau venu, et c'est le Conseil du Trésor qui doit maintenant mettre en œuvre la loi sur les langues officielles.
Particulièrement le Nouveau-Brunswick, peut-être, qui était extrêmement déçu de voir disparaître les langues officielles dans le cabinet d'urgence.
Ginette Petitpas-Taylor, qui n'est plus là. Ariel Kayabanga, qui a été nommé par Mark Carney, mais qui n'a pas gardé son ministère. Donc, je pense que alors, les langues officielles, j'ai un point d'interrogation. Je ne pense pas que ça va être une priorité de ce gouvernement-là.
So, and I think we're going to have to see the fallout of all of these choices, right? Because we're just getting the first blushes of it. And I will say a couple of things struck me, and among them was Marjorie Michel, because here is now the Minister of Health, a first-time parliamentarian, a huge portfolio. So that's something that I'll be watching very closely. Another thing that struck me, if you are creating a cabinet to signal change, in the front row was Leblanc, Joly, François-Philippe Champagne, Anand, Haidu, Guilbeault, Fraser, Freeland. That was the front row. So if you're trying to signal change, it was like, well, welcome back to 2015. So it was one of those signals for me. And the next observation I will say, and this is more a question mark, there are two Alberta MPs elected in this Commons. One makes it to cabinet, the other doesn't. Is that a tactical error given the challenge right now with Alberta on the national unity front, Rob?
It depends on whether or not Mr. Hodgson can deliver in terms of getting the resource to market. I suspect, given his reputation as a deal maker, a guy who knows business and a guy who knows the energy community, that there will be a great deal of confidence placed in him in terms of mollifying, placating, in some ways assuaging or attenuating the desire for independence or secession that's growing in Alberta. The other name that struck me was Gregor Robertson as Minister of Housing. This was an issue that the Conservatives gained considerable ground on over the last couple of years. They managed to, I think, attract a lot of new voters, younger voters between 30 and 45, people who feel like they've been priced out of the housing market. Mr. Robertson was mayor of Vancouver. Vancouver had a real problem with affordable housing, a real problem with homelessness, a problem with development charges as well, development taxes. He knows the problems. I'm not sure if he's developed solutions. So it'll be interesting to see if he can learn from some of the problems at Vancouver, one of the first cities in the country to deal with some real serious homelessness. If he can learn from that, because solutions weren't applied while he was mayor of Vancouver.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting choice. And when you talk about Gregor Robertson, he was also rumored as a possible environment minister rather than housing. But here he has housing as opposed to, Nate Erskine-Smith, who as a backbencher had a lot to say about housing. So I think that is most definitely a file that I'll be following very closely. In terms of, you kind of raised some specific, or rather generalities, but in terms of specific portfolios, anyone that you'll be watching closely, Laurie?
Well, yeah, I mean, just to build on what you said about Robertson and housing, I think that's going to be really interesting. Erskine Smith's time as housing minister wasn't enough time for him to do anything. But the minister before that was Sean Fraser.
Yep.
And so that was a key issue for the Liberals that seemed to really contribute to the sense that they were tone deaf. That, and as we said, Pierre Poilievre gained a lot of traction on that issue by being responsive to it. And not at all suggesting that it's all Sean Fraser's fault. I'm just saying that this puts a very different lens on the issue. We know that Carney wants to create a new agency to deal with the federal government's involvement, working with the private sector to work on the federal government's involvement in the supply side of affordable housing. These are big promises that he's made around that key issue. And Robertson will come at it from a Vancouver perspective and also from a big city perspective, whereas Sean Fraser's riding is pretty rural Nova Scotia. And so I think that's one that I'll definitely be interested in to see how that one unfolds.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially as they try to marry this idea of modular housing in urban centers that are already built up. I think that'll be interesting. I will point out the fact that we are taking one more look inside Rideau Hall, because as you can see, they're about to take the family portrait, if you will, of the 30th cabinet. You see there the Governor General in front, as well as the Prime Minister. At least you did. There's Sean Fraser, as you were talking about him earlier, Laurie. So we'll keep an eye on what's happening at Rideau Hall, but we'll wait for the camera to steady there so none of you get seasick at home. But we'll have that for you here as soon as it happens. And again, we are now counting down, or waiting for rather, the Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre to give his take on the cabinet that was just sworn in. But Catherine and Geneviève, I will say, François-Philippe Champagne chosen as the finance minister. We heard Marcy Surkes talk about the close relationship. There has to be some simpatico between the Prime Minister and that portfolio. But again, Carlos Leitão, he was rumored to be, in good running to be the finance minister overlooked here for François-Philippe Champagne.
Et il ne peut pas y avoir deux ministres des Finances, évidemment. Tout le monde ne peut pas être ministre, on le sait, mais c'est quand même quelque chose d'étonnant qui n'ait pas été considéré pour être... avoir un rôle pour être ministre des Finances ou autre. Là. Et c'est sûr que M. Champagne est devenu un incontournable. C'est devenu un pilier de ce gouvernement. Geneviève, vous serez sûrement d'accord avec ça. Mélanie Joly, M. Champagne, évidemment, là, ils ont des rôles majeurs. Même si Mélanie Joly a changé de rôle, reste que c'est maintenant des très gros noms.
C'est des gros noms. Je pense que Mme Joly va être contente de son nouveau portfolio, là, où elle a un profil économique qu'elle voudrait développer. Monsieur Champagne, c'est majeur comme rôle. Les deux ont besoin de l'autre, c'est-à-dire que politiquement, Monsieur Champagne a donné beaucoup à Monsieur Carney. Là, Monsieur Carney donne quand même beaucoup à Monsieur Champagne. Souvent, le Premier ministre puis le ministre des Finances ont une relation très serrée parce que le Premier ministre a besoin des connaissances du ministre des Finances. Dans ce cas-ci, ça sera peut-être pas aussi fort. Ça va peut-être aller dans l'autre direction. C'est-à-dire que j'ai l'impression que M. Champagne pourrait peut-être être plus un exécutant de la pensée de M. Carney, mais je pense que M. Carney va être... on va le voir beaucoup en matière économique et financière.
Et, évidemment, c'est des spéculations. On peut se demander comment M. Leitão aurait été avec M. Carney, comment il se serait comporté. Est-ce qu'il lui aurait tenu tête davantage? On ne saura peut-être.
On ne le saura jamais. Puis moi, ce qui m'étonne, c'est qu'il n'ait pas été nommé secrétaire d'État. Oui. Ça aurait permis pour lui d'apprendre, parce que, comme ça a été mentionné, c'est difficile de se lancer tout de suite à un poste de ministre, surtout ministre des Finances. Et donc, de le voir comme secrétaire d'État, j'aurais pas été surprise. Surtout qu'il y en a un, je pense, c'est revenu ou dans les mêmes thèmes. Par contre, attendons les comités parlementaires. Alors là, le Parlement revient. On va avoir les secrétaires parlementaires aussi. Là, on va occuper des gens. On va avoir les présidents de comité. M. Leitão va être au comité des Finances, je ne peux pas croire. Et donc, comme M. Souza l'est actuellement, ou l'était, alors on verra la suite des choses. Mais effectivement, c'est un peu surprenant.
Well, and to your point, the Liberals do have a deep bench when it comes to finance and the ways you can deploy them. Marcy Surkes saying as much. And I do wonder, Rob, because you were here when Mark Carney was the Bank of Canada governor. And so when you look at his time as the Bank of Canada governor, one, I think it's safe to presume he's going to have a very deep interest in the way finance is actually run in this country. Finance, industry, any of the financial portfolios he's going to be very much interested in, if not involved in his own way. Do you think his time at the Bank of Canada gives us any type of insight as to how he might deploy those departments and those ministries as Prime Minister?
I would suggest that, unlike the last 9 or 10 years, we are going to have a Prime Minister who's going to be deeply involved in the finance and economic portfolios. I note with interest he created a full ministry for artificial intelligence. This is something that Mark Carney is passionate about. He believes, given our access to power, and clean power in particular, that Canada can be an AI superpower. That was an interesting creation in terms of a new ministry. But we were talking about Mr. Letao a little bit. Did he really run to be a backbencher? Did he really do that? I know Claude Gay a little bit. I know some people know him, and he didn't necessarily expect to go in. Even though he's chief executive at IBM Canada, he didn't expect to go into cabinet. I would love to have been a fly on the wall to overhear the discussions between Mr. Carney and Mr. Letao.
And knowing that he's not at the beginning of his career.
68 years old. Yeah. Although those of us in our 60s believe this, 60 is a new 40, of course. But did he really do that? Did he go back into politics to be? I'd be surprised. And I think Geneviève is right. I think he'd make an excellent chair of the Finance Committee. For instance, he might do that, or he may play some other economic role. Clearly, this is a man who did have the ear of the Prime Minister. I expect that he'll be playing some prominent economic role.
Yeah, and more than does he want, do you want to be a backbencher? Where with Mr. Gay, he could. There's an argument to be made. I'm learning the ropes of politics. I'm learning the ropes of Parliament. But in Mr. Letao's case, having come from the National Assembly in Quebec, he comes with his own political pedigree and his experience that he could bring to the table. So I think that adds to, and it does make me wonder. Whenever you have not a majority government in this case, but a near majority government in this case, but whenever you have this number of MPs, it is such a difficult balancing act of how you meet aspirations and not create resentments that come in and come out sideways in your government and gets you into trouble down the road. So it is one of the things I wonder about, including the former ministers in the Trudeau era who were competent ministers. So we'll see where that goes. There's also I want to ask about the speed, because that was such a big part of Mr. Carney's election campaign, that change would be coming quickly, that we would be transforming this country at rates that we had never seen before. And it's a bit difficult because on the one hand we're watching this swearing-in ceremony, much like others that we have watched. Is there anything in place here that we see that can create that change, or is that change going to be Prime Minister Carney standing in the background and saying, do it faster, get the job done? When you look at the structure of this government, Laurie, does anything indicate that things are going to change as quickly as Mr. Carney promised it would?
I think it's hard to tell based on a list of ministers. I think once we see his approach to the cabinet committee structure, because I don't know at this point whether he's going to use the priorities and planning type thing. The approach where he's got ministers and then ministers of state seems to suggest to me, even though there's a whole bunch of people, that he's going to try to create some structure here where there are key decision makers and then there are people who perhaps meet less frequently and that kind of thing. And so I think once we see that, we'll be able to see where his priorities will start to be given expression. But I do think he's created these expectations around quick implementation. I think one of the key criticisms of the Trudeau government was lack of follow-through on implementation, though the ideas were great, right? Or maybe some people think that, some people don't. But so I think the pressure on Carney to do something quickly. I don't think he can go to the White House another time and not have a result, even though the first meeting seemed to set a good tone. So I think the expectations on him are going to be pretty high.
Mm-hmm. Expectations, which brings me to a point which I do want to raise in a moment, but I'm going to ask our control room to put up the image right now of the foyer of the House of Commons, because again, this is where we are going to hear from the Conservative leader. If we, there's the foyer. So we are expecting to hear from the Conservative leader. It was scheduled for 1 p.m. Eastern. We're now almost 7 minutes past that mark, so obviously delayed, but we'll bring you there as soon as it happens. And I know the people at this table have busy schedules, so I'm going to continue our discussion, but I'm going to do an advance thank you to Rob Rousseau, Geneviève Tellier, and Laurie Turnbull, because I know once Pierre Poilievre starts speaking, you're probably going to have to take off rather quickly. So that's my advance thank you to you. And Catherine, you don't get a reprieve. You're stuck here with me. So we'll bring Pierre Poilievre as soon as that begins. But I want to pick up on a point that you were talking about, Laurie, about expectations. Is there a greater pressure on this government, given the fact that Mr. Carney was able to essentially pull the Liberal Party out from near death to come back and deliver a government, again, near majority government. But on top of that, the threat of Donald Trump, because that was the backbone of his campaign, and the economic challenge, is there extra pressure on this government, unlike past governments? Geneviève?
Oui, pour moi c'est clair. De la pression des Canadiens. Les Canadiens l'ont élu. La pression des Québécois qui ont renoncé à appuyer le Bloc québécois, puis qui ont dit on va appuyer les libéraux, mais on va le faire pour une raison, puis on veut des résultats. Puis déjà la semaine passée avec le voyage à Washington, M. Carney a déjà son premier problème, c'est oui, j'ai une bonne rencontre avec Donald Trump, mais qu'est-ce que je fais pour les gens qui perdent leur emploi? On commence à voir les indicateurs économiques qui sortent. On voit que le taux de chômage augmente. Alors, les gens qui perdent leur emploi, qui mettent sur pause toutes sortes de décisions, qu'est-ce que le gouvernement leur offre actuellement? Alors oui, il va falloir qu'ils agissent rapidement. Et malheureusement, pour M. Carney, il n'y a plus 4 ans devant lui, il y a peut-être 2 ans. Et donc, il va devoir aller encore plus vite. Est-ce qu'il va pouvoir tout faire? Peut-être pas. Il va peut-être devoir faire des décisions, de dire je vais aller dans tel secteur, mais pas tel autre secteur, parce que j'ai pas le temps de le faire. Mais je pense qu'il y a une grande pression. D'ailleurs, il veut présenter son budget, si j'ai bien compris, assez rapidement. On verra. Mais s'il présente son budget dans 2-3 semaines, ça va montrer que effectivement, il veut réagir rapidement.
Mais jamais la menace envers le Canada n'a été aussi grande et n'est venue d'aussi proche que des États-Unis, le pays voisin. Il est normal que ce gouvernement ait une pression de performance. Les gens l'ont élu pour ça. Et la menace, elle est réelle et elle est grande. Alors, il faudra performer. C'est un gouvernement qui n'a pas le choix.
Laurie, what do you say about the pressure on this government?
I think that there's a sense that they've gotten this kind of extra mandate, right? It was almost like the Liberals were headed for sure defeat, perhaps disastrous defeat. And there was a certain, I think for some people, like they didn't get to the majority. They nearly did. But it's amazing from Carney's perspective he was able to do this, but still there's a sense of the Liberal government is being given a 4th term under a new leader because the circumstances we're in really require the leadership of this particular person. Like there's a sense of qualifier around it, I find. Like this is, and so I think you can hear in Carney's rhetoric as well, the focus on the crisis. We're in a crisis situation. And so he's using that framework to say, here are all the things I'm going to do, here are the approaches I'm going to take. And I think he will have quite a bit of license because of this crisis narrative, but at the same time, I think it really puts a lot of pressure on him to make progress on some of the things that people are really afraid about, and also things that they feel the Trudeau government didn't manage to get through.
Rob, what do you say about the pressure?
You know, new governments come in and they have plans, and very soon they find out that Canada is a very difficult country to govern, and that things hit them that they never expect, whether they're economic crises or foreign policy crises. The threat to Canada is external and internal. The external threat is, of course, the tariffs from Mr. Trump and his designs on Canada. The internal threat is Alberta. So if you look at what he needs to do right away, he needs to come up with some sort of arrangement with Mr. Trump to either ease the tariffs or push them off for a little while we negotiate a new agreement. He needs to show Alberta. He's not going to build a pipeline while he's in office. Pipeline's a 5 to 10 year project, but he has to begin. He has to show good faith. At least one, probably 2 pipelines have to be approved and construction has to begin. He will help the province of Ontario. There are lots of people who are going to lose their jobs in the automotive industry, welders, other people like that who can be used to help build pipelines. So there's a couple of standards. What's coming at him? He's promised to do something about internal trade by July 1st. Before that, he's got to chair a G7 meeting where Donald Trump is coming to essentially shake the pillars right to their foundations of the world order that's brought us peace and prosperity over the last 80 years. Other than that, he doesn't have much to do, Mr. Carney.
All before the end of 2025. But yes,
si je peux me permettre, qu'il va, pour ce qui est du dossier des pipelines, qui, selon lui, il le dit à plusieurs reprises, est un dossier essentiel, il va trouver le Bloc québécois sur sa route. Et ça ne sera pas facile. Il ne peut pas déplaire aux Québécois, il ne peut pas déplaire à l'Alberta. Alors, encore une fois, fois, ça sera un travail d'arriver à jongler à travers tout ça et ça sera pas facile.
Yeah, it's not easy as you say. But although, I think we'll have to see that. What's interesting here too is new governments. You talk about they come in with big dreams. Generally speaking, new governments have a honeymoon period, and there tends to be a down period and a down time. Obviously not the case because the election was just 2 weeks ago. We're now swearing in the government. We, as you mentioned, the G7, that's just a few weeks away. Parliament returns the week after next. So it's a packed timeline. So beyond the pressure, is there a grace period? Is there a honeymoon? Or is Mr. Carney up against the wall from day one, Geneviève?
Il va probablement avoir une période de lune de miel. Je pense que ça va exister. Mais il travaille très vite, ça n'arrête pas. Alors tout de suite, on est parti. Est-ce que ça va raccourcir la période de la lune de miel parce qu'il va présenter des idées puis ça sera plus ou moins populaire? On le verra. Puis l'autre chose qui est frappant dans cette élection-ci, c'est qu'ils n'ont pas eu le temps de préparer un plan. Je veux dire, on a une plateforme assez bizarre, incomplète. Les chiffres sont pas bons. Il n'y a pas de vision claire. Je pense que M. Carney a sa vision, mais n'a pas pu l'expliquer puis l'articuler dans sa plateforme. Puis souvent, la plateforme est utilisée comme guide pour les premiers mois, la première année. Et là, il n'y a pas ça. Alors ça aussi, ça va venir l'embêter. J'ai l'impression que ce gouvernement-là, le danger qu'il guette, c'est de se disperser, de faire plusieurs choses en même temps, que ça ne soit pas ordonné. Et là, les gens vont commencer à se poser des questions. Où s'en va ce gouvernement-là? Alors effectivement, la lune de miel pourrait être plus courte cette fois-ci que normalement pour un gouvernement.
Yeah. And also, we don't know how long this government will last, right? It's aided by the fact that the Democrats right now have a struggle to figure out how they're going to move forward. The Conservatives have to sort out the not leadership question, but getting Pierre Poilievre back in the House of Commons.
I actually think it's going to be a very strong and stable minority government, to paraphrase Stephen Harper. He's a couple of votes shy. There doesn't his chief tormentors in Parliament. Conservative Party has got to do some real soul searching about its future. The New Democrats are doing some real soul searching about its future as well. So honeymoon, no, because as soon as you make a decision, you're going to vex, frustrate, anger a large portion of the population. But in terms of the political danger to him, no one party holds the balance of power. He can make deals. I don't think the Conservatives would ever vote against anything that accelerates pipeline development, for instance. You make deals on each issue with a different party. So he should be fine, barring a major crisis, like the one that could be presented by a national unity crisis in Alberta. And even there, Mr. Poilievre is going to have to be very, very careful. He's running in Crowfoot, where there is a great deal of, I think, support for the notion of secession. He's going to have to be very clear, very early, that he disagrees with those in the province of Alberta, that Canada first, Canada last, Canada always wasn't just a slogan during the campaign.
Very quickly for both of you, honeymoon period pressure, whichever you wanted to address.
Peut-être, mais il y a aussi qu'il ne peut pas se permettre de faire des erreurs, M. Carney, notamment dans ses négociations avec les États-Unis. Parce que quoi? Parce que s'il se trompe, il arrive quoi? La menace est quand même grande. Donc, pas d'erreur dans la négociation, dans les tarifs. Il ne peut pas laisser tomber, il ne peut pas se tromper. Alors, évidemment, ça met de la pression énormément tout de suite. Et qui dit pression, dit probablement la fin. La fin, parce que normalement, la période de grâce, c'est une période où il n'y a pas de pression, une période où on laisse aller, on donne le bénéfice du doute. Est-ce que les gens vont lui donner le bénéfice du doute longtemps? Non, c'est impossible. Pas dans les circonstances. Je ne sais pas si vous êtes d'accord avec ça, mais j'ai l'impression que les choses aussi... M. Carney veut aller vite, mais les choses vont aller vite pour lui également.
Oui, puis il y a toutes les autres crises auxquelles on n'a pas pensé. Puis je suis d'accord, le gouvernement va arriver à un plan, peut-être un plan, puis à un moment donné, il va arriver quelque chose qui va regarder la pandémie, qui a tout fait dérailler, tous les projets de tous les gouvernements. Bon, on ne sait pas ce qui va arriver cette fois-ci, mais oui, le temps va être un problème. Gouvernement minoritaire, je pense que oui, il va être stable pour au début, mais je pas sûr que ça va se durer très longtemps non plus. Les autres partis vont vouloir prendre leur revanche en se disant, après 4 mandats, dont 3 minoritaires, les libéraux sont dus pour perdre. Alors, puis j'ai l'impression que peu importe la durée du mandat, le gouvernement lui-même est en train de dire, moi, je gère vos 2 ans, je ne gère pas pour 4 ans. C'est probablement que ça n'arrivera pas ce 4 ans-là. À moins, oui.
Est-ce qu'il va vouloir lui-même déclencher des élections à un certain point? Est-ce qu'il pense qu'il pourrait avoir son mandat majoritaire à un certain point?
Ça c'est fort possible. Ça se peut, parce que Mark Carney, on ne le connaissait pas, puis là, on va apprendre à le connaître. Et l'autre chose, peut-être qu'il va devenir majoritaire, parce que il peut se passer plein de choses. Des gens démissionnent, quittent, et un nouveau siège, élection, un libéral, et on peut arriver. Ça s'est déjà produit sur la scène provinciale, donc c'est pas impossible.
Laurie, last word to you.
I don't think it's a honeymoon period for him as much as it is people are putting their trust in him. And it's very much based on the competence, the very unique skills and experiences that Carney has, as opposed to some kind of really like sentimental period. Like when we remember when Trudeau came in and it was this kind of sunny ways, people were happy. He went to GAC that day and he was like crowd surfing almost. It was, people were just kind of in love with him. And I don't think that that's the same feeling now. Even though you could see happiness today, there's a seriousness to it. And so I don't think it's a honeymoon period as much as it's that people are looking at him and thinking, I hope you're the guy who can get us out of this mess, because we need to start seeing how you're going to do that. And so I think it's a bit more like that.
Il faut voir aussi, vous en avez parlé, combien de temps les autres partis mettront pour se reconstruire, les néo-démocrates, même les conservateurs, même le Bloc qui a perdu beaucoup de sièges, qui a à penser ses plaies, à se demander pourquoi, à revoir peut-être sa relation avec le Parti québécois. Au Québec, il y a des élections qui s'en viennent dans 1 an et demi à peu près au Québec. Le Parti québécois a critiqué le Bloc, c'est peut-être une relation à revoir. Donc c'est sûr que pendant que les autres partis sont occupés à faire ça, ils vont peut-être mettre moins de pression sur le gouvernement, mais ça viendra assez rapidement, j'ai l'impression, quand même tôt ou tard.
Yeah, which may buy him some time, but as you point out, Rob, he has a lot of pressures to deal with in the interim, so a lot to be watching for. Well, I also want to bring into the program right now Marcy Sirk. She is the Chief Strategy Officer and Managing Director at Compass Rose. Before that, she also served as Executive Director of Policy and Cabinet Affairs in Justin Trudeau's PMO. Marcy, good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Great to be with you, Michael. Thanks for having me.
Listen, I want to begin with the names that are not present here. Of course, we now have a whole list of new cabinet ministers, first-timers elected to Parliament, but a lot of names not included this time around. Amongst them, stalwarts like Bill Blair, Jonathan Wilkinson, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor. Talk to us about the choice to omit these veterans of Parliament, given the fact that, Mark Carney himself does not really have that much political experience, and certainly not experience in the House.
Well, what we've got here is half rookies, half veterans. And I think what Mr. Carney has been, his team has been signaling, what he's been attempting to do is to actually strike that exact balance between providing change, delivering on change. And that was core to his election victory 2 weeks ago. He himself embodies change, but that team around him, they didn't really look all that fresh to most Canadians. And so he's had this delicate dance, Michael, of having to try to find some other way of signaling and demonstrating change. He is doing that today with all of these newbies. And then, yes, he has maintained some veterans in key portfolios. And that's, to his advantage and to his credit, frankly. You could have thrown the baby out with the bathwater and started anew. But in this instance, he is going to continue to leverage and harness the know-how that he has built in to some of the individuals who are still on that front bench today. So it's a bit of column A, a bit of column B, trying to find that sweet spot in the middle, where Liberals like to find themselves, I should say, right in the middle of that spectrum.
Does he need to worry about offending people, though? Because in addition to the names I mentioned, there, of course, Karina Gould, who ran for leadership herself. There's Mark Miller, who was a very capable minister in the Trudeau government. Does he need to be worried about resentment being built in caucus?
Leadership is tough. And there is no question in my mind that there are going to be disappointed. There are already disappointed people out there today, about 30 people who are in this cabinet, but 170 elected Liberal members. That means, the majority of those elected members of caucus are not part of this announcement today. So they are on the outside, and that is a very hard pill to swallow, especially for those who were in positions of prominence as recently as yesterday, and for no fault, no real reason per se, are not in cabinet today. So leadership, that sounds so basic and obvious. Leadership is about making tough choices. Mr. Carney and his team, no doubt, have weighed all of these considerations at considerable length over the last number of weeks. Probably this process began even before the election, I would submit. They've been thinking through who is the right fit for right now. Each ministry is really meant to be a reflection of the moment they are sworn in. So who is the right, what is the right bench and the right team for this moment? Mr. Carney has made the tough determination that this is the crew that meets this moment for him and for Canada. There are other roles. There are other important roles. Cabinet is not the be-all and end-all. There are critical roles within caucus leadership, House leadership, party leadership, and I would anticipate that some of those individuals who are not at Rideau Hall right now will find themselves in other positions of leadership, because again, the majority of caucus is not in cabinet. That does not mean that there isn't a heavy lift for others in other places.
Mm-hmm. When you say that, immediately in my mind pops in a name like Carlos Letao. Of course, former Quebec finance minister, was considered a successful finance minister in the province, in fact recruited by Mark Carney, and yet Mr. Carney still chooses to stay with François-Philippe Champagne. What's the logic behind that, do you think?
A finance minister and a prime minister have to find some kind of marriage of the minds. They really have to be in a true partnership in order for that relationship to work. Monsieur Champagne and Mr. Carney have worked together. They worked very closely together over the course of Mr. Carney's leadership tenure. Mr. Carney must believe that he and Monsieur Champagne share this vision, that they will be able to both challenge one another on decision making, but ultimately come to the right outcomes. I agree with you, Michael. Mr. Letao, clearly a very qualified candidate. Most observers, myself included, would have anticipated a role for him in the cabinet today. But as I said before, there isn't enough space for everyone in cabinet. There are other roles. Mr. Letao clearly will play some form of leadership role given his experience. We'll see what that is, not in this spot, not at this moment. Finance is also a very, very tough job to parachute a rookie into. We saw the former government do that with Bill Morneau, and Bill Morneau performed admirably, but it was a steep learning curve. That is not an entry-level position. So perhaps Mr. Letao will find his way into that chair, although he was a provincial minister, not a federal MP previously, and doesn't have that federal experience. Perhaps gaining a little experience and traction in Ottawa will allow for him to grow and flourish in the days ahead. But I would still anticipate him playing some form of advisory role to Mr. Carney, and certainly as a key interface with the Quebec government.
Mm-hmm. A key interface Quebec government. It does make me wonder as well, because we have here a prime minister who, of course, campaigned on an economic focus for this country, promising to move things faster than Canadians are used to usher in change quicker than we might anticipate. You talk about an advisory role for Mr. Letao. He's not the only finance minister in the Liberal caucus. We also have Charles Sousa, who is a former Ontario finance minister as well. What kind of roles do you see evolving for them beyond advisory role? What kind of concrete roles can they play for this government to meet the agenda that Mr. Carney has set out for his government?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, in the Liberal caucus, and this will sound like a partisan comment, I don't mean for it to, but the Liberal caucus is blessed with considerable experience and talent on the bench. It has a deeper bench today than it maybe has in other times. And so Mr. Carney will be able to pick and choose from any number of individuals who bring considerable experience and talent to bear. So that is a good thing, ultimately, not only for the Liberal Party, but for the government and for Canadians to see this many talented people stepping forward into public life and public office. With respect to those individuals, again, I don't want to speculate too much. I don't know exactly where they will end up, but I would say there are key roles to play within Parliament. Certainly there will be, Parliament is back on the 26th of May. that feels, it's like tomorrow practically. We are going to have key roles to play and fill on committees, committee chairs, leads on committees, parliamentary secretaries to all of these ministers. Some of them will have economic roles and portfolios naturally attached to them because they will be the voice in Parliament for the ministers of finance or industry as a go forward. So, again, without speculating too widely, I would say simply that there are still many important roles left to fill, and key roles within the Commons matter a lot to getting the government's agenda through, particularly in a minority parliament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I talked about the economic agenda that was Mr. Carney has set forth for his own government, Marcy. I'm wondering how this cabinet, in your viewpoint, what type of signal it sends to the business community about how serious Mr. Carney is about moving his agenda forward and quickly.
I think all of the signals being sent to the business community should be interpreted as positive. Mr. Carney himself, from first instance, has made very clear that he intends to listen to and be closer to corporate Canada than his predecessor. He is attempting to run the government much more like a business. That is part of the streamlining exercise that we have seen today, a smaller, tighter cabinet, leaner and meaner. He is very, very key. He is clued into that the fact that the business community did not feel like they were seen or heard under Mr. Trudeau. I don't know that I agree with that entirely, but that is certainly the sentiment and the view, pervasive view within corporate Canada. And Mr. Carney has signaled that he intends for that to shift and change. He is very clear that the government of Canada will be reliant on corporate Canada as a partner to help drive his core economic priority, which is one nation, one economy. We saw that Minister LeBlanc even styled with that moniker today. There are obviously constitutional issues that get raised when you talk about one nation, one economy in a federation like ours. But I think the sentiment is widely understood that we have to break down interprovincial trade barriers to be stronger as a sovereign nation. And the business community is going to be really, really critical to delivering on any of those pieces for Mr. Carney. So I would hope corporate Canada sees today as a positive. I think some of the ministers, particularly Tim Hodgson going in at natural resources, should be well received, certainly by those in the resource sectors. We know we need to get our commodities to market. We are going to have a minister who understands that, who has played a role in that from the other side of the table, so to speak. Now he'll be at the big table in the cabinet room, bringing those interests forward on behalf of stakeholders. I think this is all net positive.
Marcy, I always appreciate the insight. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, that is Prime Minister Mark Carney in Washington, leaving his news conference after taking questions on his meeting today with President Donald Trump, talking about wide-ranging constructive talks, saying that he and the president have agreed to have more talks in the coming weeks, including, of note, at the G7 summit that's happening in Kananaskis, Alberta. Let's get some reaction to what we've heard from the Prime Minister and earlier from the President. Pleased to be joined once again by Geneviève Tellier, political analyst and political studies professor at the University of Ottawa, along with Chris Hall, a managing principal at Navigator, and as well Senator Hassan Youssef, who is on the Prime Minister's Council on Canada-U.S. Relations. Chris, let me start with you because we heard the Prime Minister ask, do you feel better or worse about the state of the Canada-U.S. relationship compared to earlier today? How do you think Canadians should feel after hearing from the Prime Minister and hearing what we heard from the President?
I think that people who have listened to Mark Carney through the course of the campaign and today should recognize that he's in it for the long game. He's not playing the short game right now, that there are things that they can discuss in the future. He was looking relentlessly ahead. And most importantly, I think for almost any politician is minimizing the expectations that something miraculous would have happened today. He didn't rise to any of the bait that Donald Trump put in front of him. And he asserted about the importance of Canadian sovereignty and how this country is not for sale, how he has talked to the owners of Canada, and they're not interested in that kind of deal. So I think he did the right thing. The tone was right, his body language was good, and he's focused on where they can go from here, not to expect anything change immediately.
Geneviève, let me ask you, what stood out from you from what we heard from the Prime Minister versus what we heard in the Oval Office?
before the meeting, and then after, yes, it's night and day. And so we have a calm Mark Carney that tried to reassure us that things are going well, even though it will be on the long run. But yes, during the meeting at the White House, it was near chaotic. It was not. We're not sure if Mark Carney was in control or if he was able to be in control. I think he nonetheless kept a good composure. But you are in front of Donald Trump, and you don't know what will happen with Donald Trump. And so, and it was kind of strange at the beginning of the meeting. We were not talking about Canada. We were talking about something else. That I think was a good sign.
So the renovations, yes.
Or the UT, or I don't know, Ukraine. But which is kind of good, meaning that we were not the focus of any, I don't know, angry sentiment from Donald Trump. But at the end, then it stepped in. So yes, probably we minimized the damage that could have happened at that time.
Okay, let me bring in Senator Youssef on this. Senator, you heard the Prime Minister talk about the fact that there were constructive talks, that there are going to be more talks, that there is going to be a process of redefining the relationship. But again, you heard some pointed questions for the Prime Minister about tariffs, about the auto sector, about the fact that the President doesn't seem to be budging on some of these issues. So what do you take away from what we heard from the Prime Minister just now?
Well, if there's one word gets summarized today, is the word constructive, and we'll see what that means in the short term. I think that obviously Canadian workers, Canadian businesses, Canadians in general will be watching this and want to know what might be the process that might lead to the removal of some of the tariffs that we're experiencing, and of course the job losses that are equally happening with that. And we don't necessarily have a clear sense what that may look like, but I'm hoping within the next number of weeks, as the President will travel to Kananaskis for the G7 summit, there will be further conversation with ministers and others to try to lay out a process that can, of course, starting to see some shift in direction in regard to the conversation. And more importantly, again, repeating some of the arguments that Canada have made, that some of these tariffs need to be removed. They're unjustified, but equally, let's figure out how we can renew the relationship going forward. Recognizing, I think the President, whether it's reluctantly or indirectly, kind of acknowledged that they are, of course, CUSMA had worked to a large extent. They need to be changed, and maybe we could talk about what that change is. But if the President is not there, I guess sooner or later we're going to have to know what does that mean in regard to how the relationship will evolve from this point, because that will be an ongoing issue that the country needs to get a grip of sooner rather than later, because the uncertainty is just going to create a lot of challenges for workers and businesses in this country, and I think we need to have some sense of direction.
Okay, let's zero in on that message on trade. Chris, we heard the Prime Minister say, look, do you think Donald Trump is willing to talk trade and drop tariffs based on, even though he said he's pretty set in his ways on this? Mark Carney saying, look, the prospect is there. We discussed it in detail. Yeah. What struck you from what you heard from the Prime Minister, specifically on this question of the trade relationship?
Yeah, I wrote it down here. Tariffs are not in the interest of American competitiveness and jobs. That was the argument that he was making. And to Hassan's point, there is a time here for Mark Carney to establish this relationship. That's what really he was trying to do today, to remind Canadians that, yes, remember you elected me, I was the best person to deal with Donald Trump. So he made some very, I thought, interesting points as far as he could go about not releasing too many details on a private conversation about how he's going to approach Donald Trump. He's not going to rise, as I said earlier, to any provocation. He refused directly to answer the question about what was going through his mind when Donald Trump was taking issue with Justin Trudeau and Chrystia Freeland and how he didn't like them. So he's looking ahead. And I think that's the important thing here. If we are going to have some kind of an agreement on tariffs, no matter what Donald Trump says, we always measure him by what he does. And clearly, Mark Carney recognizes this is a process that's just beginning. It will take time, but he's focused on that.
And Genevieve, on that point, I mean, a lot of how the Trump administration and the president himself conducts diplomacy is very personal. So how would you assess what we heard today in terms of a personal relationship between these two leaders? Right off the bat, when that meeting started in the Oval Office, we had Donald Trump talking about the Canadian election, talking that he had even watched a debate.
The debate, so I was wondering the French or the English debate, I wasn't sure. Talking about the good friends of Canada. And so I think that finally he gets it that Canadians are angry, and so we have close ties with the Americans, but there are some question marks now. It was good. It was it was a good welcome for Mark Carney by Donald Trump. Now, recall with Justin Trudeau, it was the same thing at the beginning, so it doesn't mean that it goes well now. It will always go well. We'll see about that. So for today, he did show good respect. He said, "You're a winner. It was a tough fight. You won it. I admire that. So that was a good point also. But I'm curious to see what's the reaction of Donald Trump now after this meeting. What will he say? There was this post this morning on Truth Social about, okay, we don't need anything from Canada, so we'll see about that. So, but the tone from the two person that were together in the Oval Office, it was cordial, I would say. But yes, it remains to be seen afterward.
Because, Chris, there was always the opportunity. Mr. Trump is so unpredictable. We saw what happened with the president of Ukraine. We saw what's happened with other leaders. There's a wide spectrum of what can happen in the Oval Office when Mr. Trump is speaking in front of a live television camera. So when you look at what could have happened, would today be rated a success for Canadian foreign policy?
I think it is. And I'll tell you a couple of things that really stood out for me. One of them was that Mark Carney did go out of his way to talk about the kind of leadership that Donald Trump is bringing, not just to economic security, but to international trade. I think that's an important concession to a guy who prides himself, Donald Trump, on being a world leader. So he gave him a peon, if I can put it that way. And then ultimately, he was very firm on the things that he wants to talk about, which is like we need to work together to enhance productivity in both of our countries, to protect the auto sector from competition in Europe and Asia. So he said all the right things about working collaboratively. I expect he made those points a bit more forcefully in private. We'll have to wait and see what comes out of that.
Okay, Senator Youssef, let me bring you in, put this to you as a final question. It's tough to say exactly what's going to come out of this meeting, what's going to be accomplished in the coming days, weeks, months in terms of the Canada-U.S. relationship. But given what you heard, is there a way to measure success from what we're hearing today from the Prime Minister and the President, even taking into account, of course, the proviso that the talks are ongoing? A lot of these talks are just starting out with a new Prime Minister. What do you think is the ultimate takeaway from today's meeting?
Well, I think we could start from the fact that nothing went wrong and the relationship didn't blow up with the Prime Minister being in the Oval Office. I think it's really important to acknowledge that. And I think if we can take something out of this is that we have further opportunity to engage the President, that he will be coming to Canada in a very short time for the G7 meeting. There will be an opportunity, of course, to engage him further about how do we move this relationship forward, in addition to what cabinet ministers and the president's secretaries are also doing with our cabinet ministers. So I think in a positive way, as much as we didn't get any tariff, didn't expect tariff to be removed today, I think hopefully within the next number of weeks, maybe we can agree on a process to start the discussion, and hopefully there could be some concrete timeframes to achieve some objective, ultimately recognizing we have a longer runaway to get to the final outcome in terms of how we get all the tariffs removed, but equally, how do we renew the relationship with the United States economically, but also on the security front? Because both of these things are not separate, they're together. And I think for Canada, we've got lots to offer, but also the Americans, of course, got a lot to benefit from this in the long term.
Right. All right. Geneviève, I want to talk to you about the domestic front as we wrap up here, because certainly a lot of Canadians were watching to see how Mr. Carney handled his first trip to Washington. We are waiting for the return of Parliament. We're waiting for changes to the cabinet this spring. Talk to us about how you see today's trip playing out for a domestic audience here in Canada.
Maybe two things. The first thing is that finally we've got a meeting, went well, there were no big damage, so that's a good thing. So, and I think all Canadians were anticipating that meeting. We were not too sure where it would go, and so that's done, and the first meeting going on. The second thing is a bit more difficult, is the sense of expectation. And so I think that with that meeting, we won't be able to say to Canadians, okay, the end is coming soon, and so the tariff will be abolished in the automobile industry or elsewhere. And so we won't be able to appease, to help Canadians that are currently struggling. Also, the business community, that meeting is not enough to say, well, keep your investment in Canada or don't invest in the US, stay here. And so all the expectation about trying to shift the narrative or the policy towards trade with the American, it won't come in the near future. It's going to be the long term.
Okay, Chris, last word to you on this. The expectations now that Canadians will face of Mr. Carney based on what they saw today.
Yeah, the Prime Minister was elected on the basis of I'm the best person to deal with Donald Trump and to protect the interests of Canada. I think he did a good job. First day, wish he'd had a chance to correct a $200 billion trade deficit that Trump repeats endlessly without any factual basis, but he didn't get that opportunity. But time is not a commodity he really has. He has, as you said, to face Parliament soon. He'll get some, I think, cooperation from the Conservatives and the other parties. But he does need to show that the relationship is progressing and that the issues around which Canadians care the most, do they have jobs in the future? Will the auto sector be protected? Will the film industry here, another thing that Trump now wants to tariff, are these things that he can actually blunt in the weeks ahead or months ahead and show that the value of the relationship is as seen from Canadian eyes as opposed to seen from Donald Trump's eyes, which is win, win, win. The other guy has to lose.
Okay, well, lots to watch for as we wait to see how this visit reverberates in the coming days and weeks. Geneviève Tellier, Chris Hull, and Senator Hassan Youssef, thank you so much for joining us and offering your insight today.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
The two leaders have an official lunch scheduled. They will also be meeting, and then we are expecting to hear from Prime Minister Mark Carney speaking at the Canadian Embassy at 3 Eastern, 12 noon Pacific time. I want to welcome back Fen Hampson, who is Chancellor's Professor and Professor of International Affairs at Carleton University's Norman Paterson School of International Affairs. Fen, we were talking before that impromptu scrum about what we were expecting to hear, especially from the U.S. president. What stood out for you over the course of the last half hour?
First of all, Andrew, I would say this was a master class in how to handle Donald Trump. Mark Carney began by openly acknowledging that he understands the concerns that the United States has had with Canada on, border issues, fentanyl, trade, and security. He complimented the president for particularly the work he's done to, as he put it, gently reinvigorate NATO. But he did so without sort of fawning on the president. He gently pushed back, I thought, on Trump's comments about the 51st state, using humor, I thought, quite effectively, saying, I talked to the owners during the election. Canada's not for sale. What really popped out at me and what really struck me was that Prime Minister Carney clearly has Trump's respect. And part of that comes from the fact that Mark Carney brought the Liberals back from the proverbial political grave. And I think that resonates with Donald Trump in terms of, his own political revival after his first presidency. I think the other thing that's very important is that Donald Trump said more than once that the Canada-US-Mexico free trade agreement is still alive. The Americans are not going to walk back from it. There are going to be negotiations to adjust. He did say possibly terminate it, but again, the second time he was asked about it, he said we're going to work on some subtle changes. So I think this was not just a good meeting, it was a very positive meeting going forward. It does lay the basis, for what are going to be difficult negotiations with the Americans. But I was really struck by the fact that the tone was actually warm. It was respectful. The president, came very close to saying, Canada has a special relationship with the United States. He still seems to think that this is, from an American standpoint, we're taking advantage of them. And so I think the Prime Minister has his work cut out from him to say, you know, this is one of the most balanced trade relationships that the United States has with any of its trading partners.
Yeah, and I do want to talk about the trade relationship. You mentioned USMCA, but Donald Trump was asked specifically, is there anything that can change your mind on tariffs? And his answer was, no, that's just the way it is. And we know that this short-term tariff issue is a big priority for the Canadian Prime Minister. So where does Canada go from here if that's the answer coming from the very top of the Trump administration, from the president himself?
Well, I think certainly when you talk to people around this town, their view is we can't have CUSMA negotiations unless the tariffs are lifted. It certainly struck me that Donald Trump is not in any mood right now to raise those tariffs. But there, I would say, you know, given what's happening in the U.S. economy right now, and it's not just tariffs against Canada, it's tariffs against China and other trading partners. The U.S. economy is entering a recession, and I think that's where the pressure is going to come to lift those tariffs. It's not going to come from us; it's going to come from Americans who are going to be finding in pretty short order that the shelves in Walmart and Target and other major retail outlets are bare and things are a lot more expensive.
Okay, let me close with you on this, because we just heard like an hour, we heard Donald Trump and Mark Carney speaking. We are going to hear more from the Prime Minister on the outcome of today's meetings this afternoon in a couple of hours. But before we hear from Mark Carney, how should Canadians ultimately measure the outcome of today's meeting and whether it's a success? Is it just a question of hearing a friendlier tone from Donald Trump, and perhaps that sets the table for a better relationship to come?
I think that what really struck me, the tone from Donald Trump was, we're ready to have a serious negotiation. You know, he wants to work with the Prime Minister. He wasn't dismissive. I was quite struck by his comments at the end, where he was very critical about Justin Trudeau. He made it clear he didn't like Mark Carney's predecessor, and he didn't like Chrystia Freeland, who negotiated the CUSMA trade agreement with the Americans, at least in her capacity as Minister of International Trade at the time. So you know, I think it's more than just a good meeting. I think it was very positive and constructive, and all the things that we worried about. Yes, the 51st state issue came up. No big surprise there, but I thought Carney deflected it and drew some clear lines in the sand, if I can use that term, or drew some red lines. We're not going to go there. So.
Okay, well, we'll leave it there for now. Fen Hampton, always appreciate your insight on foreign policy issues. Thanks so much for joining me here today.
My pleasure, Andrew.
Okay, well, before we end this program on this Friday, let's take a look back on election night itself and take a look at the final results, because joining us right now are two men our audience knows very well, whether you watch them right here on CPAC or, heaven forbid, elsewhere, or if you listen to the Numbers podcast. The two very integral to any election coverage these days. Polls analyst Eric Grenier is the founder and the writer behind The Writ, and polls analyst Philippe Chenier is the founder and the writer behind 338 Canada. Hello to both of you.
Hello. Good evening, Michael.
Okay, so both of you are about the numbers, so I'm going to begin with the numbers. Let's take a look right now at your predictions around popular vote first. You see them right there, and bravo to both of you. Not far off from how things played out when you look at the bottom line on Monday night. But let's now take a look at the seat breakdown, your projections, because the final result not working out as you two had predicted. Philippe, I'll get you to start us out here. What happened?
Well, it's interesting when we have an overestimation or an underestimation in an election. We always look, was it the polls or was it the seat projections? Was it the modeling? And in this case, it was a bit of the polls, but also when we take the regional breakdown, I think Eric and I had similar numbers in British Columbia, in Quebec, in Atlantic Canada. And not only these numbers were close, but they were bang on. The only numbers that differ from the actual seat results was in Ontario, and this is exactly where the polls missed 2 or 3 points for the Conservatives. A small error, should we say, but still an underestimation. And so this is what happened. If there was a 2-3 point error in Atlantic Canada, we would not talk about it. But in Ontario, a 2-3 point error leads to 15-20 seats.
Yeah, you're nodding your head yes there, Eric. Join in on that.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it, because when you look at those numbers, it was really just all between Liberal and Conservative, right? The Bloc and the NDP numbers went pretty much as expected. And the reason that the Conservatives won an extra 15-20 seats than expected is largely because of what happened in Ontario. Because as Philippe says, because the polls on average underestimated the Conservatives by a few points, that they ended up doing a bit better than expected and winning a lot of the close races. So, you know, on that board that you had there, you had our specific projections, which, you know, we have to give like a precise number, right? Because people always ask for that. But our ranges suggested that if the Liberals were going to lose a lot of the toss-ups, which they ended up doing, they would fall into minority territory. If they won even more of the toss-ups, then the majority would have been even bigger, which I think might have been what some were expecting as well. So it just kind of shows how when you have a lot of close races and when the polls do a really good job, but you know, off by a couple points in the key battleground, that can be a pretty consequential difference. And we kind of see that, you know, in the United States, for example, when the polls, the perception that the polls missed the last election by a big margin, they didn't. It just matters that that small amount of error flipped a lot of states from Kamala Harris to Donald Trump. The same kind of thing with obviously different implications kind of happened in parts of Ontario, the GTA, and the Southwest.
Okay, here's what I don't understand, though, and I'll ask both of you to comment on this, because, you know, I understand there's a greater challenge when you're trying to capture how people are feeling in a more rural area or perhaps even smaller urban settings. But, you know, this is Ontario, and more than that, the most populous part of Ontario. How was the Conservative support not captured? I understand you're saying there's a margin, there's a difference here, but like, why was that not captured when you talk about Canadian polls, Philippe? It seems that Ontario tends to be sampled very well, and as is the GTA.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Michael, and I would respectfully push back on this, because the Conservatives ended up with 44% of the vote, give or take a few decimal points. And this matches the high range of the Conservative, but it's still within the range of the Conservative vote in Ontario. And so the reason I say I push back is because a lot of observers and many voters and many readers of our columns, Eric and I, they expect perfection out of polls. So basically, the popular vote in Ontario, I had the Conservatives at 41 plus or minus 3, and they had 44. So it was well within the range. And as Eric said, you know, 168 seats for the Liberals, it's well within the bell curve. And I'm not making excuses here, but this is what stats work. We would be more comfortable that giving publicly a range of outcome instead of a lone number. And both Eric and I do give a number and a range of outcome. But I don't feel this is a major mistake or error here. It was well within the range of possible outcomes, at least for me and Eric.
Yeah, you know, absolutely.
If I can, if you don't mind, if I can just get in that too. I think that what we also find out from these kinds of things is that our models are generally based on the idea that if all else being equal, this is what the result should be, right? And so when you do see that there are some regions that move a little bit more than expected, it tells you a lot actually about what was happening in those regions. For example, Ottawa voted far more Liberal than you would have expected based on what the polls suggested province-wide. We know that that was probably quite tied to promises from the Conservative Party to reduce the size of the public sector and the public service in Ottawa. You saw that the numbers in the GTA, particularly in Brampton and in York region, the Conservatives did really, really well. We have some indication that it does seem like the Conservatives got a lot of more support from new Canadians. This is the kind of thing that is harder to pick up in a province-wide poll. And I think it does kind of show that when you do have some results that don't go quite as expected, it's often just telling you about what was motivating voters differently in one area versus another.
Yeah. And, you know, I'm going to say to both of you, we've put up a range board as well, because you guys were, to your point, Philippe, you were, in terms of the range, you were there, right? And so I think this is, you know, what people are watching right now. But I wonder, and just very quickly from both of you, what was your biggest surprise of the night? Philippe?
Well, I would say Southwest Ontario, because there are surprises, but big surprises, I would say Windsor West, London, Fanshawe, Kitchener Centre, the Niagaras going to the Conservatives. We knew it was kind of close, but they really did well in Southwestern Ontario. And I'm looking forward to see post-election polling as to why that is. I know pollsters have told me maybe it was the tariffs were one thing, but the counter tariffs also hurt the Liberals in that region, of course, with blue-collar workers. So I would say that would be my only big surprise, because as I said, and Eric is, I think it's the same too, in Quebec and in BC, two provinces that are not easy to model in normal elections, the projections were right on.
Yeah, and to that, you guys are saying BC was the hardest to predict, but you guys both did really well in British Columbia. I want to acknowledge that. Eric, what was your biggest surprise?
Well, I think that just speaks to that when there's a lot of change, we kind of always have doubts that it's actually going to be able to predict what's going to happen on the ground. But my surprise actually was the NDP. We saw that they underperformed their polls by about 2 points. You had 8% in our averages, but the polls overestimated the NDP by about 2 points. I wouldn't have thought that was going to happen when they were already so close to their floor. Yeah. And when you saw some of the results, we had heard over the last few weeks that NDP incumbents were going to outperform, the ground game was going to make the difference. It really didn't. And I was actually kind of surprised that we weren't more surprised, that the NDP didn't shock us with an overperformance, that they actually did a lot worse than I think some expected. So it kind of shows that, you know, there's the conventional wisdom what's going to happen, and then there's actually what happens.
Okay. Quickly before we go, Philippe, this is to you. Are you about to undergo a name change? 343 Canada, perhaps?
No, 338 is now vintage. It's like Coke Classic. I'm keeping this one. You know, in 20 years, when the House has 362 seats, people will ask, what is 338? Well, let me tell you a story of the 2010s. So, no, I'm keeping that. So.
Okay, good to know. Hey, listen, you know, I'm asking about the numbers. Thank you for addressing them, but I will say this to both of you. You guys do such amazing work, and because of your work, Canadians understand the process that much more. So bravo to both of you. Thank you for what you do. Eric, our election coverage would not have been what it was without you, so thank you to you. And yeah, you don't get to retire, just saying.
No, don't worry, I won't. Thanks so much. It was a really fun campaign to be part of.
Yeah, absolutely. Fun to have you both throughout the whole process. Eric, Philippe, thank you for this.
Thank you, Michael.
And Mr. Carney also shared that he will travel to Washington on Tuesday to meet with the U.S. President. To talk about this are Robert Fife, Ottawa Bureau Chief for the Globe and Mail, Tonda McCharles, Ottawa Bureau Chief for the Toronto Star, and Joël Denis Bellevance, Ottawa Bureau Chief for La Presse. Hello to the three of you.
Hi.
So listen, we'll get to Donald Trump in a second, but I want to begin with how Mr. Carney started this news conference, because he said, you know, Canadians voted for someone who can stand up to Donald Trump and build the economy, but then also acknowledged they also voted for affordability and to fight crime, which to me is an acknowledgement of every Canadian out there who voted for the Conservatives rather than the Liberals. Bob, what do you make of this first news conference and the message that Mr. Carney was sending?
Well, I thought that was one of the most substantive news conferences that I've seen a Prime Minister hold in a decade. And it in some ways reminded me of Brian Mulroney, because Mulroney came in with big visions and big plans for the Canadian economy, which he did implement, as you know, and he's talking about making the most transformative changes in the Canadian economy since the Second World War. Now, that's obviously hugely ambitious, and he's talking about major energy projects, major mining projects, major cross-Canada projects that are going to lift the Canadian economy. And then, he, of course, you know, he talked about the massive changes that he hopes to deal with in terms of the housing crisis facing the country. This seemed to me, and he seemed to be a man in a hurry. I'm going to do this. I'm not here to be the prime minister for my ego. I'm here to do things to build this country. So to me, I was quite impressed by it.
Tonda, what do you make of the first news conference?
I thought that he brought both symbolism, substance, meat, in terms of the Washington trip, the symbolism being the king coming to open Parliament. We can debate how that went over. A welcome stylistic change. He dispatched with the question that he was going to play any political games on the Conservatives' leadership troubles, and said that he'd call a by-election as soon as Pierre Poilievre can find himself a seat. So I thought that was a welcome change. No more games. We've got a job to get on with. And I also liked a little bit of the flashes of humor from him, but I was mindful that there were also flashes of his impatience when challenged. So, in a nutshell, all of that.
Okay, we'll get to all of that in a moment. Denis, what do you make of the first news conference?
Well, I think it gives a tone to what Mr. Carney wants to do in the coming weeks. He has a very heavy agenda, speech from the throne, budget. He wants to abolish interprovincial trade that limits free trade in Canada, and so. As Bob said, I think he's a prime minister in a hurry. He will have a very activist agenda, but not activist in the sense of enlarging the social safety net, activist in trying to promote economic growth in Canada. And so it's a very different agenda from Justin Trudeau in that sense. And I think he wants to send the message that Canada is really open for business. And if you want to do trade with us, we'll be partners. But watch out, if you want to put the roadblocks in the growth of our economy, we won't do business. We won't waste time with you. And that's a message, I think, to Washington. That, we've got a lot of stuff that we can do. As Bob mentioned, critical mineral, oil, and all that. There was also, I think, a message, a very subtle message about national unity. Talking about energy corridor, that's a message to Alberta and Saskatchewan. They are really impatient to get some projects going on, and that's a key message also to trying to assemble unity. We need to be united if we want to face Donald Trump.
It's interesting that he wasn't actually asked about that particular question, the whole how do you bring the West on board? But I also thought he sent an interesting signal to the political opposition. I'm not here to do broker a deal such as we saw in the last Parliament with the NDP or whatever. He's going to pick and choose his partners on a lot of these projects, and in a lot of those, they may be the Conservatives. So that's something to watch.
Very interesting. He ducked the question, did not answer whether the Liberals are trying to entice Conservative or the Democrats over to join the Liberals so they can have a majority government.
Yeah, and that was very clear because he was asked that question and he said, well, we have a clear mandate. He didn't say yes or no. But listen, a lot to pick apart there, but let's begin with the King, because in that news conference as well, we heard the fact that King Charles will be making his way to Canada, of course, King Charles being the head of state, to open Parliament. I'll begin with you on this one, Tonda, because you debate the merit of that.
Well, I think it's symbolic, but it's a symbolic, it loads on Mr. Carney's perception of what has value as symbolism to both Donald Trump, who does actually, he's a bit of a fanboy when it comes to the monarchy. And so, it's a flex on Carney's part to say, look, the King's coming to Canada, he's going to open our Parliament. It is a very strong statement by the monarchy, by the King to come to Canada at this critical time. But there is a question around how many people still value that in Canada as an assertion of our sovereignty, of our own independence and autonomy. And so there were questions, not just from the Bloc Québécois, but some of the reporters in the room that Mr. Carney tried to kind of swat aside. But legit question, answer it.
I think it sends a strong message because, as Tonda mentioned, Mr. Trump is a fan of the monarchy, but remember that whenever the King travels, he brings a lot of reporters. So those reporters will be talking about Canada in their own newspapers. So we'll have media, international media attention from a speech from the throne being read in the Senate in Canada. So that's a coup, I would say, for Mr. Carney for managing to get the King to read the speech from the throne.
Yeah, but is it something as simple as, you're going to have dinner at the King's house? We're having a sleepover. So the King will be here in Ottawa, right?
That's the message, right?
Yeah.
When the British Prime Minister met the President, he didn't defend Canada's sovereignty. But he also said, look, the King, this is a great honor, the King is inviting you to come. And because Charles was not in a position where he could publicly come out and say, I believe in Canada's sovereignty, he's coming here to make that statement. It's a very powerful statement. Leaving aside what the Bloc Québécois and everybody else may say, it's a really a finger to Donald Trump by inviting the king here.
Well, you mentioned Donald Trump. Let's also talk about that, because now we know that it's going to be Tuesday when the two of them will actually meet in D.C. You know, how important is that in terms of setting a bar, not just about the Canada-U.S. relations, but setting a bar for this first elected mandate that Mr. Carney has?
Look, the biggest problem facing this country is tariffs from Donald Trump. And the fact that immediately after becoming Prime Minister, he's going down to Washington to try to get negotiations going just shows you, and the fact that from what all we know is that the President seems to respect him, as not using name calling like governor and what, is a good thing. But he was also under no illusions. He doesn't know how this is going to work out. Nobody knows how it's going to work. And he played his cards very close to his chest about what we might see in the process of negotiations and bargaining. But I think it's hopeful, and it's a step forward. And you know, for the good of our own country, I hope they can be successful.
I mean, what does success look like for Carney or for Canada? We don't know. He hasn't laid out what he wants to achieve at that meeting for obvious reasons. He says he doesn't want to negotiate in public, but there's a couple of things that could come out of it. It's a high stakes, high risk move, because he could, if there's an Oval Office or a joint news conference availability, be embarrassed by something Trump says or put in a position where he doesn't get a chance to counter 51st state talk. On the other hand, you know, is the goal to get the immediate tariffs lifted, the ones that are now in place, or is the goal to put that down on a to-do list for a broader negotiation? What will success look like for Mr. Carney coming out of that? I think that's still a question in my mind.
My sense is that Mr. Carney will go there with one goal in mind, to establish a new rapport de force between Ottawa and Washington. Remember when Mr. Trudeau went to Mar-a-Lago? And the terrorist questions were first raised by Mr. Trump. What did Mr. Trump say to Justin Trudeau? If you're so weak, why don't you join us and become the 51st state? That's where it came from. Mr. Carney will go there in Washington and tell Mr. Trump, I expect, listen, we've got all you need. Critical mineral, oil and gas, electricity. The auto sector is doing well. We can build shipbuildings. If you don't want to do business with us, we've got other options. And that will help, I think, reestablish the rapport de force between Ottawa and Washington in a big way.
Yeah, well, you know, and maybe this goes back a little bit to King Charles as well, because it does underline, I think, globally, agree, disagree, that Canada has relationships beyond the United States that we can lean on.
Well, I mean, that's the biggest part of his message today, was that regardless of what happens with the United States, and clearly the U.S. is our #1 priority here, but we're going to build those pipelines. We're going to get natural gas to global markets. Maybe we'll get oil pipelines. I'm not sure about that. But we're going to get our product to Asian markets where we can get world price. And we're not going to be giving you discounted oil and discounted gas anymore. That is something that we've lost a decade because Trudeau wouldn't deal with this issue.
And you talk about the Asian market, but there's also a European market. Mr. Carney has a great relationship with the President of France, Emmanuel Macron. They call each other on the very next day of the election, and great relationship with Great Britain and the Prime Minister of Great Britain. So we've got other options, and that's the message that I think he wants to send to Washington.
And he noted that today, the words of congratulations he's received from France, from the European Union, and of course there's Japan
I think
today.
that these are messages that not just Mr. Carney has been sending, but the Liberal government has been sending since they've been dealing with Trump on tariffs. I don't think much of it, other than the commitment now to get conventional energy finally to markets, is that new. But has this being an opportunity to drill it into Mr. Trump's ear might be the one sort of, I guess, goal and success that could come out of it if he absorbs it. But that is a message that a lot of the press, full court press, has been going on down in Washington about. We have what you need. We're integrated. We can help you out on this critical minerals, energy, etc. But does it take hold? If the only decision maker is Donald Trump, it only takes hold if he buys in.
Very quickly.
Remember that Mr. Carney and Mr. Trump met before, while Mr. Carney was the governor of the Bank of England during Mr. Trump's term. So they know where each others are coming from.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, I want to also just quickly get your comment. You touched upon it a bit about the by-election for Mr. Poilievre, because Mr. Carney was asked about that, whether or not one would come about. Take a listen to what you heard from the Prime Minister.
I've already indicated to Mr. Poilievre that if it's the decision of him and the Conservative Party to trigger, if I can put it that way, a by-election, I will ensure that it happens as soon as possible.
Okay.
No games, nothing, straight.
Okay, and we now know that Damien Carrick, who was elected both in 2019, 2021, re-elected Monday night, he's going to step aside to allow Mr. Poilievre to run in his Alberta riding in a by-election. You know, what does this say to you? Not only the fact that Mr. Poilievre can now have a seat to run in once again, but the fact that Mr. Carney has done this without a lot of fanfare to say, yep, we're going to do this very quickly.
Well, I think that it shows that he's willing to just get on with it. I also think, you know, we should bear in mind that this is a minority government, right? And he's got big things to do. So why would he stymie and frustrate the Conservatives when he might need them on a bunch of measures like tax cuts? Like the energy projects, and the Conservatives are going to be a more willing partner than the NDP or the Bloc on that. So I see there's a practical thing. There's a signal that he's willing to cut the partisanship out for a little bit. That's a welcome thing. And in terms of Mr. Poilievre's fate, the willingness of an MP to step aside immediately, I think, was a necessary thing because he had to show strength at the end of this week. He could not have left his leadership question hanging into next week. He would have looked weak if nobody would step aside from him. And he benefits because there doesn't seem to be anyone coming up from within the base or the party or outside willing to challenge him directly.
To me, it just shows that Mr. Carney does not want to play games with that issue, and it's a belief in the sacred nature of our institutions, which include an official opposition leader to ask him questions and out of comments. So kudos for him for not playing games with that issue.
Bob, what do you think, both for the Liberals and for the Conservatives?
Mr. Carney obviously showed great maturity and appreciation for the important role that an opposition leader has to have in the House of Commons, but I think we're all going to watch as reporters to see how Mr. Poilievre can manage that caucus. He's had his boot on the throat of all of those MPs, bullying them for 2 years, 3 years actually, and I think they've had it with him. You're seeing they forced MPs not to be on CBC, for example. Well, they're now going on CBC. He's got. I don't think he's necessarily in danger right away, but it's something we're going to have to watch. And he also has a leadership review that comes up in the fall. It's mandatory. So there's lots of time here for trouble to present itself to Mr. Poilievre. Let's remember, he was at 28% in January. He lost. I mean, yes, he increased the vote number, and yes, he increased the number of seats, but he still lost.
Yeah, and I agree with all of that, and also that there is time still for trouble to kind of foment. There are lots of Conservatives inside and outside caucus who blame Mr. Poilievre's abrasive personality for their loss. And so does he rub the rough edges off that? We'll see.
Yeah, well, and to me, I think it's also the challenge of threading a needle between making partisan arguments that has worked for you in the past versus this moment of a call for unity to try to build the Canadian economy. So I think that's something that we'll all be watching very closely. Bob, Tonda, JD, really appreciate it. It's been such a long week, but I always appreciate the three of you.
Has it ever been?
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good one.
You too. Well, as I noted earlier, Mark Carney is expected to meet with Donald Trump sometime next week. We heard that from the U.S. president himself. So there really is no downtime for the Prime Minister and the government-elect. Instead, they'll have to get down to priorities and as to what those priorities should be. Well, right now we're joined by Carol Saab, the CEO of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and Candice Lang, the CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. Hello to both of you.
Hello. Hello.
So, Candice, I'm going to get you to start us off because, you know, I was reading that you and your organization, you want to see this government hit the ground running. And to that, you also say you want them to demonstrate political leadership, which I take it then that you found that lacking previously?
Well, I think, you know, when you look at the moment we're in and we've had to endure over the last few months, you know, we've been closed. Parliament has been closed at a time when the business community is in dire need, as are everyday Canadians, for a sense of economic relief in addition to some economic security. So I think it's upon us now that we're past the prorogation period, we're past our election, to really meet the moment and come out strong, hit the ground running with a plan of action. I think I hear so much, as I'm sure you do, Carol, are we going to meet this moment? Or are we going to now kind of fall back into an old familiar stance, which for us as Canadians might be, some complacency or not being as bold or keeping that fire lit under ourselves that I think the current external threats really facilitated.
So what does that look like? A clear plan released now with long-term commitments? How would you define this?
Well, I mean, I think for anyone coming out of the election and forming government now, this is a tall order, unlike really any I think I've ever seen. I say there's three things to really tackle at the moment. The first one is not small. There's a lot of parts to it which we can talk about, but that's getting our own house in order. I think which this moment has stirred us all up about, right? Tackling, diversifying our markets, investing in infrastructure and internal trade. But at the same time, of course, maintaining the trade we have with the United States and stewarding our conversations around our trade agreement. But then globally, we have many important conversations to lead in the next upcoming weeks, not only with the G7 in June, but in 2 weeks, we have right here in Ottawa, the B7, the Business Group of Seven meeting, and our theme is economic security and resilience, and we have hefty topics, including what's the future of global trade, and hopefully maintaining the multilateral collaboration we need to maintain a predictable but newly maybe reformed set of like a rules-based system.
Yeah, it's interesting you say predictable, and I turn to you right now, Carol, because I would assume predictability is something municipalities want right now too, because fair to say there's a question mark as to where the municipalities lie in this discussion.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head, right, from a perspective of needing predictability and needing long-term predictability if we're going to build the kind of resilience and stability that the economy needs us to have from the ground up in our communities. I think, of the many conversations that are overdue that we've been charging towards as a country and pushed towards as a country to have in the context of this election, one of them is how do we put our local governments, our cities, our communities on more stable footing with predictable sources of revenue that grow with the economy, that enable them to deliver the kinds of transformational changes we need to see, right, to address the housing crisis, to adapt our infrastructure, to make sure that our aging infrastructure can keep up with where we need it to be. And so in the context of a prime minister who's focused on the economy, who's focused on repatriating and strengthening our economy, on making it more resilient, all of which objectives we endorse and are aligned on, really we're looking for a conversation about how to do that as a partner order of government with the provinces and territories, with the federal government, to say we need to have a serious conversation about aligning our resources as a country with the objectives we're trying to deliver collectively and getting our act together collectively and doing that on behalf of Canadians who really need the help quickly.
I'm wondering how open provincial and federal officials are to that, though, because ultimately municipalities are creatures of the province. They're not creatures of the federal government, and the answerability, the line of accountability goes provincially. Yeah. How open are they for municipalities to actually have a seat at the table? Because there's also a lot of municipalities that would need a seat at that table.
They are. Thankfully, there's an organization that brings their voices together in FCM and can represent them in this conversation. I will say, we seem to get better at learning how to do this in moments of crisis or real need, right? The pandemic was one where we saw firsthand, and arguably it maybe took us too long collectively to get there, but we saw firsthand that there are many perfectly constitutional ways to work together more deliberately to make sure that funding is hitting the ground tangibly where it needs to, and to build those, make sure the resources are where they need to get to in order to make things work as well as they need to work. And we're now facing a different looking crisis, but one very, very serious as well. And so I think there is an openness, and we're hearing it. We've been very engaged engaged with the Council of the Federation and its chair, Premier Ford, in conversations around the context of the U.S. tariffs talk, but also in that context, how do we solidify our economies at home? How do we do that community by community, and in so doing, build the strength of the country up? And so I think there is an appetite. Whether or not we've been pushed to have one or not, we can talk about another time, but I do think it's there. And really, I honestly believe the conversation is inevitable. And so it behooves us, as we're looking at taking other proactive measures, taking down interprovincial trade barriers, which we've been pushing for as well, looking at trade enabling infrastructure. We also need to have this conversation about how do we fund growth? How do we fund the priorities that we need to deliver so that Canadians can enjoy both a better quality of life, but also a strong and stable economy.
You know, Candace, I wonder, because you're both listing a number of priorities for a government that has just been elected Monday. You know, things are moving quickly. Are you worried that they might pick and choose rather than deploying on multiple fronts in this moment in time?
Well, you know, I think what gives me some hope in this moment, based on the number of seats we saw won by both the Liberals and Conservatives, that's a strong signal and message from Canadians that the economy is a priority, and that bolstering you know, our resilience on the home front is something we're ready to tackle. And that's really exciting, because I think we probably have shared priorities, and from the business community, many of these aspects we've been advocating for so long, but it didn't seem like they were the priority. And so now it's an exciting time to tackle some of those. And I think what I hope to see, like there's, as I said, there's from local to the global scene, you know, there's a lot of fronts to manage right now. That's why I said it's not going to be easy. But I think one of the things that I'm hopeful to see, we kind of have the pedal to the metal on, is internal trade barriers. Because to my point earlier, I think that keeps the momentum going. It keeps Canadians engaged, because we've lived with this for so long. We've been tackling it, some say, for 4 decades. I'd say for 150 years. Because it's really about the maturity of our nation, of doing business with one another. And whether you're a Main Street business in any city or on Bay Street, commerce is about connection. It's about opening your doors to your neighbors. It's about relationships. Business has relationships. So you think about Canada and you think about, oh my goodness, I can make the economic case and the impact on our GDP and the size of the economy, or the percentage that this equates to as an internal tariff. But we haven't talked as much about this being a gateway move for what really could be a future for Canada, where we have actually the strength of relationships in all directions, which I think helps with the momentum we need to tackle all those priorities, whether that's diversifying trade and needing the infrastructure for it, or being in a stronger position to lead the global discussions, which we now need to do as we host the G7 and B7 discussions.
And we heard it throughout the whole election, you know, internal trade by July the 1st, infrastructure investments, these are the things that Canada can do in tandem as negotiations happen with the United States. So I don't have a lot of time left, so I'm going to ask each one of you, if you can, in a line, what is your message right now to the Carney government? Carol?
I would say that municipalities are a critical and ready partner order of government, and that the only credible conversation about how to repatriate and strengthen and make more resilient our economy is one that gets to the root of how governments across the country work together, and that includes local governments, and we're ready to support and partner in that conversation.
Candace?
I would say if it looks like, smells like, tastes like incrementalism, that's not where we need to be. This moment requires really a transformational mindset and bold action. So I think that's a good test when we're looking at what's next. Are we really coming out of you know, our habits and tendencies? Are we really tackling the current landscape with really all we can muster, which includes just a transformational mindset and bold actions?
I appreciate the time. Very interesting time here in Ottawa, so great to have your input on it. Carol, Candace, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, we began the show by addressing the court challenge announced today by the Alberta government. Premier Smith saying that Ottawa's clean energy regulations introduced in 2024 is constitutional overreach. And she also says it would hurt Albertans economically. So to talk about this, we're now joined by Rebecca Schulz. She is Alberta's Environment Minister. Minister, thank you for joining us once again. Always good to see you.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Listen, Premier Smith first raised concerns about the clean electricity regulations a little more than a year ago, and she wanted that net zero goal to be pushed back to 2050. Now, to my understanding, the final draft regulations released in December, it does that. It does push it back to 2050. So why go to court over this?
So the performance standards in this draft regulation or in the proposed regulation are still unachievable. The technology does not exist to reach the outcomes that the federal government has put forward. And ultimately, given that power generation is still absolutely under the Constitution, Alberta's responsibility to manage, this is unconstitutional. And we've been very clear with that all along, that of course, we were happy to provide our comments and our detailed and thorough analysis on why this regulation is so problematic, why the standards can't be reached, why it was going to be so expensive, and why we were not interested in implementing that in Alberta. But ultimately, even if changes were made, this is still an area of provincial jurisdiction, and that's why we're referring this case to the courts.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying about stepping on provincial powers here, the argument that you're making. But what would Alberta do instead, or is that part of the conversation right now?
You know, we have already demonstrated a strong commitment to environmental stewardship, emissions reduction, the transition away from coal. It was costly. It probably was a little too early. I know the Premier mentioned that a little bit earlier today in the press conference, but we've been able to reduce emissions in electricity by 53%. Again, though, under the Canadian Constitution, this is still an area of provincial jurisdiction, given that every province across the country is unique. A one-size-fits-all, top-down Ottawa knows best approach is not going to work for electricity development. And so what we're seeing here in the proposal of this regulation is very costly. It's going to limit investment in baseload power and natural gas peaker plants, which we, of course, need to keep Albertans warm in the winter, keep air conditioning going in the hot summers that we have here. We're not willing to increase the costs of electricity and leave Albertans in the dark over this regulation, again, when this is an area of provincial jurisdiction.
Now, there was a meeting back in March with Premier Smith and Mark Carney. Ms. Smith came out afterwards with on social media talking about the 9 demands that she made of Ottawa. I'm wondering if that meeting went poorly, because it seems that this is a very aggressive tack that the Premier is taking, that perhaps that the meeting with Mark Carney did not go so well.
I mean, here's the frustration that we're hearing from Albertans. You have had a federal government, or we have had a federal government, that over the last 10 years has done everything possible to hurt our economy and shut in and shut down our energy industry. That's a problem when you have ideological legislation and policy being pushed through that ignores the reality of what's happening and the impacts that these regulations would have on everyday Albertans and Canadians. And so, you know, again, when Premier Smith was first elected, after the election, she committed to essentially restarting and resetting the relationship with Ottawa. We now have a prime minister who did campaign on unifying and strengthening the Canadian economy, although I will say that he was saying different things in different areas of the country in 2 different official languages. And so this very clearly puts forward the demands that Alberta does expect. And it really is about respecting the jurisdiction of our province and all provinces, especially when it comes to energy and resource development and electricity generation. And so, again, we've seen in some of these cases, especially when we look at Bill C-69, the No More Pipelines legislation, that has been found to be unconstitutional. we would expect that this federal government, if they are serious about building unity and, of course, expanding our trade relationships outside of Canada and strengthening our economic position as a country, that these requests would be taken seriously.
I hear what you're saying, but Mark Carney, his first act once becoming being sworn in as Prime Minister the first time around, he did away with the consumer carbon price, and he is not Justin Trudeau who introduced the environmental regulations around electricity. Why not give Mr. Carney more time before making this announcement just days after he was essentially reelected?
Essentially, we haven't seen anything from the Liberal government over the last number of years to give us any faith that there's going to be flexibility or recognition of provincial jurisdiction. And so I know that the Premier and the Prime Minister are going to be meeting very soon, and I imagine they'll be having this conversation. Again, we did hear the Prime Minister commit to nation building, to strengthening our economy. I would also just say again, and Premier has pointed this out as well, that we saw Canadians vote for a strong economy, not an ideological activist agenda. And so hopefully the Prime Minister will take these requests seriously and pull back those clean electricity regulations. I think that would be a good way to start off this relationship and recognition that we do have a constitution that recognizes provincial jurisdiction in some of these really important areas.
Quickly running time, but I do want to ask you though, because Premier Smith did say that if Mark Carney or whoever would be the next Prime Minister would not meet the demands Alberta was making within 6 months, there would be national unity implications. As you know, there's been pushback at that type of languaging, among them Jason Kenney, the former Alberta Premier, basically saying that, separatists can't elect a dog catcher in Alberta, so why allow their futile ranting to dominate the debate, distract from the real issues? Is it worthwhile to be talking about national unity up against these issues that are arguably more bread and butter, and bring up the specter of something that many people find, quite frankly, odious?
I would say our Premier has been very clear all along that we want to see a strong and sovereign Alberta within a united Canada, that we are happy to be part of Team Canada, but we'd love to see Team Canada also be on Team Alberta. And so, I think we're hearing a lot of frustrations, not just in Alberta, but I would say across Western Canada about the approach that the federal Liberal government has taken over the last number of years. We want to continue to contribute to, again, a strong Canadian economy, which we can do if we don't have to deal with problematic policy and legislation like clean electricity regulations, an oil and gas production cap that no other energy producing country would be looking at a time like this, especially when we need to expand our trade partnerships. The plastics ban, Bill C-69, the Bill C-48, the tanker ban off the coast. These are very problematic pieces of legislation that create uncertainty with trading partners around the world. I can tell you, I know the Premier was in Japan just last week. I was there at the beginning of February. And what we continue to hear is that Alberta and BC natural gas is part of the emissions reduction solution. But where is Canada? Can you build a pipeline? We would love your energy. And so hopefully Mark Carney has heard that over the last couple of months and will be willing to come to the table and show some reasonableness and show that they're going to put the Canadian economy first.
Well, certainly we've heard Mark Carney talk about energy corridors, conventional and otherwise, so we'll see where that goes. But, before we're done here, Minister, it has been suggested by some in the opposition that the kind of tough talk that we're hearing right now from your government is essentially an attempt to draw attention away from controversies within your government right now, raising issues around the Alberta Health Services, for example. What do you say to that?
We have a strong, solid, united team. Our team is grateful and supportive of the leadership of Premier Danielle Smith. I know as an MLA, what I'm hearing in Calgary, but also across the province, is that people are grateful for her strong stance and for standing up for Alberta, our major industries, our economy, and the livelihoods and the affordability of energy for everyday Albertans across our province. We're very proud of our industries. We are proud of the contributions that we make to the Canadian economy overall. And so, what we hear every single day from every corner of the province is that people are grateful for that strong stance and that strong leadership. Again, understanding that there is a lot of frustration out there. I know you've been talking about that a little bit earlier today as well. We now have an opportunity to reset that relationship, but there are some things that really the status quo is not negotiable, and that's starting with these net zero electricity regulations. But then again, still the emissions cap, C69, and the litany and long list of things that are devastating to the Canadian economy.
Well, as I always say, Minister, appreciate the time. I always appreciate your generosity with us. Thank you for this evening.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
Now, today's announcement follows an earlier bill that was introduced this week, one that would make it easier for Albertans to trigger a referendum, which the opposition Alberta NDP says flirts with provincial separatists. Well, to talk about this, we're now joined by Stevie O'Brien, Liberal strategist working at Macmillan, Cole Hogan, Conservative strategist and principal at GT, and George Sewell, former Director of Communications for the NDP. Hello to all three of you.
Hello.
Hello. So, I'll add to a little bit of what we heard from Danielle Smith there, because she also goes on to say that Albertans are frustrated with the re-election of the Liberal Party, the Liberal government. So it makes me wonder, how should Mark Carney, Stevie, how should he respond to the Alberta Premier? Because essentially we've had 2 shots across the bow this week alone.
So I think Carney does have to take steps to build the Team Canada that he promised during the election. He's got a lot of ambitious plans that require cooperation from coast to coast to coast. And I think he's going to have to treat this relationship with respect as requested, but there's been no indication that he would do otherwise. And I think that the anger we saw in that clip is maybe a little bit unjustified when it comes to Prime Minister Carney specifically, but is more reflective of the sort of broader anger around carbon pricing, carbon tax, and maybe Alberta's place in the Federation. Yeah,
and to that, the first thing Mark Carney did as Prime Minister was to get rid of the carbon tax. How do you think he needs to respond to a very aggressive stance from the Alberta Premier, Cole?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to see Mark Carney take a different approach to Western Canada than we saw Justin Trudeau, Wilkinson, Guilbeault take in terms of, oil and gas projects, environmental policy. I think Danielle Smith and a lot of Conservatives in the West who are upset with watching Carney and another Liberal government get elected, some of the grievances they have are over stuff like Bill C-69. They want to see more energy projects go through and not be rejected. So that'll be a bit of the difference that Mark Carney has to play in order to make some gains. And I think we'll see, my cousin Corey Hogan, newly elected in Calgary Confederation. I think we'll see him play
the Liberals.
For the Liberals. I'll have to add. We'll see him. I think play a significant role in these conversations, trying to change the tune in Western Canada. And I think in terms of the Western separatism stuff, I have to agree with Jason Kenney that I don't think it's a serious enterprise, and it's always been a fringe movement.
Yeah, George, what do you make of this? Because Mark Carney was just re-elected, Monday night, and on Tuesday we get a shot across the bow from the Alberta Premier. Thursday we get a shot across the bow from the Alberta Premier. How should Mark Carney be responding to this?
Well, I think there's a couple things. I mean, I'll get to the part where I think Mark Carney has to take it seriously in a second. But also, I think you have to recognize that Danielle Smith is dealing with a whole lot of controversies on her own. She's dealing with stuff within her own cabinet, people having to leave, people being forced out, documents leaked. It's a mess in her government right now. And if I will say that there's quite a strong opposition that's holding her feet to the fire on that. So as long as she can keep the focus on Ottawa and Liberals, then that helps people kind of come to her side in Alberta. And make no mistake, Danielle Smith, you can say what you want about her, but she's a very talented communicator. And so that tone that you heard today, that again, suggesting that the Prime Minister needs to work with her, well, basically yelling at him, that's intentional, right? She's speaking to the home crowd, but I'm sure that behind closed doors she would actually welcome a meeting. And I do think that Mark Carney does need to take it seriously, not just for politics, but for the whole country. Again, the idea that we do need to face down Donald Trump and we need to do that together. I think he needs to take that seriously. And so they need to find a way to kind of go around the drama that she's creating to protect her own skin, to actually have conversations to move forward to actually help Canadians.
Okay, but whatever the motivation is, you know, without a doubt, Mark Carney immediately faces two big challenges, one in Donald Trump, another with Danielle Smith. The success or failure of how he handles that, Stevie, what will that say about the longevity of this government?
So I think it's more than just those two. I think what this election showed was a lot of divisions. It was still relatively close. We saw divisions between East and West, as we just talked about, but also between young and old, men and women, rural, urban. So we are a country that needs to be united to face the threat from tariffs and Trump. But we have a lot of divisions that we need to find ways to either heal or bridge and come together as a real Team Canada.
And do you think Mark Carney can do that?
I certainly do, but it will be difficult.
Yeah, what would you add to that, Cole, or disagree with that?
Sure. I agree in terms of the dividing lines for the election. All of those things are true. I think this election was primarily about two things. It was about who's best to deal with Donald Trump and the cost of living. And the Liberals and Mark Carney were able to convince enough Canadians that he's the person for this job. So I think his success is contingent on his success with Donald Trump. Mark Carney also said during the election that he was going to, push forward, make Canada an energy superpower. And I think, in terms of making Canada more self-sufficient and relying on ourselves and less on the states, I hope he's successful in that regard.
Mm-hmm. George, what would you say?
Yeah, and I think the other advantage that Mark Carney has is, I say this respectfully, but there wasn't that big a huge difference between the platforms. The way they were spun for sure, but the actual plans and commitments in the platform of the Conservative Party and that of Mr. Carney and the Liberals were quite close together. So, if he can find ways to then sit down and say, where can those two parties at least agree, I think that's going to help in the West a lot. But I think also there are a whole lot of progressives, too many, a whole lot of progressives who lent their vote to the Liberals and in expectation for the Liberal Party to be what they've seen in the last 10 years. And so I think that on the flip side of this national unity thing, as far as maintaining some support across the country, it's going to be hard for him to balance that, the kind of center-right, maybe even right, liberal that he is versus the kind of expectation that folks have from the Justin Trudeau years in the last decade.
Yeah, it's something to watch, which, I'll get to that in a second, but of course it's not just Mark Carney who has challenges right now. Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader, also has challenges. He leads the Conservatives into its highest vote count since the Mulroney days, yet loses his own seat. And then, in the aftermath of the election, it's completely exposed just how poorly he gets along with some provincial Conservatives. Take a listen to what we heard from two Conservative premiers.
Last time I checked, Pierre Poilievre never came out in our election. Matter of fact, him or one of his lieutenants told every one of his members, don't you dare go out and help the PCs.
I didn't have a relationship with him. I don't have a relationship with him. Obviously, during our campaign, there was a situation. I think the Globe story was pretty accurate. Is something that happened there that kind of probably had ramifications on both sides.
Okay, so the premiers of Ontario and Nova Scotia, both Conservatives, essentially having their criticisms of Pierre Poilievre. I'll begin with you here, Cole, because Conservatives did well in the polls. In fact, in a normal election, it would have delivered them a majority government. However, when Canadians were asked who was their preference for Prime Minister, it was always Mark Carney. Pierre Poilievre underperformed the party. He cannot win his own seat. Does he stay on as leader? Should he stay on as leader?
I think he has the support to stay on as leader, and I'll tell you why. You pointed to the fact that Pierre Poilievre was able to gain the most support for a Conservative Party since 1988 under Brian Mulroney. We saw some significant gains, BC, Alberta, mostly in Ontario, Southern Ontario, and encroaching onto Liberal territory in the GTA. So there's some numbers there that point to a voter coalition that Pierre Poilievre has been able to grow over the years. He brought a lot of these people into the party in 2022, and he grew the voter coalition since then. But it's clear that some things are going to have to change, right? It's incumbent on every political leader and party after a loss to take a look at what worked, what didn't, what went right, what went wrong, and move forward accordingly. I think we've seen a lot of senior Conservatives come out and say they support Pierre's continued leadership. The issue of where he will run in a by-election to take a seat in the House is going to be an interesting question going forward. But I think he has the support of the party at large to go forward and try to win the next time around.
George, what would you say, in not so much as a New Democrat, but as a political strategist? Should Pierre Poilievre stay? Because when you look at, again, the polling numbers, the party outperformed the leader. In fact, the leader seemed to be a distraction for many people and a reason why they did not vote Conservative.
Well, I think even more than that, he's also the reason people were turned off from the Conservatives, and a lot, like many people across the province were. Not only did he underperform, but he also fed that same anger that we saw from Danielle Smith. I mean, that anger and that fight that people are feeling, rather than trying to find solutions, he kind of fed into that, right? Like Ottawa's broken, Canada's broken. And really drove those divisions and cut those divides more deeply, and I think that's actually a problem. So, as a strategist for the Conservative Party, I'd probably say, like, I get why some people want to keep him, but I think we need to find a more moderate ground. And as someone who just cares about Canada, like, I think we need. It's fine to have people on very different perspectives. I think we do well with that, but that anger, we need to be kind of trying to support those folks rather than feeding that anger. And I think Doug Ford's a really good example of that, actually. Like, I'm no fan, but this is someone who had a clear line: Donald Trump bad, Canada good. Pierre Poilievre took a long time to get there. And so I think that's the kind of thing we need to work on.
Yeah, I will also say I interviewed Doug Ford in the last days of the election. I did a fireside chat with him in Toronto, and he actually said, "I'm a proud progressive Conservative." He really hit that progressive tone. What do you make about Pierre Poilievre? If you were a Conservative, Ms. Liberal, should he stay for the party?
I see the case that can be made. He did do, historically very well on the popular vote and on seat count, and I think the Conservative Party is probably getting a little bit of leadership whiplash, going through quite a few in the last several years, so there may not be appetite to do another leadership again, but he is inherently unlikable. To many Canadians. I agree with a lot of what George said there. If he doesn't pivot that anger, if he doesn't change his tone, I think we'll be back here again in 3 years and have a historic 5th Liberal mandate.
She says hopefully to the skies. But listen, if the Conservatives have to debate their leader, we know that the NDP is going to need a new leader. Jagmeet Singh says he's going to depart once an interim leader is chosen by the caucus in Ottawa. But also, New Democrats need to confront the fact, George, that they have been losing support ever since Jack Layton and the Orange Wave. In fact, that vote is looking further and further in the rearview mirror right now. Except for the fact that when you look at provincial New Democrats in the West, they do much better than the federal party. Does the federal party need to change? Does it need to look to the West for examples?
Look, I mean, I think I take your point on kind of the trajectory we've had since 2011. So that for sure, this election in particular, very special set of circumstances. People very much believed it came down to Trump, right? And it was like, are you okay with Trump? Then you vote blue. If you are scared of Trump, then you vote red, because only Mark Carney became the issue. Only Mark Carney can really stand up to Donald Trump. And we had people like literally talking to our MPs, and I knocked on some doors. Love you guys, doing great work. I'm really sorry, I gotta vote Liberal this time. Don't worry, I'm still a member, right? Like literally saying those lines, not just kind of in theoretical terms. So like that was a huge challenge we had in this time. And also like there was just an extra push on strategic voting, quote unquote strategic voting, that led to this weird place where, people believed, even in places where they had an NDP MP, that somehow they had to vote Liberal to beat the Conservatives.
But does that not lead to some introspection about where the party is?
For
and
sure,
where it needs
and we
to
need
be?
to do that. And you're right. And beyond even, like, we are government in British Columbia, official opposition in Alberta, Saskatchewan, government in Manitoba, official opposition in Ontario, official opposition in Nova Scotia. Like right across the country, provincially, we've been able to find our ground. And in fact, in a lot of those places, the Liberals have succumbed to that growth of the NDP, and the opposite happened federally this time around. So yeah, we do have to figure out how to rebuild and how to regain that support again, for sure.
Mm-hmm. What do you make about the future that the NDP has to contend with right now, Stevie?
I sympathize a little bit because I'm also done a lot of work with the Ontario Liberal Party, and I know how difficult it can be to rebuild when you've lost party status. It took how many? 3 elections before the OLP was able to regain party status. And I think now there's a path forward for real growth and change because, to be honest, just frankly, because of funding and resources. And it's very difficult to to move forward without those things. I think what that means for this election is we'll probably have a very stable minority government. That's not going to be, we're not going to be going to the polls again for a while.
Yeah, your quick response to that? What do you
Well,
think?
just quickly, I will say one of the big differences here, and like I'm not making excuses for anything. We lost badly, but somehow we also still have a balance of power. Like the Liberals, just like the last time, the Liberals can go to any of the three other parties for support, and the NDP is one of those. And so I think it's a different case possibly for official party status, given that we have a balance of power. There's like some significance there. And also I think there is still a relative way for the NDP to stay relevant, even with just 7 seats, because when votes come along, and the Conservatives say go away, and I know the Bloc so far said they'll support, but who knows how long that'll last. The NDP will be an option, and so even with 7 seats, they play a significant role in this House of Commons.
Mm-hmm. Cole, what do you think of the future of the NDP?
Sure. I think during the election, Jagmeet Singh didn't have a particularly good performance. I thought before the election, the agreement with the Liberals hurt them. Then when the election became about Trump, tariffs, and the cost of living, Jagmeet was just kind of frozen out of that conversation. So I think going forward, the New Democrats will have a leadership race. They'll go through the regular process, but I do think they need to look to the Western Canadian versions of the NDP that have been very successful. Wab Kinew, Rachel Notley, David Eby. These are the parties that they need to look to make themselves competitive in future elections, and I hope they're successful in doing that.
Okay. Your Liberal cousin may have something else to say about that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But George, Stevie, Cole, thank you very much. Really appreciate the time today.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, it's just not Conservatives who are thinking about the way forward. New Democrats also asking themselves some tough questions right now, both about their party and with a new parliament ahead. Only 7 New Democrats won re-election Monday night, down from 25 when Parliament was dissolved back in March. Heather McPherson is one of those 7 re-elected in the riding of Edmonton-Strathcona. She joins us now. Heather, thank you for being here.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks for having me, Michael.
Listen, I know this must be a difficult time, losing as many colleagues as you did, but when you think about the New Democrats who did not win re-election or those who did not even get elected, what do you think Canadians have lost out on?
Yeah, Canada needs a new Democratic Party. It's vital for our democracy. I've spoken to so many people across the country. We don't want a two-party style electoral system like we see in the United States. We've seen how that's not good for Americans. That wouldn't be good for Canadians. It pushes people to the outside, to the extremes. We need to have a democracy where there are multiple voices. There are, more than just 2 big parties that are fighting it out. And New Democrats play that important role. So, we have 7 New Democrats going back to Ottawa. I wish there were more, but those 7 of us are going to be working very, very hard to make sure that not only are we holding the government accountable, not only are we making sure the Liberals fulfill the promises they made to Canada, but that there are more New Democrats at the table next time around.
Mm-hmm. But New Democrats have steadily been losing ground since the Orange Wave back in 2011. But provincially, in the West in particular, the NDP remains a strong force. Does your party at the federal level need to do things differently, perhaps learn from your provincial colleagues?
I think when I think about what New Democrats do achieve in the House of Commons, you speak about having 25 in the House of Commons in the last Parliament. Well, those 25 did more than every single one of the Conservatives combined. We were able to work with the government to get dental care put in place, the pharmacare program, anti-scab legislation, 10 days of sick leave. Like all of these major impacts for Canadians' lives happened because New Democrats were there. And yeah, there were only 25 of us. And there are only going to be 7 in this next Parliament. But what we're able to achieve because we are New Democrats, because we are fighting for Canadians, I think is really important.
Now, the Liberals are once again in a minority position. You mentioned about the things that your party was able to do with just 25 last time around. Would you be willing to enter another supply and confidence agreement with the Liberals this time around? Because that would essentially give them majority vote to get things passed.
Listen, we will work with the Liberals if they are doing things for Canadians. Obviously, there has been no discussions with the Liberals, and we are not doing that right now. if they stop doing things for Canadians, they will lose New Democrat support. That's an easy one. That is what we have said all along. When they are delivering for Canadians, they can count on New Democrats to be fighting alongside them. When they start fighting for the ultra wealthy, you know, I'm worried about our Prime Minister and his perhaps inability to understand what everyday Canadians are going through. When he stops fighting for regular Canadians, he'll find a foe on the New Democratic side.
A foe, but are you worried about any floor crossing? Again, the Liberals only need 3 votes to secure a majority. No. Are you? No, and so you would not cross the floor yourself.
Not in a million years. I am a very, very, very proud New Democrat.
Mm-hmm. Now, you have been one of the most high-profile New Democrats since being elected in 2019. You handily won in your own riding with nearly 47% of the vote this time around. Is it time for you to take that accomplishment to the next level? Will you run to replace Jagmeet Singh as leader?
You know, we've got not even 48 hours since the election was called, and we are having lots of discussions right now with our caucus members, with folks that weren't able to get reelected, with the party. There's lots of conversations happening right now, and that's not one of them. You know, we've got to figure out what the next few weeks looks like, the next few months looks like. There'll be time for those conversations, but right now I'm focused on making sure that the 7 New Democrats that go back to Ottawa are ready to fight for Canadians.
So what does that mean then, Heather? Because, you know, now that Jagmeet Singh says he's going to step aside once you choose an interim leader, that is one step that you're going to have to accomplish. Also, yeah. I was seeing that Don Davies is looking at a way to try to get your party official party status because you fall short of the 12 seats needed right now. Yeah. Where are those discussions right now?
Well, you know, for me, I'm trying to figure out exactly how all of those pieces play because, like I said, it's just after the election. You know, a really hard-fought election as well. So right now, we're having conversations. We're talking. All of us that are returning to Ottawa are talking about, you know, how we strategize because there are only going to be 7 of us. So we need to be more strategic. We need to be thinking of how we pool our resources, how we use the tools that we have. You know, we've all got phenomenal teams behind us, and let's figure out how to use those teams together, and let's figure out how to make sure that we're being as effective as we possibly can in Ottawa, because Canadians need New Democrats, and you know, we need to be there fighting for everyday Canadians.
Mm-hmm. Give us a bit of a glimpse, if you will, in the choice for an interim leader, because again, that's going to be up to the remaining members of caucus. You're now, of course, one of the 7 remaining members of caucus. Mm-hmm. Will you be headed to Ottawa then to come together and figure out who the interim leader is going to be? Walk us through that process.
Yeah, so for us right now, we're going to have a conversation. We have a caucus meeting set up, so we are going to be doing it on Zoom because we are from all across the country. So we'll have a conversation, talk about some of the choices that we have, look at some of the options, figure out what that looks like going forward, and hopefully in the next few days we'll have more news for you.
Okay, so the next few days. So by next week, you think you'll have made that choice then?
I certainly wouldn't want to mislead anyone. We will get there as fast as we can, but it's a tricky process, and when there's lots of conversations happening.
Okay. Listen, Heather, I always appreciate the time. Congratulations on your win, and I know it's a bit bittersweet given what's happened to the party and the caucus overall, but thank you very much for the time this evening.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you. Nice to see you again, Michael.
And you. Well, Scott Aitchison is the Conservative MP for the Ontario riding of Parry Sound Muskoka, a riding he's held since 2019. He won again this Monday evening, winning by 52% of the vote. Scott, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Michael.
Listen, obviously your party did not win, but right now there are questions around leadership, and I think part of that has to do with poll numbers, because your party didn't win, but it did do well through most of this campaign when it came to the polls, but Pierre Poilievre did not. In fact, he underperformed in popular support when compared to the Conservative Party itself. Is he the problem here for the party?
No, of course he's not the problem. In fact, Pierre Poilievre has helped us achieve a much larger caucus than we've had. And in the last couple of elections, we've grown another 24 members of our caucus, and frankly, we've grown those caucus members. We've won seats, which I think have traditionally been seen as NDP seats. And so Pierre's done an amazing job of connecting with working folks, union members. I think he's done an incredible job of animating and engaging a younger generation of Canadians who've come out to vote. I think he's done an amazing job of doing those things, and he's grown our I think our broader voter coalition. And I think that in many ways that work is just beginning.
Except that, people have known Pierre Poilievre since he was first elected. So he's been around for many, many years, even before he was leader. Has that brand essentially took the party as far as it can go, though? Because even himself, Pierre Poilievre, did not win his own seat.
Well, I think it's safe to say that Pierre has won a seat that has traditionally been seen as a Liberal seat. Those suburban Ottawa ridings, he first won it when he was 25 years old, and he demonstrated to the country and to our party that if you work hard, if you knock on every door, and if you commit to the riding, you can win, and people will believe in Conservatives. Now he's done that for the rest of the country, and I think that I think he's not just engaged a new voter coalition, but he's engaged an awful lot of candidates who saw what he did and want to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, although, and forgive me for saying this, we've heard a couple of high-profile Conservatives today alone, Premier Houston of Nova Scotia being one of them, and he basically says that under the Conservative Party under Pierre Poilievre's leadership is not a big enough tent for all Conservatives. The fact that he's not made every Conservative feel welcome. What's your response to that?
Well, it's safe to say that a Conservative in Nova Scotia is maybe a little different than a Conservative in Alberta versus a Conservative in Ontario. I think our tent is a broad coalition, and I think that I've always said that this is a relationship business, this business of public life. There's probably some work to do amongst us all to connect and build those relationships, and I'm happy to be a part of that process, and I know that my colleagues are too.
Do you think you can be a bridge between Mr. Poilievre and Premier Ford, though, for example? Because, Premier Ford also came out today saying that Pierre Poilievre prevented federal Conservatives from helping PCs out in the last provincial election.
I would never presume to take on such a role, but I know that Pierre is a gifted and capable individual, and I think he can bring all Conservatives together on a national level. There's, as I said, there's obviously a bit of work to do amongst our coalition across the country. I know Pierre can do that work, and he will do that work.
What's happening here, though? Here you have two very popular Conservatives in Premier Ford and Premier Houston. Why has there been such a problem to build a bridge between them and Pierre Poilievre?
I don't know. I don't know if there's been a problem to build that bridge. I know that Pierre has been singularly focused on the national scene and very focused. I've never seen anyone work harder. I've never seen anyone more focused and so laser, focused on the mission before him and making sure that we make life more affordable for all Canadians. And so, I think that, he's focused on the message. He's focused on his national role. We will spend some time working with our provincial friends, and if there's some risks to heal, we will do what we got to do that.
Mm-hmm. And is that going to be in front of people to see, or you think that's a backdoor conversation to be had amongst Conservatives?
Well, I would imagine there'd be a lot of conversations amongst friends and colleagues that aren't in front of microphones, and that's probably the best place for those conversations to happen.
Mm-hmm. Now, there's also some practical questions right now. As I said, Pierre Poilievre did not win his own seat. Do you know of any elected Conservative who might give up their seat so that Mr. Poilievre might be able to run in a by-election?
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't think there's a mad rush to find such a thing. I think that Pierre has earned the right to take a moment and reflect on sort of what he needs to do next. I think we need to meet as a caucus, and we will, I'm sure, do that shortly. But any speculation about that at this point, I think, is a little premature and not necessary. Pierre has a minute to think about what his next step is.
Mm-hmm. Now, of course, you are returning to the House of Commons as an MP. I'm wondering what your hopes are for this Commons. It's a minority Liberal government up against some very big threats with Donald Trump, an existential threat against the Canadian economy. What do you hope you see amongst MPs of Conservative, Liberal, otherwise? What type of environment do you hope comes out in this next Parliament?
Well, I would echo the words of Pierre, in fact, on election night when he talked about, working together as a parliament, and as a country, when it comes to addressing the threats from our American friends. I think that, that we need to be united when it comes to dealing with tariff threats and this business of our, threatening our sovereignty. And I think that our parliament will do that. We'll do that very business. I think as well that, there will be areas where we agree, areas where we disagree, and effective official opposition opposes when necessary, proposes ideas where necessary, and I think that it can be a functioning parliament. Now, of course, it's a Liberal government, so I'm disappointed in that. So I'd like to see a Conservative government as soon as possible, but we have immediate business to get to, and we will get to it.
Okay, Scott Aitchison, always appreciate the time. Thank you for this.
Thanks, Michael.
Well, as we noted, 2 federal leaders went down to defeat last night, Pierre Poilievre and Jagmeet Singh. But one leader who came out victorious despite predictions of a possible loss was Elizabeth May. The Green Party co-leader securing nearly 39% of the vote in the BC riding of Saanich Gulf Islands. And we're happy to have on the program right now Elizabeth May herself. Hello to you, Ms. May.
Hello, Michael, and thank you for having me.
Happy to do so. Listen, I need to begin with a statement that I saw from Jonathan Pedneau not that long ago, just this afternoon, your co-leader with the Greens, and he talks about how heartbroken he is, but he also goes on to say this: I will meet with Elizabeth to discuss my own future in politics and eventual transitions. Accountability is needed, and I failed to bring forth the results we hope for. New progressive voices must emerge. That sounds like he's signaling that he's going to step out of politics, Elizabeth.
Well, Jonathan and I will be talking very soon, and I don't want to anticipate or prejudge. When he says heartbroken, we're both heartbroken. We had wonderful candidates across the country, and it was, I don't think, as Jonathan seems to be in that statement, suggesting the failure is his. Had he been in the leaders' debates, which we were assured we would be, and he and I had jointly decided that in any place where you could only have one leader, within the co-leadership model of Greens around the world, there are other countries where co-leaders say, okay, in the election, in this period, one of us has to do the things that are for one leader alone. I think if Jonathan had been in those leaders' debates, it would have changed the fortunes and the outcomes for us in a lot of ridings across Canada. And as you probably know, we have launched a challenge in federal court around what the staff at the Leaders Commission decided, which we think broke their own rules. But Jonathan's willingness to take this on and say it was his failure to communicate. When you're gagged, bound, and thrown off a stage, it's real hard to communicate. So we will be talking soon. I think he's, terrific voice and important voice in Canadian politics.
Will you encourage him to stay on, though?
Of course, but it's his decision to make, and there are other things at play, and those are personal things for him to discuss at some point. So we'll talk. I hope am able to convince him to stay on, but we haven't had a chance to meet today. Just back and forth with texting with him, time zone differences being what they are. By the time I knew the results here, it was too late to be calling Montreal by the time, and we still don't know the results, by the way. Kitchener Centre is still being recounted, where Mike Morris was the Green MP, and just so spectacular. We have a lot of heartbreaks from last night. I never imagined in a million years that I'd be the only Green MP returning to Parliament. We were quite certain that there were multiples of Greens who would be going into Parliament, some returning and some for the first time.
Can I jump in there, Elizabeth?
That does remain hard.
Yeah, hard. I just want to jump in because, as you say, you're going to be right now, depending what happens in Kitchener Centre, at this point, you're going to be the lone MP for the Green Party in the House of Commons. What can you really accomplish with that one vote?
Well, I had the role of the only Green MP from 2011 to 2019. And in that time, I passed legislation that I put forward as a private member on Lyme disease. I did it as the only member of the Green Party. I amended legislation. I pushed back on things Stephen Harper was doing more effectively than parties that had many more MPs than me. So yeah, I know that role, and I know what one MP can do, and it's quite a lot. It doesn't mean that I expected to ever be in that position again. So, and it's a minority parliament, and we still don't know how the final numbers will settle. If it turns out that I'm in a position, which can happen, we just don't know the numbers. We may still find that Mark Carney, as prime minister in a minority government, needs to be in some form of an agreement with the Greens to keep the confidence of the House. These are things we don't know yet. So I may be in the most powerful position I've ever been in since I was first elected in 2011. We just don't know.
So we'll see how that shakes down, though. But, you know, I wonder, can you work with this Liberal government, though? Because we've already heard Mark Carney talking about pipelines, not just for crude, but also for LNG. As a Green Party MP and the Green Party co-leader, can you actually work with this Liberal government?
Well, we've worked, I mean, I worked to get a lot done when I was first elected, and I was dealing with a majority Conservative government under Stephen Harper, and I was actually able to be the only MP who protected a science center in my riding that the Harper administration had decided it was shutting down. I'm the only MP who succeeded in getting them to reverse the decision. Work with people is something that Greens excel at, working with people. It doesn't mean we cave on principle ever. It just means we find ways around obstacles to get results. And I'll continue to do that.
Now, you are returning to the House of Commons, but as you know, Pierre Poilievre did not win his seat last night. Mr. Singh did not win his seat last night. Mr. Trudeau is now gone. We've seen some very partisan bickering over the last few years in the House of Commons. With that kind of dynamic change, with two leaders not gaining their seat in the House of Commons, what do you hope can now be accomplished?
I think a lot of this is going to be up to the tone set by the Prime Minister. I reached Mark Carney last night before I took the stage at our own victory party just to congratulate him on a remarkable turnaround in the fortune of the Liberal Party. I mean, I'm sure political scientists in the future will spend a lot of time talking, debating, and dissecting the 2025 election in Canada and the preamble to it, where the expectations not that long ago were that Pierre Poilievre was going to gallop to a majority government, that he would be the next prime minister. The Bloc Québécois would be the official opposition. My goodness, tectonic shifts. So I called Mark Carney to congratulate him. He congratulated me on my win. We have to set a different tone in Parliament. We have to restore the fundamentals of Canadian values. One I've always loved is that we can disagree without being disagreeable. I've won many awards in Parliament. I sometimes think the one I haven't won yet is the one they don't give out, which is called Miss Congeniality. I feel like everybody's mom in Parliament is saying, okay, time out for bad behavior, go over there into the corner till you can behave yourself. I don't actually have that role, but I do think we can do better. We can aspire to be better. We can listen to our better angels. And frankly, obstruction for the sake of obstruction is not what an opposition party should do in a minority parliament, especially when the country is dealing with an external threat of an irrational, combative bully in, I hate to even use his name anymore, the madness of King Donald I. We're dealing with something that requires that as Canadians, we be Team Canada together. That is the tone we should take in Parliament together. And I'll do everything I can to make sure that our Parliament inspires Canadians to feel a sense of pride. For a while, we weren't feeling proud of being Canadians. We got it back when we started saying, and as I said, you know, Mr. Trump, we're never the 51st state. Maybe California could be the 11th province. I really want us to be, as a country, changed by this challenge, able to say our economy is now more self-reliant, self-sufficient. We don't want to be a branch plant, a vassal state for US-based transnationals. We are reinventing ourselves. We are reimagining ourselves as a country that thinks like a country and acts like a country. To do that in Parliament, we have to stop acting like it's a sandbox and we're badly behaved children. That has to end.
Elizabeth May, always appreciate the time. Thank you for this. And again, congratulations on your win last night.
Well, thank the voters of Saanich Gulf Islands. I'm so grateful.
Well, also celebrating a win today is Liberal Wayne Long, a member of Parliament since 2015. He handily won his seat again, securing nearly 58% of the vote. So Wayne Long will be returning to Parliament as MP for the riding of St. John Kanapicasis. Wayne Long joins us right now. Wayne, good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Good to see you again, Michael. Thanks for having me on.
So listen, you were one of the first in the Liberal caucus to call on Justin Trudeau to step down as leader. And at the time, many Atlantic Liberals were essentially worried about their electability under a Trudeau banner. Do you feel vindicated now that you've been reelected?
No question. I mean, obviously it was lonely. You know, I was like that guy at the end of June that was running to a fight and turned around and there was nobody behind me. But you know what? One by one, colleagues came on. It was the right decision. We did what we had to do. And look at us now. I mean, I think if you really look at the polling and look at the seat projections 4, 5, 6 months ago, we could have been decimated, you know, really down to 25 to 35 seats. And I mean, I know there's a lot of people out there today saying, well, you didn't quite make a majority and you're probably disappointed. Well, you know what? A turnaround like that, I think, is one of the greatest turnarounds, one of the greatest comebacks in Canadian political history. So I think it was a great night for our party, a great night for the country. And we're going to not just lead with words, we're going to lead with action now. We're going to get some stuff done.
Well, you know, to that, and I think it's worthwhile noting that you and I are pre-recording this conversation before we know what the final numbers are at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So still tracking that, still shy of majority for Liberals at this moment in time. But you talk about moving quickly and getting things done. How quickly can we expect to get things done under Mark Carney's banner when right now the calculus looks like even if it is a majority, will be a very slim majority to get things done in the House of Commons?
I think that there's going to be consensus across all parties. I mean, we're in a different time. I think everything that we've done needs to be looked at again. I think everything's on the table, from energy corridors to, you know, maybe another CANDU reactor in New Brunswick to dropping interprovincial trade barriers. We need to really look at everything. We're in a new era. I mean, we see the chaos happening daily to the south of us, and I think it's urgent, and I think you're going to see a lot of us working across all party lines to build a Team Canada approach and get some major projects done. I mean, I have absolute confidence that Mark Carney, he said, build, baby, build. I trust him, I believe him, and I think it's time for action. We need to re-examine our country from coast to coast to coast. There's no question there's divisions in our country, but I think that we heal those divisions by actions, not words. So I'm ready to roll up the sleeves and get to work.
How possible is that, though? You know, because things are going to change in this new parliament, but based on the last year and a half, 2 years in the House of Commons, it's very partisan, very much bickering. There wasn't a lot of getting along or finding consensus. How possible is that scenario that you kind of imagine for the House of Commons?
I think it's very possible. I think one of the main problems that we had with working together lost his seat last night, Pierre Poilievre. So I think there's going to be really a new page turned. I think everybody is seized with the urgency, and I'm certainly expecting to work with all the parties to do what's best for Canada. I mean, our sovereignty is at risk. Our economy is being threatened. We see the chaos happening daily to the south of us. And I think you're going to see a new era of cooperation. That's certainly my expectation.
Now, you did not hesitate to be critical of Prime Minister Trudeau, and I'm quickly running out of time, but I want to ask, now that you have Prime Minister Carney, will you be equally forthright if and when you think he needs to be corrected?
Absolutely. I'm not changing how I operate. I think our country, I think our party, and I think our democracy is much, much stronger when members of Parliament can actually speak truth to power, speak their minds, represent their constituents. That makes for a better government.
Wayne Long, congratulations on your win last night. I always appreciate the time. Thank you for this.
Thank you for having me on.
So, a story of both accomplishments and disappointments for the political parties. Polls analyst Eric Grenier is back with us at the results board this evening. Eric, good to see you again after the long night that we had last night. But listen, let's begin with the predictions of a Liberal majority. That obviously did not happen. Where did the Liberals lose that majority?
Yeah, they were projected to probably win a majority government. There was still the possibility that they would fail to do that, primarily if they lost some of those close races we were expecting. And a lot of them were in the Greater Toronto area. We can take a look at what happened in the GTA in last night's election. If we look at what was the situation in 2021, the Liberals won a lot of seats throughout the GTA, swept both Brampton and Mississauga, north of Toronto as well. If we look at what the results we were expecting to see in the GTA, you can see that we were again expecting the Liberals to probably sweep Brampton, Mississauga, and there were a lot of toss-up ridings, particularly north of the city, but the results were that the Conservatives won those. They won lots of seats in the New York region. They actually broke into Brampton and won a seat in Milton. And there was also some results in southwestern Ontario that were a little bit of a surprise. The fact that the Conservatives swept all of Essex, Windsor-Essex, all went blue, picked up a couple more ridings in Kitchener than perhaps expected, as well as winning in London Fanshawe. So we saw a lot of what we expected to see throughout the country, except in Ontario.
Yeah, in Ontario, as you say. Now, we did not call a Liberal minority last night, which means the Canadian press did not call it because we follow their decisions. But, CBC, Radio-Canada, they also did not make the call for a minority until this afternoon. So what was happening that delayed that minority call?
There were still some votes being counted, some of those advance polls, but especially mail-in ballots, special ballots, and those were taking a bit longer to count. And in some cases, they did actually flip a riding. Terrebonne in the Montreal area went from Bloc to Liberal earlier today. But one of the reasons why the CBC and other places weren't willing to make a call was that a lot of the races were really close. You can look at some of the ridings that the Liberals just came up short. You can look at here in Nunavut where the gap was less than 100 votes, and that was a very close one that if it had swung to the Liberals would have got them to 170. If you look at Milton East, Halton Hill South, again, the gap there was very, very small, less than 100 votes. If that had flipped, that would have got them to 171. And then if you look in southwestern Ontario, Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore, again, a gap of just over 200 votes. If those three ridings had flipped today because of those special ballots, we'd be talking about the slimmest of majorities, but it would be a majority.
Okay, so as you and I speak right now, 169 Liberals at 144 for the Conservatives, 22 for the Bloc. How solid are these results right now, Eric?
Well, we do seem to have pretty much everything that's left. There's still a few polls that are still being counted as we speak, but most of the ridings have been called, so we're not expecting anything else to switch. The only one that we're still keeping an eye on would be Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. There's still, I think, 7 polls left to count there, and while Mark Dalton of the Conservatives has a lead, it's not a huge lead, so we do have to wait to see what's going to happen in that riding. But aside from that, this looks like what we're going to get in the House of Commons when it returns.
Yeah, not enough to flip a minority to majority. So Liberals coming back in government, but again, a minority government. I'm also wondering if you could dig a bit into the historic numbers for the Liberals and the Conservatives, because, they also tell a story. Yes, Liberals are winning a minority government here, but historic numbers when you look at the top two.
Yeah, historic numbers for both the Liberals, the Conservatives. We could throw the NDP there, but in the bad sense, the worst ever results for the New Democrats. For the Liberals, this is the highest share of the vote they've gotten since the 1980 election, so it's been a while. Mark Carney did better than Jean Chrétien ever did, then Paul Martin, then Justin Trudeau, but still wasn't able to get a majority government. And for the Conservatives, Stephen Harper's best result was 39.6% in 2011. The Conservatives are just under 42% of the vote this time. You haven't seen this much vote for the top two parties since 1958. And you haven't seen both parties get over 40% since 1930. So it just kind of shows you how much of a polarized race this was something we haven't seen for decades. We'll see if it's going to continue going forward. We're in obviously a very unique context with what's happening south of the border, but this was a historic election for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, historic election, as you say. We've got a couple of minutes left here, Eric. Before we're done, let's take a look at both Burnaby Central as well as Carleton, because as we noted, the NDP leader went down to defeat, as did the Conservative leader, and you're zooming in right now to the capital region. So let's start at Carleton, because I think that was the bigger surprise of the night.
Yeah, it certainly was. Not that Ottawa went Liberal. All of those ridings stuck with the Liberal Party. But Carleton, Bruce Franjoy was able to win, and by a pretty comfortable margin, 51% to 56% for Pierre Poilievre. There had been rumblings that it was possible, but really you had to see it to believe it, I think. And then when you go to what happened in the BC Lower Mainland with Jagmeet Singh This was a pretty poor result for him. In third place with 18% of the vote, Wade Chang of the Liberals had 42%. So a disappointing night for both of those leaders for different reasons, but certainly we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen with these leaderships for Pierre Poilievre and Jagmeet Singh.
Yeah, absolutely. Jagmeet Singh saying that he will step down once an interim leader has happened, but with Pierre Poilievre, as you say, we don't know what this actually means, not only losing the election, but also losing his own seat. Listen, Eric, a big night last night. Of course, we could not have done it without you. You did a wonderful job. Thank you for doing that last evening. Thank you for joining us again this evening to walk us through the final numbers.
Thanks. I get to take this home with me, right?
We'll talk. Eric Grenier, thank you. Well, let's continue our discussion now of last night's results. Robert Fife is the Ottawa Bureau Chief for the Globe and Mail, Tonda McCharles, the Ottawa Bureau Chief for the Toronto Star, and Joël Denis Bellevance, the Ottawa Bureau Chief for La Presse. Hello to the three of you.
Hi there. Hi, Michael.
Okay, so three bureau chiefs. Great to have your perspective. What happened last night?
Well, the Liberals did not expect what happened last night. They honestly thought they were going to win a majority government, and perhaps a comfortable majority government. And that did not happen. And why did that not happen? Well, the collapse of the NDP vote, everybody was assuming was going to go to the Liberals, just like it did with the Bloc Québécois in Quebec to the Liberals. But clearly, a large number of the NDP voters who are, I guess, union and working class people went to the Conservatives. And you see the numbers, particularly in southwestern Ontario, where the Conservatives just racked up victory after victory. The same thing in that whole Brampton area, which was quite a surprise. And that's less a working class area, but a very ethnic area. And the Conservatives have done pretty well there, too. So what do we have here? We have Mr. Carney still being able to lead a government and carry on negotiations, because he's in a situation where brokerage politics is going to have to come into play. He can cut a deal with the Bloc Québécois on some issues, perhaps certainly will get the NDP on some other issues, and undoubtedly if it deals with liquefied natural gas or trade corridors or oil and gas pipelines, I'm assuming the Conservatives would support him. But this was a big surprise, and the pollsters were not wrong, because they showed the narrowing of the gap, which was quite large for a period of time between the Liberals and the Conservatives. But I think the seat projections were ones that sort of confounded everybody.
Yeah, confounded everybody. What would you add to that, Tonda?
Well, I think it was a big surprise to the Liberals, but the Conservatives I was speaking to in the lead up to the ballot counting were all holding out this possibility that in a lot of those tight races, the breaks would come to them. So I think it was less of a surprise to some of the Conservatives than it was to the Liberals. But it was a long night, and I think what it's left Canadians with, is this a parliament that's going to have difficulty working together, but has been sent a clear message by the electorate that that's the priority, get your acts together. Not any single leader persuaded Canadians that they deserved a majority government writ large. So I think Quebec had a huge influence. It wasn't just the split of the NDP support, because I think, yes, the Conservatives benefited more to the surprise of everybody than the Liberals in a certain respect. Not then the Liberals, but Quebec's fascinating. Its contribution to this minority. They won a ton of seats, right? We were just chatting about that.
Yeah,
so
well, without Quebec, the Liberals would not be
Exactly.
government still, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at what happened last night,
Well, 44 seats for the Liberal Party, that's the best show results for the Liberal Party since Pierre Trudeau in 1980. So it's been a while, and it's somebody who's not a local boy and whose French was, criticized in the election, but Quebecers give him a pass because they were so anxious with the Trump threats that they rallied around the Liberal flag, the Liberal Party, and jumped ship from the Bloc Québécois, many of them from the Bloc Québécois to the Liberal Party. So that's a fascinating story. I think that will be studied for a long time. But the collapse, to me, also of the NDP vote that went to the Conservative Party in some regions, but to the Liberal Party in other regions is another major story. And already the NDP is saying that people borrowed our vote, we'll get them back. I think they're right, because the correct circumstances was there for the Liberal Party to take advantage of the current situation.
I mean, that's the question. Is there a home? What is the home for the progressives? If Mark Carney's dragging his party kicking and screaming to the center right, you know, like where do the progressives go now? And have we seen a complete shift in the dynamic of the country? I don't think. I don't think we have. But, you know, it's going to be interesting. That party is now leaderless. They don't have a lot of money. Even
no status
in the House of Commons. They don't have those resources now. And so even in terms of the Liberals trying to negotiate, are they a strong negotiating partner? No, they actually have no leverage. So the Liberals might be wise to even try and pluck a few of them to say, here, I'll make you a minister in my government or something, you know?
Yeah.
But I think there's going to be a lot of interesting conversations over the next couple of weeks.
Interesting conversations,
well, you know,
as you say.
Yves-François Blanchet. Sorry, I'm very tired. But he had an interesting news conference today because he was saying, look, we need to have stability in Parliament for at least a year because we have these very, very crucial negotiations going on with the Trump administration involving tariffs and security arrangements. And let's get together with the political parties and say, okay, let's allow these negotiations to go forward. Let's collaborate. Let's not get into political games of trying to defeat the government. Let's see if we can do this.
Let me jump in because I do, because we're running out of time. But you know, to that point, you talk about the changing dynamic in terms of the way people vote. What about the changing dynamic in the House of Commons? If that's what Yves-François Blanchet is saying is needed, we're also looking at a House of Commons. Mr. Trudeau resigned in January. We now have Mr. Singh losing his seat. We now see Mr. Poilievre losing his seat. It's been such a toxic 2 years in the House of Commons. Now that leadership is wiped away, does the dynamic change in the House, do you think?
Well, I'm not sure how much it's going to change because guess what? Pierre Poilievre will be there unless the party gets rid of him. He's going to undoubtedly get somebody to step aside, and there will probably be a by-election over the summer, and he'll be back in the House of Commons when in the fall. And this is a guy that has shown no inclination ever to compromise or cooperate with anybody. So I'm not sure that that's going to happen. But nonetheless, the challenge here for Mr. Carney, who has never ever been in Parliament and has never had to be in a situation like this, is to practice brokerage politics. Can he cut a deal with the Bloc Québécois on one issue, or the NDP on another issue, or even the Conservatives on another issue, to be able to stay alive for a year or 2 years before we head into yet another election campaign?
Yeah. I think he governs like he has a majority. He's got two weakened opposition parties up against him, and a Bloc Québécois leader who just offered him a truce and said, "I'll support you for a year. Just be nice on my Quebec issues." That's basically what he said. So I think that Carney would be wise to spend all whatever political capital he has right away to get the things done that he needs to do. And if that includes dragging his party to do the resource and energy sector developments he's promised, then now's the time, right?
Don't operate like you have a majority. Joe Clark tried that and he lost.
I mean, look, I've heard people say that today. So I'm just saying that it seems to me to be a consideration for them, and I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule out them moving quickly. He's made a big point of saying he's an action-oriented pragmatist, and let's face it, it'll be interesting to see. What's the makeup of his caucus too right now? I mean, there's a lot of the old Trudeau-era Liberals as well, but there are some new faces, and some new faces who will help him implement that agenda.
And we'll know very quickly if Mr. Carney is a good brokerage dealer. We'll have confident tests with a speech from the throne quickly, probably in end of May. A budget also that will be introduced. There will be a vote of confidence, and the supplementary spendings as well that have to be voted. So many tests on the table right away. So Mr. Carney, who's not a political operator of any sort, he's a technocrat more than anything else, will have the big test. But coming back to Yves-François Blanchet, if I may say quickly, I think he showed some maturity today, leadership maturity that I think will bode well for him in Quebec. That's the kind of language that Quebecers want to hear. No more fighting. We've got a crisis to deal with. Let's put the partisanship aside. And so he's already talking what Quebecers sent as a message to parliamentarians.
Well, even the premiers were talking like that today, which was quite uplifting in a way of saying, look, election is over. let's work together on interprovincial trade barriers, and let's work together to deal with Donald Trump.
They're all making a virtue of necessity.
Yeah.
Well, and we'll see how that influences the Parliament. As you say, a busy schedule coming up the next few weeks. This is why we wear makeup and television, because we never get any rest. Listen, we're back on Friday. Bob, Tonda, Jean Denis, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Michael.
To focus now on what issues may affect the party campaigns going into the last weekend. Well, we're now joined by Robert Fife, Ottawa Bureau Chief for the Globe and Mail, Tonda McCharles, Ottawa Bureau Chief for the Toronto Star, and Joël Denis Belleville,